LoveLore Library. Chapter 310. Lin Qiao silently followed behind them and saw that there was a car parked upstairs. Xiao Yunlong invited Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing to the back seat, then he got into the front passenger seat and the car drove towards the inner area. Lin Qiao jumped and gently landed on the roof of the car. I don't know if Leader Wu is looking for us because there is news of Miss Lingling. Yuan Tianqing, who was familiar with Xiao Yunlong, asked. Xiao Yunlong replied in front, "Not yet, I invited you two over today just for a meal. It's been 3 days, I don't know how Lingling is now." "Ah, I hope nothing has happened." Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other and Yuan Tianqing said, "Who took Miss Lingling away? Leader Wu hasn't found any news." Xiao Yunlong looked back at him and said, "There are some clues, but the problem is that we can't find the target. We can't find any trace of that person." Yuan Tianqing said, "If the person you're talking about is really the person we know, then Miss Lingling will certainly be fine." Lin Feng asked at this time, "I want to ask, what happened to Miss Lingling?" He always felt that this Wu Qingyue, when his daughter was taken away, did not seem to be worried about what would happen to her, but worried that something would happen to his daughter. Yuan Tianqing and Xiao Yunlong looked at each other. They had not revealed that Lingling was in a state of awakening. So Lin Feng did not know the situation. Xiao Yunlong glanced at Yuan Tianqing, then said to Lin Feng, "Because Lingling began to awaken her ability a few days ago, because Mr. Yuan gave Lingling some special water to drink. She has been suppressing it and did not continue to awaken. But after you came that day, Miss Lingling disappeared. Although he left behind a note." Lin Feng asked in surprise, "Note? What note?" Yuan Tianqing also looked at Xiao Yunlong blankly, he had not heard of any note before. Xiao Yunlong took out his mobile phone and showed the photo of the note. After the end of the world, all satellites could not be used and there was no signal all over the world. So the mobile phone was useless, at least there was no communication function. But some games that could be played without the internet could still be played after downloading. There were also some downloaded movies that could be watched. In addition to these, many functions of the mobile phone could still be used. For example, taking pictures. "Do you recognize the word she wrote?" Xiao Yunlong asked as he passed the photo on his mobile phone to the back. Lin Feng and Zhang Xian craned their necks to take a look and realized that the handwriting on the screen was indeed very familiar. "Is it really her?" Xiao Yunlong immediately turned to stare at the two people, asking, "Are you sure? Are you two together?" Lin Feng said, "If you had taken this out earlier, you wouldn't have had to investigate anything. It is indeed her." Xiao Yunlong said, "Who is she? Who are they?" Yuan Tianqing looked at Lin Feng, then turned to Xiao Yunlong and said, "She is not human." Xiao Yunlong was taken aback, and then looked at the two of them blankly. Suddenly, he thought of the girl with 2 long ponytails who suddenly appeared in front of their car 3 days ago. His eyes widened slightly as he looked at Yuan Tianqing in shock. "No way. You mean, she's also that?" Yuan Tianqing looked at the driver and didn't say anything. Lin Feng looked at the two of them in confusion. Yuan Tianqing said to him, "He has seen Qiu Lily." With that, Lin Feng immediately understood. "Oh," and nodded. Xiao Yunlong looked at Lin Feng's reaction and immediately knew that Lin Feng also knew the situation. Wait a minute, what is your relationship with those, them? And you even brought them into the base?" Lin Feng said, "If they want to come in, no one can stop them. Even if you 3 leaders work together, you can't find her. Besides, they are not bad." After that, he and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other, understanding in their hearts. Since it was Lin Qiao who took Lingling away, there must be no problem. And if it is an awakened ability, Lin Feng suddenly said, "Hey. Did you say before that Miss Lingling has awakened her ability? If that is the case, there is no need to worry. She really has a way." Xiao Yunlong's mind was a little confused at this time, and now he suddenly heard Lin Feng say this. He looked at Lin Feng with some confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Feng said, "If it is an awakened ability, she may be able to help Lingling pass smoothly." Xiao Yunlong and Yuan Tianqing both looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Feng said, "You also know my daughter. In fact, she has also awakened her ability. Not long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the two people looking at him in surprise. Yuan Tianqing stared at him with a look of disbelief and asked, "Is what you said true? Why didn't I know?" Lin Feng said, "I told everyone not to disclose this matter, so you didn't know." The expression on Xiao Yunlong's face slowly changed from surprise to shock, and then to surprise. He looked at Lin Feng incredulously. "Is what you said true? Your daughter has really awakened her ability?" Lin Feng nodded and said, I hope Deputy Leader Xiao won't spread this matter. And it is that person who helped, only she can do this. So she took Miss Lingling away and said she was helping. She must be helping Miss Lingling, I can guarantee it." Xiao Yunlong saw that he was so sure and turned back happily. "That's great. If that's the case, I'm relieved. But who is that person you are talking about?" As he spoke, he looked back at the two people behind him. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other and said at the same time, "You will know when the time comes." Xiao Yunlong looked at them in confusion. 10 minutes later, the car drove into the Special A area of the inner district, and then drove all the way to Wu Qingyue's house. When they got off the car, they saw that Xiao Liqing was already waiting at the gate. "The food is ready, waiting for you." He came over with a smile. Xiao Yunlong immediately took the two people in and led them directly in the direction of the dining room. Wu Qingyue rolled up his sleeves and served the dishes. Meng Yu's figure was walking in the kitchen. "You two are here. Come, come, come. The time is just right, this is the last dish. Please sit down." Wu Qingyue put the last big bowl of soup on the table, and then together with Xiao Yunlong, pulled out a chair for Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng looked at each other, sat down and said politely, "Thank you." Wu Qingyue said with a faint smile, "Why are you so polite? I had said before that I would treat you to a meal, but I have been too busy these days." When he finished, he also pulled out the main seat and sat down. Xiao Yunlong pulled out another chair and sat down, then he looked in the direction of the kitchen. Chapter 3:11. The four people did not notice that Lin Qiao quietly walked to the table. Then she bent down to smell the dishes on the table. But when it came to cooked food, she couldn't smell anything. At this time Yuan Tianqing said, "Leader Wu, you didn't invite us here for a simple meal." Xiao Yunlong took the soup bowls in front of them and began to serve them soup. Wu Qingyue heard this and said with a faint smile, "I do have something to ask you. But we can talk while eating. Come, drink the soup first, or it won't taste good when it's cold." Seeing Xiao Yunlong serve them soup, Wu Qingyue said. Yuan Tianqing and Yuan Tianqing had to drink the soup first. "Well, the soup is good." Lin Qiao saw that they were eating and wanted to hear some information. But she couldn't hear it for the time being. She turned into the space and saw Lu Jun put Xiao Budian on the bed. Xiao Budian had not woken up, lying flat. He was covered with a quilt. Tong Tong might be tired from playing and had fallen asleep on the sofa. Lin Qiao went to the bed and touched Xiao Budian's hair, which was already dry. It was probably Xie Dong who helped her dry it. Xie Dong had no sense of existence, but in fact he was also in the space. Of course, when Lin Xiao took off her clothes and went into the water, he silently ran into the woods. Lin Xiao picked up Xiao Budian. Seeing her movements, Lu Jun asked, "Are you going out?" Lin Xiao nodded. At this time, Wu Qingyue, Yuan Tianqing and others were eating lukewarm, because Wu Qingyue didn't speak. Finally, Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing, who had been holding back for a while, spoke first. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to eat peacefully. "Leader Wu, if you don't say it, then let us talk first. Just now Deputy Leader Xiao has already shown us the handwriting on that note, and we do recognize who wrote those words," Lin Feng said. Wu Qingyue's hand paused, turning to look at Xiao Yunlong. Xiao Yunlong nodded his head. "She's with you. But I checked the base's entry and exit records and there is no name of her." Wu Qingyue turned to look at Lin Feng and said doubtfully. He had compared all the names on the list of suspicious people, and all of them matched up. But he didn't see the woman's name. Did she not register when she came in? After thinking about it, Wu Qingyue remembered that Lin Xiao could turn invisible. Alright, if the other party had entered invisibly, then there was indeed no need to register. However, being invisible did not mean that he would disappear. When he passed through the door, he would still be detected by various instruments. Body temperature, heartbeat, and breathing would all cause the detector to fluctuate. Then how did the other party get in? Or jump over a 7 or 8 meter high wall? Yuan Tianqing said, "We're on the same side." However, she was invisible. Wherever he goes, he appears and disappears like a ghost. Wu Qingyue put away the indifference on his face and said worriedly, "But why did she sneak in and take the child away? Does she really have a way to help Lingling get through this?" Yuan Tianqing turned to face Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at him and said to Wu Qingyue, "She does have a way. My daughter, Xiao Lu, also awakened her ability not long ago, and it was her who helped her successfully awaken it. Although I only saw it once, I don't know if Miss Lingling's situation is the same as my Xiao Lu's. However, it's always better to believe in hope than to be disappointed." Wu Qingyue looked at him in shock. "Wait, did you just say that your daughter also awakened her ability? Is that true?" Of course, he knew that Lin Feng's daughter, Lin Xiaolu, was only 2 years older than Lingling. However, the problem was, how did Lin Feng's daughter awaken her ability at such a young age? This was already the second, no, Lingling was the second child that he knew of to awaken her ability. What was going on? How did a child awaken her ability at such a young age? Lin Feng nodded. "Yes, although I don't know the reason. However, we discovered it the moment Xiao Lu awakened. Then, it was the person who left you the note that helped Xiao Lu get through this." Yuan Tianqing said to Wu Qingyue, "So you can rest assured now. Since she took Lingling away, she must be confident." Wu Qingyue calmed himself down and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who is this person you're talking about?" At this moment, Lin Feng looked at him strangely and said, "Actually, you already know her. Didn't you ask us if we've seen a short-haired woman wearing a hat and sunglasses? That's her. It's just that the name you mentioned is different from what we know. That's why we're not sure if you're talking about the same person." Wu Qingyue asked, "Isn't her name Lin?" She said it herself. "You've seen the note, isn't it her signature?" Thinking of the word Lin on the note, Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing both had a strange feeling in their hearts. "Are you talking about me?" Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the side. Hence, they were stunned for a second before turning their heads to look in the direction of the voice. Then they saw a woman wearing a hat and sunglasses standing 2 or 3 meters away from them. Her face could not be seen clearly. She was carrying a child in her arms. Bam! Wu Qingyue stood up abruptly. The chair swayed from his movement and made a sound. Lingling. He immediately recognized that the child in the woman's arms was his precious daughter. Seeing that he was about to rush over, Lin Chao suddenly took 2 steps back. Hey, wait, let's make this clear first. I've returned your daughter to you in one piece. She's not sick or in trouble. She's just asleep now, she won't wake up in another 1 or 2 hours. If you dare to touch me again, I'll take Tiny away next time. Wu Qingyue stopped in his tracks because of what she said. Listening to what she said, it was a little normal at the beginning. Why did she start threatening him later on? Hey, when did you come back? How's Miss Lingling? Yeah, how's Lingling? Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng immediately came to the rescue and looked at Lin Qiao in surprise. I've never left. I was just outside the base, Lin Qiao said as she slowly walked over to Wu Qingyue and passed the child to him. She also had to be in case this person suddenly struck her with lightning. It wasn't the first time anyway. Wu Qingyue quickly carried the child over and touched Lingling's forehead and neck. There was a pulse and her body temperature had returned to normal. Her chest was also moving up and down gently. After checking that there was nothing wrong with his daughter, Wu Qingyue's heart was finally at ease. Hearing what Lin Qiao said, this woman clearly didn't get the point. How's Lingling's condition now? He raised his head and looked at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him and said, "You'll know when Tiny wakes up." As she said that, her figure flashed. She disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Mengyu walked to Wu Qingyue's side and held little Yueling's hand to carefully feel it. She realized that there was indeed nothing wrong with little Yueling's body. Lingling seems to be fine, she said as she looked up at Wu Qingyue. Chapter 312. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing looked at each other and said, "Why do I feel that Miss Lu has been here for a long time?" Yuan Tianqing nodded and asked, "When did she come back?" Wu Qingyue was walking to the living room with Lingling in his arms when he heard their conversation. He stopped and turned around to ask, "Her surname is Lu?" Lin Feng nodded and was about to reply, "Oh, her name is Lu." Suddenly, Yuan Tianqing interrupted him strangely, "Ah, that's right. Her surname is Lu." "That's right." Lin Feng looked at him with a baffled expression. However, they had known each other for so long. However, he could tell that there was something fishy going on when Yuan Tianqing interrupted him. Wu Qingyue looked at Yuan Tianqing suspiciously and saw that the man was smiling as if it was an accident. At this moment, Lingling's eyelids moved and she slowly opened. Wu Qingyue, who was looking at Yuan Tianqing, didn't notice, but Mengyu, who was next to him, did. "Look, Lingling is awake." Everyone immediately looked at Wu Qingyue's arms. As expected, Wu Yueling opened her eyes and was looking around blankly. However, when she saw everyone looking at her, she immediately turned her head and burrowed into Wu Qingyue's arms. "Lingling. Lingling. Come, look at Daddy. Tell Daddy if you feel uncomfortable." Wu Qingyue looked at her in surprise and hurriedly carried her to the sofa. Wu Yueling peeked out from his arms and looked at him with her bright eyes before burrowing back into his arms. He saw that his daughter was awake and there was nothing wrong with her reaction. Wu Qingyue heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wu Yueling suddenly felt around her body with her hands, but she didn't feel anything. Then, she sat up from Wu Qingyue's arms and sat on his lap, looking down at her clothes in confusion. "Ha! It's not my clothes. It's so big." However, Wu Yueling soon forgot about her clothes. She searched around her body and found that her baby was gone. So she started looking left and right. Sometimes, she went around to Wu Qingyue's left and then to his right. She didn't see anything. Realizing that her baby was not in the living room, Wu Yueling pouted and knocked her face. She raised her head and looked at Wu Qingyue with tears in her eyes. What is she looking for? Lin Feng still understood children. After all, he also had a daughter. She should be looking for her grass dragonfly, Wu Qingyue said after thinking for a moment. After he said that, he saw Wu Yueling nodding her head vigorously. Wu Qingyue said with a smile, "Don't worry, your treasure is in your room. Are you hungry? Let's go up and change first, then come down to eat, okay?" Hearing that she was going back to her room, she would be able to see her grass dragonfly. Wu Yueling immediately nodded cheerfully. Wu Qingyue lovingly stroked her long hair. Stroking his daughter's smooth, black hair, he felt as if his heart was filled with something. "Oh, I'll bring Lingling upstairs to change first. Yunlong, invite Mr. Lin and Mr. Yuan to the dining table again." Xiao Yunlong watched as Wu Qingyue stood up with Wu Yueling in his arms, and immediately nodded his head. "Oh, both of you. Please go to the table and sit down first. We haven't finished eating yet," Xiao Yunlong said and gestured in the direction of the dining table. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing were relieved to see that Wu Yueling had been returned in good condition. The two of them smiled and consciously walked towards the dining table after Wu Qingyue finished speaking. "Hey, why did Miss Lu leave as soon as she came?" Yuan Tianqing asked curiously. "Are you sure she left?" Lin Feng looked at him strangely. At this time, Xiao Yunlong also asked curiously, "Yes, that Miss Lu really woke Lingling up. And did little Lingling really awaken her special ability?" Lin Feng said, "You have to ask your Miss Lingling to know. Maybe we can ask when we go back." Yuan Tianqing said at this time, "But the security in Leader Wu's house still needs to be strengthened. Just let her come and go without a trace, okay?" At this time, Meng Yu, who had followed them to the dining table without saying a word, suddenly said, "If even I and Brother Yu can't find her, then it's useless to add more guards." The three men were stunned for a moment, thinking that the person had appeared silently beside them with Lingling, and no one present had noticed. In this way, it was indeed useless to strengthen the security. Xiao Yunlong said, "If she is sent to gather intelligence or assassinate, if she is not very strong, who can stop her?" While they were curious about the success rate of Lin Qiao's sneak attack and assassination, Wu Qingyue carried Lingling upstairs. "Lingling, do you remember anything?" Wu Qingyue asked as he walked to the room on the third floor. Wu Yueling sat in his arms and looked at him blankly. Wu Qingyue saw her expression and knew that she didn't know anything. He opened the door of Wu Yueling's room and walked in. Then he put her on the bed and turned to the wardrobe to find clothes. As soon as Wu Yueling sat on the bed, she immediately turned and climbed to the table. There was a greenish-yellow grass dragonfly on the table beside the head of the table. She stretched out her little hand to pick up the grass dragonfly and smiled happily. Wu Qingyue just finished looking for clothes and saw Wu Yueling sitting on the bed, both hands holding the grass dragonfly, a bright smile on her cute little face. He hadn't seen his daughter smile so sweetly for a long time. Wu Qingyue felt something melting in his heart. Holding the clothes in his hand, he didn't want to disturb her. On the other side, Lin Qiao had just entered the space and hadn't reached the furniture area on Lu Jun's side. She had just taken 2 steps when her feet suddenly sank, and then there was a small tug on the bottom of her trousers. Lin Qiao looked down and saw a large ball of gray hair curled up on her feet. But it was using its rabbit lips to bite her trousers. "Oh, it's a gray rabbit." Seeing Lin Qiao looking down at herself, the gray rabbit immediately released her trousers. Then it jumped down from her feet, and then bounced around her feet. "What are you doing?" Lin Qiao looked at the rabbit blankly, not knowing what it was doing. And, although she could hear the thoughts of zombies, or perhaps she could also sense the thoughts of humans, but she couldn't hear the thoughts of small animals, At this time, a small figure ran over and excitedly ran towards the little rabbit. Lin Chao saw that it was Tong Tong, and then saw Lu Jun walking over from behind. Maybe Tong Tong's running startled the gray rabbit. It was anxious, and fiercely bit Lin Chao's trousers and dragged her to the side. This time, it used several times more strength than before. Does it want you to take it out? Chapter 313. Lin Chao looked at the gray rabbit, then looked up at Lu Jun and said, "No way." Lu Jun just shrugged and said, "I'm just guessing." Lin Chao glanced at the gray rabbit and then picked it up. At this time, Tong Tong stood at her feet and looked up at her. "I want to hold the rabbit." Lin Chao glanced at him and bent down to put the rabbit in his arms. However, the gray fur ball didn't seem to like him and struggled hard in his arms. Tong Tong couldn't hold it firmly and the gray fur ball jumped out after a few tries. Lin Chao thought about it and closed her eyes to look outside. She went out in a flash. She stood in front of the living room and dining room of Wu Qingyue's house, which was also the place where she returned Lingling to Wu Qingyue. She sniffed and found that Wu Qingyue and Tiny Tot were upstairs. So she turned around and walked to the stairs, then looked back at the people eating in the dining room. Her figure flashed and she entered the space again. Then she picked up the gray fur ball that was being chased by Tong Tong and flashed out again. After putting the gray fur ball on the stairs, Lin Chao turned around and walked out of Wu Qingyue's house. Then she went to Lin Feng's house. When Wu Qingyue carried Wu Yueling, who was dressed down, Wu Qingyue saw a big fur ball squatting on the stairs. "Ha! What is this?" Hearing Wu Qingyue's curious voice, Wu Yueling also looked back and then froze for a moment. But very quickly, she reacted and stretched out her body in the direction of the gray fur ball. Seeing his daughter's reaction, although she didn't show it on her face. However, those sparkling eyes told Wu Qingyue that his daughter wanted that fur ball. "Do you know what this is?" As soon as Wu Qingyue finished speaking, he saw the fur ball move and then turn around. A rabbit head with 2 long ears looked at Wu Yueling. "Ah, isn't this the rabbit I saw last time?" "Huh, why does this rabbit look a bit like the female zombie's rabbit?" Wu Qingyue looked and it turned out to be a rabbit. And it looked a bit familiar. Wasn't that the one Lingling was carrying when she came out of the space in Qingzhou last time? He didn't care at that time because his mind was on his daughter. It was just a cursory glance. Now that he took a closer look, why did it feel like the one beside the female zombie that he had struck with lightning last time? As he spoke, he put Wu Yueling down. As soon as Wu Yueling landed on the ground, she immediately rushed towards the gray fur ball. The gray fur ball even bounced towards Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling happily picked up the gray furry ball and followed Wu Qingyue down. "Lingling, you can't eat with it in your arms. Can you put it on the chair next to you?" After sitting on the chair, everyone looked curiously at the rabbit in Lingling's arms. Wu Qingyue pulled an empty chair beside her and said to her, "Miss, isn't this the gray rabbit in Miss Lu's space? Why is it here?" Lin Feng said in surprise. Wu Qingyue watched as his daughter obediently placed the gray rabbit on an empty chair, then said, We saw it when we were coming down from the stairs just now." This was her rabbit, but why would she leave it for Lingling? "It's her rabbit, but why did she leave it for Lingling?" Lin Feng said, "I've seen this rabbit in her space. I feel that it's living a comfortable life there." Wu Qingyue sat next to Wu Yueling and picked up some food from the bowl Meng Yu gave her. Wu Yueling ate with a fork and chopsticks while looking at the fur bowl. "I have a question. I suddenly thought of it when I saw the rabbit. Meng Yu, have you seen this rabbit before?" Wu Qingyue suddenly said, then turned to Meng Yu and asked. Meng Yu stared at the rabbit for a while and shook her head. "Have I seen it before?" I don't seem to remember. Wu Qingyue reminded her, 2 months ago, Lingling was abducted by someone. Then we found her in a farm. Lingling was also holding a gray rabbit. It was just a little smaller. Think about it. Hearing this, Meng Yu's expression froze for a moment. Then her eyes lit up and she nodded. Oh, yes. There was indeed a rabbit at that time. Lingling didn't want to part with it. After saying that, she stared at the gray-furred ball in front of her, which was much bigger than before. Now that you mention it, it really does look like it. Wu Qingyue turned to look at Yuan Tianqing and the others. He asked Lin Feng, I want to ask, that woman just now. She doesn't seem human. Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu were all taken aback. Yuan Tianqing and the others knew about it. Meng Yu was caught off guard. She looked at Wu Qingyue in surprise. Although she thought about the female zombie, she didn't expect Wu Qingyue to say it in front of 2 outsiders. Seeing Lin Feng and the others stunned, Wu Qingyue smiled and said, no wonder she always wears sunglasses and her voice is hoarse. At that time, I felt that apart from her zombie appearance, she didn't look like a zombie at all. I didn't expect her to be able to speak now. It's only been 2 months and she's evolved so fast. Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing were also surprised at this time. Hey, have you seen her before? Xiao Yunlong also remembered the zombie and suddenly said, by the way, where's her hair? Did she cut it off? Oh, I know, it must be because she was chopped into an afro by you and thought it was ugly so she cut it off. Hearing Xiao Yunlong's last sentence, Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing suddenly looked at Wu Qingyue with a strange expression. Then they looked at each other with the same meaning in their eyes. There's something going on here. Wu Qingyue looked at the two curiously and said with a smile, now that you mention it, it really seems to be her. I didn't expect her to be with you now. Aren't you afraid? Lin Feng shook his head and said, it was a little scary at first, but she saved every one of us. Therefore, when their savior is a zombie, they will not be able to escape. It feels strange, but the fear gradually disappeared. Because I believe she won't hurt us, so I'm not afraid. But she's really strong. I think the few of us are stronger than her. Except for you, none of us are her opponent. Yuan Tianqing nodded and said, finally glancing at Wu Qingyue, indicating that he should be the one to beat. Xiao Yunlong suddenly said at this time, he lost. After that, he silently looked at Wu Qingyue. The last time they fought without using their abilities, this guy didn't even manage to take off the other's hat, but was instead taken off by the other party. And he didn't have the grace to bite the other's thigh. Wu Qingyue, who was inexplicably despised. Ha! Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing didn't react for a while. Chapter 314. On the other side, after Lin Qiao left Wu Qingyue's house, she climbed onto a tree outside and jumped out. She stepped on the electric poles and treetops of other buildings and headed in the direction where Lin Fengji came from. She stopped when she reached the building in Area D. Then, she jumped down from the building. At this time, in an alley not far from the building, someone was being besieged. Chen Yuding, a deputy captain, and several other members were blocked by another group of people in the alley. The people blocking Chen Yuding were actually a deputy captain and his subordinates. This deputy captain was the one who had talked to Tang He before, Yang Chao's right-hand man. He was leaning on the side, standing in a clean position and smoking a cigarette. He was wearing sunglasses and didn't look at Chen Yuding and the others inside. Chen Yuding and the others looked at each other. There was anger, grievance, and fear on their faces. He said, Lu Ting was bitten to death by zombies. I already said not to let that woman go out. Now that she's dead, how can you blame us for not protecting her? Besides, life or death is up to fate outside the base. What can we do now that she's dead? If you didn't want her to die, you shouldn't have let her go out with the team. This deputy captain was called Pu Luotsang. He turned to face Chen Yuding and the others. He put the cigarette in his mouth, took a drag, and took out the cigarette between his fingers. Then the smoke that he had inhaled gushed out of his mouth and nose again. He said calmly, "Don't find so many excuses. You should know that she's a space ability user. You should know how rare space ability users are. Also, why did Lu Ting and her brother die? What's going on? He's a level 6 water ability user. If he didn't encounter a level 6 or 7 zombie king, how could he not have a chance to escape?" He put the cigarette in his mouth again, took a drag, and then blew it out. "Do you think it's so easy to encounter level 6 or 7 zombies? Do you think it's that easy to meet level 6 or 7 zombies? And do you think I'm a fool? If you encountered them, how could only a few of them die? You didn't even have a chance to return to the base, and you're still standing here talking to me like this?" "No, it's not like this. Because there are robbers. Very powerful post-apocalyptic bandits." Hearing that Pu Rukang did not believe them, the deputy captain behind Chen Yuding said anxiously. Pu Xuezong paused for a moment. Then, he suddenly turned his head and looked at them with a smile. "Oh. Did they encounter robbers? Then tell us, who are the robbers? What rank of arcana is it?" Chen Yuding stared at him and said firmly, "Yes, we met robbers. Moreover, Lu Ting and 2 young men in our team were taken away by the robbers, and they ran towards Hangzhou. We also chased, but when we caught up with them, those robbers were killed by the zombies." In order to increase the credibility of Lu Yuding's words, the people around him nodded at the same time. "Yes, that's right. When we arrived, the robbers were all dead, but their leader seemed to have escaped. Lu Ting was also killed there. No matter what, you let her die." "I told you, I can't let her die. Since you said she died in the hands of zombies, then I will believe you. I won't let you die, and killing is not allowed in the base. I just want an arm from each of you." Pu Xuezong put the last puff of the cigarette in his mouth and flicked the butt to the side. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him moved. They moved towards Chen Yuding and the others. Seeing 7 or 8 level 4 and level 5 arcanists walking towards them, Chen Yuding and the others panicked. They immediately put on a defensive posture. They only had 1 level 6 and 1 level 5, and the others were all level 3. Even if Chen Yuding could deal with Pu Xuezong, the others were no match for Pu Xuezong's men. Lin Qiao looked at Chen Yuding strangely. She clearly killed Lu Ting herself. Why did she lie? Moreover, the bespectacled man was so domineering as if no one cared about him when he said that he wanted someone's arm. It seemed that this person's position in the base was not low, and he was also a level 6 arcanist. Deputy Leader Pu. If you really want to fight, then I will accompany you. But if you use Lu Ting's death as a reason to deal with us, I will not accept it. Pu Xuezong sneered and said, even if you are right, so what? Lu Ting is also my woman. I haven't played enough with her, and you let her die. Are you going to compensate me with such a beautiful woman? After saying that, he suddenly waved his hand, and a flame burst out from the heads of Chen Yuding and the others, then quickly expanded and pressed down. The extremely high temperature immediately made Chen Yuding and the others feel like their hair was about to burn. Chen Yuding reacted quickly and raised his hand. A layer of cement and soil suddenly extended from the surrounding walls, and then covered the top of their heads, isolating the flame above. The flame did not disappear when it hit the layer of cement and soil. Instead, it surged down into the gap next to it. Pu Xuezong's men did not follow suit, but stood to the side and watched. Seeing the fire pit drilling down, the extremely high temperature caused the surrounding air to burn up. Chen Yuding's team members with lower-level arcanists immediately felt it difficult to breathe, as if they were about to suffocate. Moreover, they were surrounded by walls, and they did not have time to escape. They were already dizzy from the suffocation. The attack of a level 6 arcanist was not something that level 2 or 3 arcanists like them could withstand. Pu Xuezong's flame was not only hot, but it also carried fire poison. So even if Chen Yuding used his earth ability to block the direct attack of the flame in time, the fire poison still filled the air. Chen Yuding raised his hands, and the cement on the ground split open. A mud wall rose from the ground and quickly blocked the surrounding gap, preventing the flame from invading. At the same time, the ground under their feet began to sink. When it reached a height of 2 meters, he created a passage on the ground next to them. "Go into the cave, quickly." The deputy captain, who was in a better state, immediately helped the weakest one up and walked into his passage. The other two also struggled to get up and walked in with their hands on the mud wall. "Do you think you can leave by going underground?" At that moment, Pu Xuezong said coldly and said to the person next to him, "Release the snake." Then, one of them suddenly raised his leg and kicked the mud wall that Chen Yuding had created with all his might. Bang! The mud wall was more than 10 centimeters thick. However, it was still easily kicked out by this person. Then, another person waved his hand, and a snake as thick as a finger slid out from his hand. When it fell to the ground, it quickly split into countless snakes, all of them crawling toward the hole. As the snakes crawled, they grew in size and split again. Chapter 3:15. However, Chen Yuding quickly blocked the hole created by Pu Croang's attack. Then, his skin quickly turned into a layer of dry stone skin in the dark, and a stone wall immediately grew to block the hole. The black snakes that Pu Rukang's men released were immediately trapped around Chen Yuding. Chen Yuding was also a level 6 ability user, so Pu Rukang couldn't do anything to him. Seeing that Chen Yuding was holding on to protect the others, Pu Rukang couldn't do anything to him. After a while, he would also dive into the ground and leave. However, Pu Rukang didn't seem to care at all. He suddenly reached out and retracted the flames, then said indifferently, "Chen Yuding, you can escape this time. But let me tell you, you will come find me again. When the time comes, you will give me your arm." After saying that, he turned around and waved to his men. Then, he led them out of the alley. Lin Qiao, who was hanging on the wall, saw Pu Rukang's confident expression. She felt that this man must have something else to say. She looked at Chen Yuding's position and saw that the earth wall around Chen Yuding was slowly retreating. Then, a man who looked like a stone statue was revealed. Who else could it be but Chen Yuding? Soon, Chen Yuding's stone skin returned to normal skin. Then, the ground not far ahead suddenly cracked open, and the deputy captain of the Wind Court team and 3 other team members rose from the ground. However, only the deputy captain was awake. The others were already lying on the ground, unconscious. "Captain, they have been poisoned by fire," the deputy captain said to Chen Yuding anxiously. Chen Yuding immediately ran over and helped the 3 of them up. "Send them to the hospital first." Lin Qiao looked at them, then thought for a moment before turning around and leaving. Half an hour later, Pu Rukang and the others arrived at a place that looked like a refugee area in Area F. The houses here were all 1-story or 2-story houses, and the doors and windows were all broken. Many of the windows were even sealed with wooden boards or strips to prevent the wind from entering at night. It was very shabby and simple. There were many people here, but most of them looked shabby or dirty. Their hair was unkempt, and their faces were sallow and thin. Because they were all civilians, they did not have any special abilities. Looking into those houses from the outside, most of them had no furniture, only 1 or 2 beds or mattresses on the floor. When Pu Rukang walked past with his men, the people who were sitting at the door or leaning against the wall were stunned. They were all clean and armed with pistols or rifles. They all quietened down and silently watched the group of people walk past with their heads held high. They could tell that these people were either from the inner district or the middle district. He couldn't afford to offend them. If he did, he might not even know how he died. Moreover, no one would come to investigate. After walking for about 20 minutes, Pu Xuezong and his men stopped in front of a row of 2-story buildings. They entered the stairway and ascended. The staircase was dark and dirty. Both sides were littered with trash, sand, and rocks. Only the small path in front of him was clean. What's more, it was trampled on by someone from downstairs. After going to the corridor on the 2nd floor, he saw 2 or 3 men standing in front of a room. When they saw Pu Qiakang and the others coming up, they immediately greeted them respectfully. Deputy Chief. Pu Xuezong took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He took out a cigarette and walked to the door of the room. After standing still, he put the cigarette in his mouth. Someone next to him immediately took out a lighter and lit it for him. He grabbed the woman's foot and took the cigarette out from the corner of his mouth with the other hand. Then he dragged the woman under his body, bent down, and blew a mouthful of smoke at her frightened and desperate face. Chapter 3:16. Pu Zhizong dragged the woman in front of him, bent over and blew a puff of smoke at her. He threw the head aside, reached out his hand, grabbed the woman's collar, and pulled it down. The woman struggled with all her might, kicking her tied legs like a fish. She wanted to get out of the man's control. Pu Zhizong grabbed her clothes and tore them with great force. Rip, the clothes were soon torn into pieces. The man enjoyed the feeling of tearing the woman's clothes. The woman's face was covered with tears of despair, and she let out muffled moans from her sealed mouth. Pu Zhizong's hands grasped the 2 lumps of white, indescribable, flesh in front of her. A soft and elastic sensation came from his palm, which was a wonderful and exciting feeling. Pu Zhizong supported the woman's neck with one hand. Seeing the woman's expression, he suddenly lifted the hand beside her neck, and tore off the tape on her mouth. "Ah, no. No, 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 please let me go." As soon as the tape on her mouth was released, the woman immediately cried loudly and shrilly. While screaming, she struggled with all her might, trying to get away from this man. Pu Zhizong said to her with a lustful expression, "Scream, scream, I love to rape women. Only women who know how to resist, have feelings." With that, he lowered his body, pressing heavily on the woman. "Don't know, stop. Stop, help, someone help me." At this moment, Pu Zhizong lowered his head, and with a thick stench of cigarette smoke, he hurriedly sealed the woman's mouth. At the same time, his 2 hands began to work non-stop. The woman only felt a disgusting stench of cigarette smoke rushing into her mouth, and then a slippery tongue rushed through her teeth and stirred into her mouth. At this moment, several people at the door squeezed to the door, and put their ears against the door to listen to the sound inside. All of them had an excited expression on their faces. "Wow, so intense. This woman's moans are so emotional. Listen, the sound is blocked. The deputy leader must have kissed her." Whether it was the humiliation inside the room or the eavesdropping outside the door, no one could see this floor now. Even if someone passed by downstairs and heard the woman's cries, they would not be able to hear it. He wouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. He would just pretend that he didn't hear anything, or that nothing had happened, and continue on his own path. On the other hand, when Lin Qiao arrived at Lin Feng's residence, she didn't go upstairs. Instead, he climbed through the window. Because there was someone guarding the door. After identifying the window of Lin Feng's room, Lin Qiao climbed up in no time. When she reached the top, she sneaked in through the glass window. Mrs. Lin and others are sitting on the sofa in the living room, chatting. Do you guys think it's possible that Lin Feng ate at Leader Wu's place before coming back? It's been half an hour. Qing Wangxue sat on the sofa and hugged Lin Xiaolu. Mrs. Lin leans against the sofa and crosses her arms in front of her chest. He shook his head and said, I think so. He called Lin Feng away at this time. We definitely have to eat, but we might talk about some things during the meal. Lin Wenwen combed his long hair and asked, What do you want to talk about? Is it about Miss Lu? Mrs. Lin nodded and said, I think so. Otherwise, why would we talk about anything else? Besides, Leader Wu hasn't found his daughter yet. Will he still be in the mood to talk about other things? The others nodded. Lin Qiao walked to an empty chair and sat down. She also nodded. She is still invisible, so no one else can see her. At this time, Lin Wenwen looked at his watch and said, By the way, it's almost time to go to the task bureau. I wonder if anyone is willing to come today. Saying this, she stands up. As soon as she moves, Lin Hao and Long Qingying move as well. The three of them walk towards the door. Mrs. Lin and Qing Wangxue, as well as Lu Junjie and the others who are in this room, follow them out. They are Xing Lu and Wei Jingqin. Lin Qiao immediately stands up and follows them out. As soon as they come out, Lin Wenwen runs to the opposite room and knocks on the door. It's time to go to the task bureau. After a while, someone from inside comes to open the door. Do Yuanqing and Li Jing walk out? I'm waiting for you. Lin Wenwen turns around and leaves, not looking at the soldiers standing motionless by the door. She says, Let's go, I want to go to the trading area in the afternoon to see if there is anything I can hand over. Lin Hao looks at her strangely, You're still going. You went yesterday, the day before that, and the day before that. Have you exchanged everything that needs to be exchanged? The trading area is actually a place where people take out things that can still be used to exchange for food or other necessities. But many people only want food. Of course, the corpse core can also be exchanged. Just like a street stall. In the first 2 days, Lin Wenwen has dragged Long Qingying there several times. She had thought that she would have exchanged enough things since she had been gone for 3 days. Lin Wenwen rolls her eyes at him and says, What do you know, it's just like Taobao. Maybe I missed something before. A woman's desire to shop is something that most men will not understand. Lin Hao and the other men just looked at her with a baffled expression. Then they go down the stairs. The soldiers at the door don't affect their movements, but 2 of them follow them down. Not long after they walked out of the community, Xiao Yunlong sent Lin Feng and Long Qingying back. At the same time, when he left, he suddenly took the soldiers with him. When Lin Wenwen and the others went to the announcement office, the place where they receive applicants was already filled with people waiting. Although not many, there are still a few. In fact, there is a large electronic announcement screen in the hall, on which there are tasks displayed. But many people will also put up a table in the empty space next to it. Then they will put up an announcement to assign tasks or recruit people. Lin Wenwen and the others walked to the front of their table and saw a few men dressed in very simple clothes standing there somewhat cautiously. After seeing Lin Wenwen and the others come, they all looked at Lin Wenwen and the others timidly. Then you push me, I push you, but no one dares to come forward to ask questions. Ah, you are here to look for a job. Are there any skills and requirements? Lin Wenwen came forward with a smile and said to them. At this time, the one in front was pushed out by his companions. He looked back at the others in a panic. Then when he saw everyone nodding to him, he turned back to look at Lin Wenwen. "We want to ask, ordinary people can do it?" the man asked with some stuttering. Lin Wenwen and the others knew that they were ordinary people. If they were paranormals, they would not have this kind of shrinking posture, nor would they wear old clothes that have not been washed for a long time. He was standing here with a sour stench. Because of their existence, the surrounding paranormals intentionally or unintentionally stayed away from them. Chapter 3:17. However, Lin Wenwen did not show a disgusted expression. Instead, he smiled and said, "Do you have the strength? Can you carry bricks?" Hearing this question, the men immediately nodded. Lin Wenwen smiled and said, "As long as you have the strength. We're only recruiting people to build walls. We don't necessarily need people with special abilities. But there's one more thing, and that's whether or not you dare to follow us. Don't worry, at least I won't harm you." However, after hearing Lin Wenwen's words, the men hesitated for a while. "Excuse me, is there anything to eat? We don't ask for much. We just want to have a full meal every day." They had been hungry for many days and had nothing to eat. Because half a month ago, their original job at the farm in Zone C was squeezed out. After they got in through their connections, they lost their jobs. They were just ordinary people without special abilities. He didn't know any martial arts, so he wasn't agile enough. No corpse hunting squad would be willing to accept these ordinary people, so even if they left the base to mingle outside, they wouldn't be able to survive. It wouldn't be long before he would die under the bite of the zombies. Lin Wenwen raised his head and glanced at the others. At this time Enchanting said, "Oh, that's for sure. If you dare to come with us, not only will you be able to eat every day, but you will also be able to eat every day. Moreover, it will be the normal 3 meals. If you perform well, they will even give you some rice, flour, and noodles." The few men widened their eyes and looked at Enchanting in disbelief. She then looked at Lin Wenwen and asked, Really? Can you get rice and noodles?" Lin Wenwen nodded and said, "That's right. But we can't tell you the location now. You'll know when we get there. Let me ask you now, do you dare?" The men looked at each other. He was a little hesitant. At this time, some people who had been watching from the side interrupted, "You don't even let us know the location. 3 meals a day, with rice and noodles. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Even you don't believe it, do you?" "Ha ha ha. That's right. I've been observing this mission for a long time. The conditions you offer seem very attractive, but do you really have rice and noodles for these people who are going with you? Furthermore, you only said that you were going to carry bricks." He didn't say what kind of bricks he was carrying or where he was going to do it. It's just a way to fool these honest people who don't have food to eat. "That's right. Do you think there's rice in face? Would it be difficult to take it out for everyone to see? Only then will they believe your words, right? I just want to know, who are you people? Where did so much precious food come from? Apart from the high-ranking officials in the inner district, who else would have so much rice to give to others? You probably don't even have enough for yourself." I think it's true that they were carrying bricks, but whether or not there was food, whether or not it was rice, we still need to verify it. The surroundings were filled with doubtful voices. Most of the people were stirring up trouble here. When he spoke, he pretended to be loud. Hearing these people's words, the surrounding people all looked over. Their eyes were filled with the expression of watching a good show. Lin Wenwen and the others only glanced at those people indifferently. Enchanting's temper was a bit more jumpy, and he couldn't help but angrily say to those people who were making sarcastic remarks, what nonsense are you spouting? It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but don't talk like we're all liars, okay? Lin Hao coldly said, people like you, even if you wanted to come, we wouldn't want them. Those people just disdainfully smiled and said, "Oh, you speak as if it's true. Come, look, they're not even willing to invite us. What a joke, it's as if we want to go. Ha, it's true." He, mocking laughter came from the surroundings. The few people who were talking to Lin Wenwen earlier, at this moment, also somewhat retreated. We'd better find something else to look at. I'll listen to you. Only the man who was pushed out to talk to Lin Wenwen at the beginning was not affected by the surrounding people. He shook his head and said, "No, I believe it's true." "Hey, don't be silly. What if?" The people behind him saw that he actually wanted to follow, and anxiously pulled him. Just as he was about to say something, he glanced at Lin Wenwen and suddenly stopped. At this moment, Lin Wenwen just smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "Are you retarded? Or are you really stupid? What do you think this place is? Is it a street stall outside? Isn't this your appointments bureau? Haven't the rewards and components of every mission been verified? Or is it that your staff or person in charge here, knowing that we are liars, still let us in to swindle and swindle? Or do you think that the staff here are all trash? Don't know anything?" These words of hers successfully shut up the people around her who were making trouble. The originally complacent mocking also froze on her face. Yes, that's right. This was the mechanism structure of the entire base. In other words, the staff here were the subordinates of the leader's subordinates. Therefore, doubting the staff here was equivalent to doubting the leader's subordinates. Doubting his subordinates, wasn't that also doubting the leader? This pot was a bit big. Just now, those people just said a bunch of nonsense for a moment's pleasure. But they didn't expect that this beautiful young woman's mouth was even fiercer than her appearance. This is not what we said. This is what you said." Those who had been complacent just now immediately shrank back. On the other hand, some people who were standing quietly by the side to watch the show cursed a few idiots. Of course, they were cursing those who were making trouble blindly. "Get lost." Lin Hao glared at them coldly. He said, "I'll remember all of you. We won't recruit people like you in the future." At this time, Lin Wenwen said to the few ordinary people who wanted to go with them, "This is all up to you. We won't force you. If you are willing, you can sign the information here." As she spoke, she pointed to a stack of forms on the recruitment counter. Those men looked at each other again, and it was still the man who refused to back down who said, "I'll go first." As he spoke, he walked over, picked up a pen on the table, and began to write. The others were stunned when they saw that he didn't hesitate at all. Then, they slowly followed him and waited for him to finish writing before it was their turn. Can I ask you something? When can we set off?" After the man finished writing, he let the others fill in the form. At the same time, they couldn't help but ask Lin Wenwen. Lin Wenwen said, "It depends. We need to recruit enough people we want." The man asked, "When will that be? Are you going to recruit a lot of people?" Lin Wenwen said with a faint smile, "We originally planned to recruit 100 people first, but now the situation is like this. We don't know how long it will take to recruit 100 people. Including the 5 people here, there are a total of 40 or 50 people now. So we decided to wait until there are 100 people, and then leave first. We'll send the first batch of people first, and then come back to recruit more people." Chapter 318. At this time, the others behind the man suddenly asked, "Can we come back whenever we want?" Lin Wenwen nodded with a faint smile. Sure. Yes, but we need to ask for leave. The man looked at Lin Wenwen hesitantly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lin Wenwen asked him, "Do you have any other questions?" The man said with an embarrassed expression, "Can we leave earlier? Because we need food." Lin Wenwen was stunned, then turned to look at the others. Du Yuanqing said, "But we only have 50 people now, it's a bit too few. It's not easy to travel on the road, it'll take 5 or 6 hours to go back and forth. It's a waste of fuel." Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen, and the others all nodded. They couldn't give food to these people first, so they could only wait. At this time, Lin Wenwen said, "How about this, you can go back and see if anyone is willing to come with you. You can find someone to exchange for half a jean of flour, white flour. How about it?" As soon as she said this, the 5 men's expressions brightened. Their eyes lit up. "Really, really?" Lin Wenwen still smiled and nodded. Most of the paranormals were watching from the side, looking doubtful. After getting Lin Wenwen's affirmation, the men who filled out the form left excitedly. Obviously, they wanted to find someone. Lin Wenwen and the others stayed in the mission bureau for another 2 hours, except for the few ordinary people from before. Except for those ordinary people, no one else came. Some just passed by and looked at the information on their bulletin board, then left doubtfully. On the other side, not long after Lin Feng and Du Yuanqing left, someone came to Wu Qingyue's house. "Leader, Chen Yuding is looking for you." Xiao Liqing came in and reported to him. Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa reading some information. On the sofa next to him, Meng Yu was holding Wu Yueling and helping her comb her hair. Wu Yueling was holding the gray rabbit in her arms, feeding it a green vegetable leaf in her hand. But the gray furry ball didn't give her face and refused to eat. "Invite him in." In fact, the reason why he was so sure that Wu Yueling wasn't taken away by bad people was because he learned about Lin Feng's team from Chen Yuding and the woman with sunglasses who disappeared as soon as they entered the base. After a while, Chen Yuding walked in alone. Wu Qingyue looked up at him and asked in surprise, "Why are you alone?" As he spoke, he pointed at the single sofa next to him. Chen Yuding walked to the sofa he pointed at and sat down. Then, he said, "I ran into Piao Choutsang on the way here, and we fought. A few of my team members were poisoned by his fire poison, so I went to the hospital first." Wu Qingyue picked up an empty cup on the table to pour water for him. He frowned when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at him. "Pu Xuezang. How did you end up fighting him?" Chen Yuding pondered for a while and said, "They probably found out about our relationship a long time ago. They'll come looking for trouble over some trivial matters." Wu Qingyue nodded and pushed the cup to him. "Yes, I remember that there's a woman in your team who's very close to him. But this time, you let her die outside. He can indeed use this as an excuse." Chen Yuding nodded knowingly and said, "I've long expected this. However, that woman could have come safely, but she courted death herself. She can't blame others." As he spoke, he looked at Wu Yueling and asked, "Did that woman with sunglasses return Miss Lingling?" Wu Qingyue turned his head to look at Lingling and said with a smile, "Yes, she suddenly appeared at my house at noon. She returned Lingling to me." Chen Yuding said, "We didn't see her when we entered the base that day, so we thought she didn't come in. We didn't expect her to avoid the inspection at the gate and sneak in. But why didn't she come in with Lin Feng and the others?" He didn't know that Wu Yueling was taken away by that woman because she had awakened her special ability, but he also knew that the woman had something to do to take Wu Yueling away. 2 days ago, Wu Qingyue suddenly came to the base and asked him if he had seen a woman wearing a hat and sunglasses, with very short hair and a big chest come in with him. In the end, such a woman did come back with them, but she didn't enter the base. After hearing that he wanted to cooperate with that woman, he asked him to tell him the details about that woman. Later, he learned that their leader's little princess had been taken away again. But this time, it seemed that the other party didn't harm the little princess. Because after hearing his description of that strange woman, he seemed to be relieved. Wu Qingyue and Meng Yu looked at him curiously and asked, "Hey. Hearing what you said, that woman must have done something she shouldn't have, right?" Chen Yuding nodded and said, "The car we drove back to the base was borrowed by Miss Lu, the woman in sunglasses." As a result, Lu Ting became greedy in the middle of the night and asked a member of our team with psychedelic abilities to help her put us all to sleep. They wanted to secretly drive the car away, but they were killed by Miss Lu and her brother, Lu Chongfeng. Wu Qingyue said clearly, "The Miss Lu you are talking about, she is not a person to be trifled with. I also advise you not to provoke her, otherwise don't blame me for not being able to help you." Chen Yuding nodded repeatedly. Although he had only been with her for a day or two, her momentum was too strong. Moreover, her methods were decisive and neat. She was a dangerous person. Besides, he didn't know her strength. He asked Wu Qingyue curiously and said, "Leader, you seem to be very familiar with Miss Lu. How did you know each other? Why did she secretly take Lingling away and not inform you?" Wu Qingyue thought of the first time he met that female zombie. Because he was quick enough, he used a grenade to strike her. As a result, she got angry and ran far away with her daughter. He had to chase her for a long time. The second time they met, nothing happened, and she even returned Lingling to him intact. It just let him know one thing, that the zombies in this world, not all had lost their humanity and rationality. Thinking about the last time he saw her, she had changed too much, so he didn't recognize her. As a result, without using his ability, he couldn't even beat her with his hands, and he even bit her. Thinking about that position, thinking of this, Wu Qingyue couldn't help but cover his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He covered his forehead, waved his hand, and said to Chen Yuding, "Oh, no, she still left me a note. It was just that I was too anxious at the time, so I didn't think about it. Besides, I'm not very familiar with her, we just met a few times." Chen Yuding nodded his head. Then he said, "That's right, our hunting team is going to carry bricks with them this time. Leader, don't you think you should transfer some people to go with them? I observed them, and found that they really look like they have enough food. And the conditions they gave are not bad. Although I don't know where they got so much food." Wu Qingyue nodded his head, then picked up the 2 documents he was looking at and handed them to him. He said, "You should know that they are originally from Hades base, and their work in the mission office is real. But the food you mentioned, it's Miss Lu who is in charge. She has a way to get a lot of food. These are the people I'm going to lend them, and it's almost winter. They also need to store more food, or else they won't have much harvest when the weather gets cold. A lot of ordinary people in the civilian area will starve to death." Chen Yuding took the paper in his hand, looked at him with surprise, and said, "Where did she get a lot of food?" Wu Qingyue said with a smile, "She can go to the zombie city to collect food, and doesn't she have the space? Even I don't dare to go to the downtown area of Hangzhou, so it's not a problem for her to go there. And she should have been an elite soldier in the special forces, so she should have a lot of military knowledge. She should know where to find the place where the government stores food. And this time, their purpose in coming to our base is to recruit a lot of people to build a new base. Although I don't know where they want to build the base, it should be near us." Chen Yuding was surprised, and his eyes slightly widened. He asked, "Base? They want to build a base? Just a few people? No wonder they want us to be construction workers. It seems that they want to build a wall, right?" Wu Qingyue said, "Yes, I thought their leaders were Yuan Tianqing and Lin Feng. Looking at it now, it seems that this Miss Lu has more authority than these 2. Chen Yuding nodded in agreement, yes. But this Miss Lu is a strange person. I don't see her all day. Wu Qingyue pointed at the two papers in his hand and said, just in time. If you go, you can lead the team and take care of them. Chen Yuding looked at the list in his hand. The names, abilities, levels, genders, addresses, and other information of the 300 people were clearly listed. He looked at the number of ability users and asked in surprise, "You're sending so many ability users? Aren't you going to go out of the base to collect supplies?" Wu Qingyue nodded and said, "Well, I don't need so many people here. In fact, I just want to make things convenient for them. After all, Miss Lu did help me a lot this time." Then he turned his head and looked at Lingling. Chen Yuding looked at his movements and understood. He said, "Then I'll tell them about it in the afternoon." Wu Qingyue nodded. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go together. I'm going to the agency building in Area D." Then he walked over to Wu Yueling, then bent down to pick her up and said, "Lingling, let's go out for a walk." Mengyu held the gray rabbit that jumped out of Wu Yueling's arms. Wu Yueling hugged his neck and just looked at him. There was no reaction. Then they walked out of the house. Chapter 319. In the afternoon, Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying left Lin Hao and Du Yuanqing at the appointment bureau and went to the trading office. Each district had its own trading office. Of course, if one felt that it was not enough, they could go to other districts. The agency building was located in some commercial buildings, and the mission bureau was on one of the floors of the agency building. The security guards, other offices, and so on were all in the agency building. Of course, the trading hall was also in the agency building, and it was on the first, second, and third floors. Because there were too many people in the base, and they were densely packed. In order to make more space for people to live in, the factories and commercial streets were all occupied. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying went down to the trading area on the first floor and saw that many people had a lot of things that needed to be exchanged. From furniture to daily necessities. These were all practical things, and they sold well. There were also some jewelry, clothes, shoes, bedding, and so on. Many of these things were collected by the mutant teams outside the base, risking their lives to collect them. If they were not willing to hand over the things they collected back to the base. You can carry out the transaction here. Girls only looked at clothes, pants, shoes, and so on, as well as ornaments. Ornaments like jewelry were usually traded by fewer people. Therefore, Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying were watching from the clothing and shoes areas. There were both old and new items, and the prices were different depending on how old they were. Of course, the new ones were very expensive, and the older ones were, the cheaper they were. Lin Wenwen and the two women were followed by 2 or 3 men in camouflage military uniforms with guns in their hands. Therefore, although the two of them were beautiful, most people were very polite to them. But some people were not so sure. This pair of shoes is the right size for me. I want this pair. When they reached the second floor, Lin Wenwen stood in front of a stall and pointed at a pair of canvas shoes on the table. The stall owner was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He originally looked very lazy as he sat on a chair in front of the stall. However, when he saw the 2 young women standing in front of his stall, his gaze changed. Especially since Lin Wenwen was very good-looking and had a quiet temperament. He immediately stood up and looked at Lin Wenwen's young face with an infatuated look in his eyes. With a hint of evil in his eyes, he laughed and said, "Oh, beauty, you're so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend?" The moment the other party opened his mouth, he rudely asked if he had a boyfriend. Lin Wenwen's originally faint smile disappeared. She glanced at the man expressionlessly. The man's gaze made her very uncomfortable. Therefore, the idea of exchanging the shoes immediately disappeared. Ching, let's go to other places to take a look. She turned around and was about to leave with Long Qingying. Hey, don't go yet, let's chat a little longer. What does it matter? As soon as the man in the stall saw that Lin Wenwen and Su Xiaoxue were about to leave, he immediately appeared in front of them and stretched out his hand to block their path. Get out of my way. Long Qingying said coldly. The man looked at Long Qingying from head to toe, shook his head and said with a disgusted look, TSK, your body is not bad, but your face is too stinky. You're not even good looking, so why are you pretending to be so virtuous? No matter how virtuous you are, you still have to cry under a man's body. Lin Wenwen frowned slightly. Long Qingying raised her hand and pulled out half of the katana tied to her back. A cold intent pounced on the man. The man took 2 steps back in surprise, but he didn't look panicked. Instead, he said with surprise, Io, don't pull out your katana so easily, okay? You're not allowed to kill people in the base, you have to know this. Seeing that he took 2 steps back, Lin Wenwen immediately raised her foot and prepared to walk around him. Hey, beauty. Don't go. You have to know that I've already taken a fancy to you. You have to tell me if you have a man now. If you do, then hurry up and dump him. The man immediately strode over and continued to block Lin Wenwen. At this moment, Wei Jingchen, who had been following behind Lin Wenwen, saw this and immediately went up to block the man. Sorry, please move aside. Wei Jingchen was tall and burly, giving ordinary people a sense of oppression. However, the man didn't care. He slightly raised his chin and said disdainfully, What? Ordinary people. Do you think you're amazing just because you're tall? Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you have a gun? As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand to push Wei Jingchen. Wei Jingchen's body swayed and he dodged the man's outstretched hand. Then, in the instant he dodged, he nimbly raised his gun and aimed it at the man, quickly loading it. Lin Wenwen didn't want to cause trouble. She took a step back and turned to walk back. At worst, she could just circle around him from another direction. The man saw that Lin Wenwen was about to turn and leave because of Wei Jingchen's interference. A sharp glint flashed through his eyes. He suddenly reached out, his movement several times faster than Wei Jingchen's. He grabbed Wei Jingchen's gun and forcefully twisted it before Wei Jingchen could react. Then, he twisted the gun out of Wei Jingchen's hands and it fell to the ground with a clatter. Then, Wei Jingchen's gun left his hand and he panicked a little. The man's body flashed, and he spun and kicked Wei Jingchen in the stomach. Bam! The 1.9-meter-tall man flew 3 to 4 meters away and crashed into a pillar at the side. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react. Wei Jingchen was easily sent flying by Lu Xing's kick. The people around them didn't say anything. They just quietly watched from afar. Long Qingying immediately pulled out her knife. So, after the man kicked Wei Jingchen away, he stood still and turned around. Then, a sharp knife was pointed at his throat. He didn't move, but his expression was relaxed. He smiled. Io, do you dare to cut my neck? Do you know who I am? If you dare hurt a hair on my head, I'm telling you, you won't live for more than a few days. Long Qingying narrowed her eyes and was about to move. Suddenly, her hand was quickly grabbed by a hand next to her, preventing her from stabbing the man who looked like a scumbag at first glance. Lin Wenwen grabbed her. Qing, don't be rash. The man smiled at Lin Wenwen. I won't ask you if you have a man. How about this, you sleep with me tonight, and I'll give you this pair of shoes for free. I'll even give you a set of clothes. You can pick any set here. Lin Wenwen didn't say anything. She directly pulled Long Qingying toward Wei Jingchen. This time, the man didn't continue to hold her back. He just stared at Lin Wenwen's back with an aggressive expression. Chapter 320. How are you? Are you hurt? Lin Wenwen helped Wei Jingchen up. Long Qingying stood by her side and stared at the man. Xinglu and the soldier who had followed them also stood in front of her. Cough, I'm fine. Wei Jingchen stood up, clutching his chest. He coughed and shook his head. Lin Wenwen turned to the soldier who had followed them. Do you know this man? Who is he? This man was very arrogant. Even ordinary ability users wouldn't be so condescending. The soldier turned back to her. He's the younger brother of leader Yang. His name is Yang Hui. The others immediately looked at him, and a hint of understanding flashed in their eyes. No wonder he dared to tease a woman in public. He had such a powerful backer. Lin Wenwen said, "Let's go. Don't cause trouble." If the other party was an ordinary person, she could have let Long Qingying fight him. But the other party was the younger brother of the leader of this base. If they fought, it would only bring more trouble later on. After all, they couldn't afford to offend the leader of this base. Just as they were about to leave, a little boy, about 7 or 8 years old, suddenly jumped out of nowhere. He quickly ran to Lin Wenwen's side. Because he ran very fast, he just happened to run past Wei Jingchen. Wei Jingchen's chest was still throbbing from the kick just now. Thus, he didn't notice the little boy's approach. Also, because the little boy was relatively short, no one could react. The little boy ran to Lin Wenwen's side and squeezed his way through. Then he reached out to grab Lin Wenwen's skirt and forcefully lifted it up. But when he was halfway through, a hand suddenly appeared out of thin air. A hand clamped down on his wrist. Ah! Lin Wenwen, who realized that her skirt was being pulled, was also shocked and cried out involuntarily. Ah! Let go of me. Let go. But just as Lin Wenwen finished shouting, a child's voice rang out. Only then did everyone see that a child had suddenly run out to play a prank on Lin Wenwen. But halfway through, a woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his hand. Then she stopped his prank. Lin Wenwen pressed down on her long skirt and took a few steps away from the little boy. She was already irritated by the man, and now she glared at the little boy with shame and anger. Where did this kid come from? Whose house is it? Just as she finished shouting, she saw that the crowd that had gradually gathered to watch the show had opened up a path. A woman in her 30s walked out with an arrogant look on her face, pulling a delicate little girl along with her. The woman raised her free hand and pointed at Lin Qiao, who was holding the little boy. She shouted, "Who are you? Release my Debao." As soon as she spoke, she told everyone. The boy was her child. However, she wasn't apologizing to Lin Wenwen. Instead, she was scolding Lin Qiao, who was holding on to her son. Apologize first. Before Lin Qiao could speak, Long Qingying spoke up coldly. Whether it was the child or the adult, neither of them felt that they had done anything wrong. This made Lin Wenwen and the others even angrier. What are you apologizing for? Is my Debao playing with you? That's because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so ungrateful. The woman just smiled indifferently. You! Lin Wenwen glared angrily, speechless from the woman's words. If Lin Qiao hadn't suddenly appeared to stop the little boy, by the time she reacted, her skirt would have been flipped up. There were so many people here, and they would all be able to see her underwear. If that was really the case, how could she face others? And now, the other person was even indulging the naughty child's prank without a trace of shame. Instead, she felt that it was only natural. Lin Qiao held on to the little boy, but she knew what he was thinking. She frowned and said to Lin Wenwen. This child was ordered by the adult. Lin Wenwen was stunned when he heard her words. Lin Qiao looked at the woman who was still pointing at her and said, "It was that woman who told him to do this." What? Lin Wenwen's eyes widened. He looked at her in disbelief, and then at the woman. "Let me go. It hurts." Wu Wu, the naughty child, who had been twisting his wrist, suddenly cried and angrily shouted at Lin Qiao. Then, he turned to the woman and shouted, "Mom, my hand is going to be broken by her. It hurts. You transvestite, let go of my son, do you hear me?" The woman saw that her son looked like he was in pain and became anxious. Lin Qiao nodded and said, "Okay." Then, she suddenly lifted her hand and threw him with force. The naughty child was thrown out of the window more than 10 meters away. Debao. She didn't think that Lin Qiao would dare to throw the child out of the window. The woman was scared out of her wits. She let go of the little girl and rushed toward the window. This was the second floor. If a child was thrown by Lin Qiao like that, he would either be dead or crippled. Everyone was so shocked by her actions that they couldn't react at all. Moreover, the window was very far from here. How did this woman with sunglasses do it? The moment the naughty child was thrown out, Lin Qiao also moved. She instantly flashed to the window and reached out her hand. At the same time, she grabbed the naughty child's collar. Then, the naughty child was lifted out of the window by her hand. "Ah, wah 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 wah, Mom. Uncle. Hurry and save me." The naughty child immediately cried out in fear. He hung outside the window and didn't dare to move. "Debao!" The woman screamed and ran over. At the same time, the man who teased Lin Wenwen just now also rushed over. "Don't move. If you come any closer, I'll let go." Lin Qiao suddenly reached out her hand to stop them when they were almost in front of her. "You! Hurry and give Debao back to me. Give my Debao back to me." The woman and the man called Yang Hui immediately stopped. The woman looked at her son who was being held outside the window by Lin Qiao with a face full of fear. Yang Hui looked at Lin Qiao with a face full of anger. "How dare you? Do you know who this child is? If anything happens to him, the few of you here won't be enough to pay for it." Yang Hui didn't think that Lin Qiao would be so arrogant and dare to cause more trouble than him. He and this woman both relied on the fact that they had the support of the leader. No one in the base dared to touch them. The way they did things had always been so condescending and tyrannical. However, the moment Lin Qiao came, he actually dared to make a move on the leader's nephew. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, there was the sound of running. Everyone turned around. Immediately, they saw 10 to 20 soldiers in the base's military uniform rush over. They surrounded Lin Wenwen and Lin Qiao and pointed their guns at them. Chapter 321. Seeing that these soldiers dared to point their guns at her, Long Qingying was angry to begin with, and she immediately exploded. She raised her hand, and the guns in the hands of these soldiers suddenly became distorted. Then, they flew out of their hands and gathered above Long Qingying and the others. Then, they began to break down into finger-thick icicles that pointed at the soldiers. But she still didn't shoot them. Lin Qiao used a hoarse voice and said to the woman, "What? Encouraging a child not to be harassed by strangers? Is this how your family teaches children?" Then, she suddenly turned to look at Yang Hui and changed her expression into one of understanding. "Oh, that's right. All the adults in your family are like this. They don't expect to teach children well, because the kind of family has the kind of upbringing. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice give birth to children that can dig holes. I'm not sure if you've heard of this before. Ah, Mom, the naughty child outside was still calling his mom in fear, but Lin Xiao had no intention of letting him in. I'm telling you. If you dare to hurt my son, I won't let any of you go. Quickly let my son in. The woman roared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at her, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He sneered at her, You mean, you want me to let go now? Sure, I welcome your leader to come and settle the score with us. Then, she shook her hand. This shake immediately scared the naughty child outside. The crotch of his pants was immediately wet, and a pale yellow liquid was dripping down. No. Stop. At the same time, the woman's expression changed. Lin Xiao pointed at Lin Wenwen, and said to the two who looked like brother and sister, Apologize to her. Otherwise, don't even think about getting your son back. Yang Hui and his sister looked at each other, and then turned to Lin Wenwen unwillingly. He gritted his teeth and said, Sorry. What did you say? It's too far, I can't hear you. Lin Wenwen had already suppressed his emotions at this time and put away the expression on his face. He said calmly. Lin Xiao immediately shouted, louder. Didn't you eat? Then, the two of them glared angrily, and the veins on their foreheads almost popped out. The two of them clenched their fists and took a few deep breaths before saying loudly to Lin Wenwen, Sorry. Only then did Lin Xiao bring in the little boy who had already wet his pants and put him on the ground. Debao. Seeing that Lin Xiao was finally willing to bring her son in, the woman immediately rushed over and squatted down to hug her son tightly. Wah. Mommy woo-woo. At that moment, Lin Xiao looked at their hateful gazes and said lightly, Don't blame me for not reminding you. If anything happens to one of us, I'll come after you. Let's see how you're going to keep your two kids safe. Don't think that your young Xiao is anything. With that, her figure flickered and she disappeared on the spot. Like a ghost, he came and went without a trace. When the surrounding people saw Lin Xiao's actions, they were somewhat fearful. However, it was not only Yang Hui and his sister. Not only did Lin Xiao appear without anyone noticing, but now she had disappeared right in front of everyone. Even though there were many nature-type superhumans present, they could not sense where she had disappeared to. And from her last words, it seemed like she was not afraid of Yang Xiao at all. At that moment, the woman suddenly raised her head and pointed at Lin Wenwen and the others and said to Yang Hui, Second brother, capture them. I want them to know the consequences of touching my son. She saw that her son in her arms was trembling in fear, and there was also the smell of urine on him. A wave of hatred in her heart immediately broke through her rationality, and now all she wanted was revenge. But seeing that Lin Xiao had disappeared, she immediately wanted to make a move on Lin Wenwen and the others. Are you done? Suddenly, a faint voice came from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned around to look and immediately made a path for them. Then, they saw Wu Qingyue carrying Wu Yueling and walking out with a faint smile. Yang Yan, Yang Hui, these are my guests. If you want to cause trouble, you have to look at who you're dealing with. Wu Qingyue smiled and walked to Lin Wenwen and the others. He said to Lin Wenwen, Miss Lin, you guys can leave first. I'll deal with these people. But you guys still have to be careful in the future. After all, there might be people behind you. Lin Wenwen nodded to him. Thank you. After saying that, she glanced coldly at Yang Yan and Yang Hui, then turned around and left with the others. Long Qingying waved her hand, and the metal cones on top of her head immediately shot to the ground a few centimeters in front of the feet of the soldiers who had their guns taken away by her. At that moment, the soldier who had followed them walked to Wu Qingyue's side, whispered a few words in his ear, and then left as well. Wu Qingyue. It's useless even if you want to protect them. I'll let them know what it means to mess with people they shouldn't mess with. Yang Yan did not buy Wu Qingyue's words and shouted at him angrily. But seeing that Lin Wenwen and the others had left, she did not chase after them. After shouting at Wu Qingyue, she immediately carried her son and walked to her daughter who was standing there in a daze. Yun, let's go back. Yang Hui followed behind her and pulled Yang Yan's daughter to leave with her. They didn't even bother to collect the items they had placed on the stall. No one dared to touch them anyway. Wu Qingyue looked at the direction where the two groups of people left and sighed helplessly. Actually, he was just passing by the side of the corridor, but he heard a scream here, so he noticed it. So he saw a group of people gathered here, so he thought that something must have happened. But when he came over to take a look, whoa. He saw that the female zombie actually carried Yang Chao's nephew out of the window, and looked like she was going to throw him out. Also, Yang Yan and Yang Hui both had a terrified expression on their faces. Thinking about the way these two usually did things in the past. They must have messed with them first, and that's why they were scared like this. After watching for a while, he heard the female zombie tell Yang Yan and Yang Hui to apologize to Lin Wenwen, who was standing on the side, which confirmed his thoughts. Now that he thought about what the female zombie did, it felt like an eye for an eye. Didn't you encourage children to play malicious pranks on others? Then she also played a prank. She didn't think about the consequences, whether or not Yang Chao would take revenge on Lin Wenwen and the others behind their backs. Thinking about it, Wu Qingyue said to Meng Yu, send a few people to secretly protect these people. If there's any situation, immediately report to me. Meng Yu nodded, then turned around and left. And Wu Qingyue also carried Wu Yueling, and left with a few of his subordinates. Chapter 322. I told you to wear fewer skirts, but you didn't believe me. Look, we're in trouble now. Long Qingying looked at the angry Lin Wenwen and said. How would I know? I thought we wouldn't have to run around in the base like outside. I didn't expect to meet such a disgusting family and that naughty kid. Humph. Lin Wenwen said unwillingly. Suddenly, she thought of something and stopped to look around. Miss Liu, are you there? I know you're here. Thank you so much for just now. Lin Qiao appeared from the side and said to her, be careful in places with many people in the future. You're a girl and you're pretty. This isn't the Pluto King of Hell's base anymore. The people here won't be afraid of you. And what Wu Qingyue said was right. From now on, all of you have to be careful of that Yang. He'll definitely find a way to take revenge on us. Lin Wenwen nodded, I understand. At this moment, Long Qingying suddenly asked, by the way, where have you been these days? Didn't you go after Deputy Leader Yu on that day? But he said that it was Lily who went that day, not you. Lin Qiao turned around and said, I was dealing with some things in the space today, so I came out. I didn't expect to see you in trouble when I came out. You're girls, don't run around all the time, okay? As she spoke to Lin Wenwen, she couldn't help but use the tone that she used to educate her. Oh. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying both nodded. Then, they followed her up. When they arrived at the mission hall, they saw Chen Yuding standing in their position. He was discussing something with Lin Hao and Du Yuanqing. Ha! Why are you here? Did you find someone to help? Lin Wenwen walked over and asked curiously. The people who were talking turned around and saw them coming up. Especially when they saw Lin Qiao who hadn't appeared for a few days, they were stunned. Chen Yuding quickly reacted, then nodded and said with a smile, oh, you're right. I did bring some people for you. Lin Wenwen's eyes lit up and asked, how many? Chen Yuding raised 3 fingers at her. 30. Lin Wenwen asked. It's 300. Lin Hao said at the side. Really? That was great. But... Captain Chen, where did you get so many people? Lin Wenwen was elated to hear this. Then, he asked doubtfully. Chen Yuding said, I didn't find them. Leader Wu sent them to you. Lin Wenwen and Lin Qiao were stunned. Leader Wu. Will he send 300 men? Chen Yuding nodded. That's great, then we can go to work soon, right? Lin Wenwen said with a little excitement, looking at them with a pair of beautiful bright eyes. Lin Hao and the others nodded in agreement. Du Yuanqing continued, oh, but we'll have to wait for the 5 people who came for the interview today. Or send someone to their residence to inform them. They live in the same place anyway. Lin Wenwen nodded and said, let's go back tonight and ask Big Brother and Brother Tianqing to set the departure time, and then send someone to inform them. The others nodded. In a room on the other side of the mission office, Pu Zhitsang stood by the window, his eyes fixed on Long Qingying's figure. Who are those people over there? He asked the person behind him. The person sitting on the sofa drinking tea was Yang Hui, who had just been in the trading room. He stood up and walked to Pu Zhitsang's side. Following his gaze, he looked in that direction. Oh, they seem to be the people from the destroyed Netherworld King's base. They were just messing around with my sister in the trading room and made us lose face. Which one do you like? The one with the katana. I'm telling you, I like the one in the skirt. Don't fight with me, Yang Hui said. Pu Zhitsang licked his dry lips, his eyes full of lust and desire. He said, no, I like the one with the katana. Look at that back, how straight is it? Her temperament is so cold, I wonder if it will be different when she's being fucked by a man. TSK, I'm a little excited just thinking about it. Yang Hui said with some fear. Wu Qingyue said that those people from Netherworld King's base are under his protection. So if you want to make a move, you better not let him find anything. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Pu Zhitsang said disdainfully, so what if he's protecting them? Isn't that Chen Yuding also under his protection? I've already fucked Chen Yuding's wife today. But she's just an ordinary woman, nothing fun. If it weren't for her big breasts, she wouldn't have lasted long. Yang Hui looked at him in surprise and said, you made a move on Chen Yuding's woman. Where is she now? Pu Zhitsang said, she's still in Area F. I gave her to my brothers to play with. Yang Hui's expression became slightly serious and said, you better not be found out, or my boss won't be able to protect you. You have to know the consequences of making a move on a woman in the base. Pu Zhitsang said carelessly, no, they won't be able to find her. When they returned at night, Lin Wenwen gave Lin Feng the list of people they recruited today and the list brought by Chen Yuding. Lin Feng took the list and nodded knowingly. Yes, when we went over at noon today. Leader Wu also told us that he would send some people over to give them to us. Each person will be given food according to their level of work. Yuan Tianqing sat on the side and said, now there are about 350 people. We still need a few big trucks to bring them over. Then he suddenly looked at Lin Qiao, who was playing rock-paper-scissors with Xiao Lu, and said, for Miss Lu's sake, Leader Wu also helped us solve the problem of the trucks. Lin Qiao looked back at him and said in a hoarse voice, well, he really knows how to return a favor. Lin Feng looked at her and asked curiously, by the way, when Xiao Lu awakened last time. How come it only took you one night to wake up little Lu? This time, it took you 3 days to wake up Leader Wu's daughter. Is it because she's too young? Lin Qiao said, no, it's because it's been many days since his daughter awakened. Yuan Tianqing used my lake water to suppress the progress of her awakening, but the accumulated energy was too dense. So we were afraid that his daughter's body couldn't bear it, so we could only spend more time to transfer the energy. Yuan Tianqing then said, then when do we leave? Take the first batch of people there. Lin Feng looked at him and then at Lin Qiao. What do you think? You chose the location, so you can arrange the time. Yuan Tianqing nodded in agreement. Lin Qiao continued to play rock-paper-scissors with Lin Xiaolu and said directly, tomorrow afternoon. We leave at 2:00. Yuan Tianqing nodded and said, okay. We can send someone to inform the previous candidates in the morning. And inform Qin Yuding. Chapter 323. Hearing Yuan Tianqing say that he would send someone to inform Qin Yuding and the others tomorrow morning, Lin Qiao said, for the first batch, I will bring Lily and Meng Meng to suppress the zombies. Then I'll have them stay there, and I'll follow you back to bring more people. The next day, everyone went out early in the morning. Mrs. Lin, Lin Xiaolu, Qing Wangxue, and Lin Feng's family, except for Lin Wenwen who stayed in the base, went with the first group. Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying continued to follow Yuan Tianqing to recruit people in the base. They would go there after the second batch had enough people. When they arrived at the agency building, Lin Feng had Li Zhang and the rest split up to inform the others. Early in the morning, Lin Qiao had been staring at Lin Yu until Lin Yu's hair stood on end. Only then did he secretly ask Lin Hao next to him. Why do I always feel that Miss Lu's eyes behind her sunglasses are staring at me? Lin Hao glanced at Lin Qiao and saw that Lin Qiao was also looking in Lin Yu's direction. Then he turned back and said to Lin Yu, did you do something to her? Lin Yu shook his head and said, I didn't do anything. And today is the first time I've seen her. I've only heard about her from you guys before. As he spoke, he suddenly saw Lin Qiao walking towards him. He was so frightened that he immediately fell silent. Then, he and Lin Hao looked at Lin Qiao walking in front of them with blank and puzzled expressions. Lin Qiao walked in front of Lin Yu. This was the first time she had seen this person today. Seeing that he was with Li Zhang and the others, he guessed that they should be together. With one hand on her waist and the other on her chin, she sized Lin Yu up. He suddenly leaned over and sniffed. However, when she got closer, Lin Yu was so scared that he didn't dare to move. Lin Hao looked at Lin Qiao's actions curiously and could not help but ask, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with him? Lin Qiao retracted his nose. He looked at Lin Yu and said, I recognize you, but I remember, 2 months ago, weren't you about to die? How did he come back to life? Moreover, he didn't turn into a zombie, but a psychic. She walked over and smelled his scent. Suddenly, she remembered where she had seen this man before. Wasn't this the dying man he had saved in a warehouse when he had just woken up from being a zombie and had not yet rescued Xiao Budian? She remembered that she had accidentally bitten him. At that time, this guy was almost out of breath, wasn't he? Now, he was standing in front of him, alive and well. What was going on? He did not feed him with the lake water, nor did he bring him into the lake. Logically speaking, the virus should have spread and turned him into a zombie. What was happening now? Fuck, what brought him back from the dead? Could it be that he happened to awaken his ability at the same time? Or something like that. Therefore, Lin Qiao scratched his chin and thought about it. Then, he became dumbfounded again and stared at Lin Yu in a daze. His fingers were gently scratching at his chin. Lin Yu was scared silly by her words. How did this woman know that he was about to die? And he even knew that he would become a zombie. Li Zhang had given them a strict order not to tell anyone about it. Therefore, other than Li Zhang and the other 4, even Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, and the others did not know about this. Therefore, the two of them looked at each other in a daze. Lin Hao and the others were stunned when they heard Lin Qiao's words. Lin Hao did not know the truth, so he was confused. But from Lin Xiao's words, he could guess some things. Ha! Why did Lin Yu become a zombie? Have you seen him before? Oh yeah, you also went south from City B 2 months ago. At that time, they happened to be coming here. It seems that you met on the way. He looked at Lin Xiao and asked, then turned to ask Lin Yu, did you get bitten? Lin Xiao continued to stare at Lin Yu and said, yes, I was on the way to the south. Lin Yu was surprised and confused. He did not know how to answer Lin Hao's question. Lin Xiao asked curiously, oh right, do you remember that you were bitten by me at that time? My teeth are infected with a virus. Then, she pointed at Lin Yu's chest. When Lin Yu heard this, he suddenly woke up. His expression changed slightly, and then he looked at Lin Xiao with shock, surprise, and confusion. Lin Xiao was too close to him, and his emotions were exposed too much. Lin Yu immediately sensed what he was thinking. Because Lin Yu's mind was thinking about the scene when he woke up in the warehouse, and his confused feelings about his situation. Lin Xiao nodded and said, oh, so it was like this. You woke up that night and found yourself alive again. You even hurt yourself to see if the blood was red. Lin Yu said at this time, I never knew where this tooth mark came from. But if there is a reason why I was alive again, I always think it has something to do with this tooth mark. Now that I know it was you, I am relieved. Lin Xiao was stunned, then said with a strange face, what? My teeth can have this effect. As long as a living person is bitten by a zombie and is still breathing, can I get rid of the virus if I bite him again? Your assumption is baseless. Lin Yu said, but I didn't know anything at that time. I didn't even know what happened to me. Apart from this tooth mark, nothing changed on my body. If you didn't save me, who else could it be? Lin Xiao scratched his chin and thought for a moment, then said, do you remember what time you woke up? Lin Yu answered without hesitation, it was 1 or 2 in the middle of the night. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, oh, I also left at 1 or 2 in the morning. I remember I brought you into the space, but I didn't do anything to you. Except that I accidentally fell on you, and then my teeth pricked you. Then he compared his own situation with Lin Yu's, and it seemed that it was really his teeth that played a role. No way. After the conversation between the two, the people next to them looked at the two of them in a daze. You. Miss Liu, don't you have any pathogens in your teeth? Or, it only has a negative effect on people who have been infected with the virus? After listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Hao frowned and looked at Lin Xiao with a thoughtful look. He was originally a medical student, so he was more sensitive in this aspect. Lin Xiao looked at him, it can't be. Lin Hao looked at her with a face full of exploration and then said, how about, you try it. Find an infected animal, but it hasn't mutated or died, bite it, and then see the situation. Lin Xiao looked at him strangely. I will eat it directly. Lin Hao. Chapter 324. On the other side, in Wu Qingyue's house early in the morning, Wu Qingyue, Meng Yu, Xiao Yunlong, Chen Yuding and others were all in the living room. Chen Yuding's expression was haggard and anxious as he paced back and forth on the empty space in front of the tea table. His eyes were bloodshot. The expressions of the others were also extremely solemn. Wu Qingyue looked at him and asked, are you so sure that it was Pu Zhizong who took your lover? Do you have any evidence? Chen Yuding shook his head and said with an angry expression, he purposely came to look for trouble with me yesterday morning. And when he left, he said that he would definitely look for him himself. If it wasn't him, I thought, there was no one else. Everyone in the base knew that he was a pervert who liked to abuse women. Furthermore, none of the women he had played with had survived to the end. Now that my Xiao Zhen is missing, he must have done it in secret. Xiao Yunlong looked at Wu Qingyue and agreed, maybe it really is him. Wu Qingyue nodded, then frowned and said, but we don't have any evidence. After all, he is also a deputy leader of the base. The most important thing now is to find him. Then he asked Chen Yuding, do you have any clues? Do you know where she went missing? Chen Yuding said, my team members, who were in charge of protecting little Zhen, said that they were knocked out on the way in a deserted place, and there were a lot of people on the other side. When he woke up, little Zhen had already disappeared. I sent people to search the area, but they didn't find anything. Wu Qingyue thought about it and looked at Meng Yu, saying, well, I'll let Meng Yu follow you to that place again. Maybe she'll find something. Meng Yu nodded. Chen Yuding knew that Meng Yu was Logia, so he nodded and said, all right. I can only trouble Miss Meng. Meng Yu smiled and said, you're welcome. At this time, Xiao Liqing came in and said, leader, the people from the Netherworld King's base are here. Everyone in the room turned to look at Xiao Liqing. Wu Qingyue said, he must be here to inform them of the departure time. Show him in. Yes. Good morning, everyone. It was Li Zheng who came in. He had come to inform Wu Qingyue to borrow a car. When he walked in and saw Chen Yuding in the room, he was slightly surprised. Captain Chen. Why are you here at Chief Wu's place so early? He had even sent Lei Yao to Chen Yuding's house to inform him. The others went to find those who came to apply on their own. Xiao Yunlong immediately stood up and said, oh, you are here to borrow a car. The caravan is ready for you. Where do you want to meet? What time are we leaving? Li Xing cast a puzzled look at Chen Yuding, and when he heard Xiao Yunlong's question, he turned his head to look at him and said, oh, we will leave at 2:00 this afternoon. Gather at the plaza in front of the agency building in Area D. Xiao Yunlong nodded and then said, well, then I will inform the driver to drive the car there before 2:00. Also, the 300 people on our side will directly follow the vehicles. Li Xing smiled and nodded. Yes. Thank you Leader Wu for lending us your truck and manpower. Wu Qingyue shook his head politely and said, you're welcome. We are all partners, and we still need to exchange for your food. With your job, many people won't have to worry about starving to death this winter. Li Xing nodded, then suddenly looked at Chen Yuding and said, oh yes, Captain Chen, there should be no problem with the people on your side, right? Will they all arrive at noon? I feel that you don't seem to be in a very good state right now. Did something happen? Chen Yuding said with a distressed expression, I may not be able to go with you for the time being. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Xiao Yunlong and said, Yunlong, why don't you lead the team first? I will help deal with Chen Yuding's matter. Xiao Yunlong nodded, then walked over to Chen Yuding and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I will find your wife. With that, he walked out of the door. Li Zheng looked doubtfully at Chen Yuding, but it was not appropriate for him to ask about other people's business. He had to leave first, then I'll go first. You guys go ahead. Then, he turned around and took 2 steps before he suddenly stopped and turned back. He looked at Chen Yuding and said, if you need any help, you can tell us. Chen Yuding reluctantly nodded to him, yes. Thank you. After Li Zheng left, Wu Qingyue looked at his back. Suddenly he thought of the female zombie. Wasn't she a zombie? She must be very sensitive to the smell of people. If he asked her for help, maybe it would be faster to find Chen Yuding's lover. Thinking of this, he suddenly said to Li Zheng who was about to go outside, please wait a minute. Li Zheng and Xiao Yunlong stopped together, looking back at him with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Li Zheng said. Wu Qingyue asked, where is your Miss Lu? I don't know if you can ask her to come over. Li Zheng looked at him with a puzzled expression. You are looking for Miss Lu. I have to go back and ask her. Wu Qingyue said, then please go back and tell her that I have a favor to ask her. I don't know what price she needs to pay. Li Zheng nodded and said, okay. I will go back and bring your words to her. After Li Zheng left, Wu Qingyue looked at Qin Yuting and said, I have a way, if that Miss Lu is willing to help. She should be able to find where your Xiao Zhen is hidden very soon. Qin Yuting's eyes lit up and asked eagerly, really? Wu Qingyue smiled confidently and said, she is not an ordinary person. In terms of finding people, she is probably better than Meng Yu. Then he turned his head and looked at Meng Yu. Meng Yu looked at him with a strange expression and said, you want to use her as a military dog. She also knew that Miss Lu was the female zombie that he flashed past. Of course, she knew how sensitive zombies were to the smell of people, even more sensitive than dogs. Especially such a high-level zombie. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face became unpredictable and said, hey, don't say this in front of her. You will be out of luck, I'm telling you. Meng Yu rolled her eyes at him. Qin Yuting didn't know Lin Qiao's identity, so he didn't seem to understand what they were talking about. At this time, a gray rabbit jumped down from the stairs, and then he saw Wu Yueling holding the handrail and walking down step by step. Wu Qingyue immediately turned around and walked over. Lingling, you're up. Wu Yueling saw him walking over and stood in the same place, waiting for him to pick her up. Wu Qingyue came over and held her in his arms, touching her soft hair that was messy because she just got up. Are you hungry? Let's go wash our faces and brush our teeth first, okay? Wu Yueling looked at the two people in the living room and looked back at the gray rabbit that had already jumped down. Then she nodded. Chapter 325. On the other side, Li Zheng and Xiao Yunlong separated. In addition to informing the 300 people given by Wu Qingyue, Xiao Yunlong also went to inform Qin Yuting's deputy captain. He asked someone to bring the team members to the square. It didn't take long for Li Zheng to return to the square and saw that Lei Yao was the first to come back. Lei Yao saw him and said, Qin Yuting is not at home. I heard from his neighbors that he didn't come back last night. It seems that his wife is missing. Li Zheng listened and thought of Qin Yuting's expression when he saw him at Wu Qingyue's house. He nodded and said, that's right. I saw him at Leader Wu's place. He was really in a bad mood. Lei Yao said, is he still going with us? Li Zheng shook his head and then walked to Lin Qiao and Lin Feng. Wu Qingyue's team will bring his 300 people here before 2:00. Also, he asked you to go to his house first. He seems to want to ask you for help. He said that you can set the conditions. Lin Qiao looked at him doubtfully and said, from what you two just said, Qin Yuting couldn't find anyone last night and then went to Wu Qingyue to ask for help this morning. But why did Wu Qingyue ask me to help? Li Zheng also shook his head and said, I don't know. He just said that he wants to see what conditions you need. Lin Qiao thought for a moment. Did that man know her identity as a zombie? He wanted her to help him find someone. But she didn't seem to take off her glasses in front of him. How did he know? Thinking of this, she denied the idea. If he really knew her identity, wouldn't he drive her out of the base? Wasn't he afraid that she would go crazy in the base? And why did he ask her to go there? To find someone. Did he think she was a police dog? She rolled her eyes and looked at the time. It was only 9:00, not 10:00. There were still 4 hours before the departure time, so she could go and see the situation. If that was the case, he only needed to give her 100 people. Then she would help. Okay, I'll go. Lin Qiao said to Li Zheng. Then she said to Lin Feng and went in the direction of Wu Qingyue's house. In Zone F, Shen Yuzhen, the woman who was captured and locked up in a room by Pu Shuokang's men, was Chen Yuding's wife. But at this time, she was no longer the same as she was yesterday. At this time, she was lying on the bed like a broken doll. The clothes on his body had been torn to shreds and only pieces of cloth were left hanging on his body. His originally fair body was covered in bruises and his lower body was a mess of blood stains. Her face was also sad, and her eyes were half closed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Since Pu Ziakang had humiliated her yesterday, the other men had come in one after another. She didn't even know how many people had come in and gone out. How many times had she been fucked since yesterday afternoon? And he didn't stop for the whole night. In the dark night, there was nothing scarier than a man who couldn't see clearly on top of her. In the morning, her consciousness was already fuzzy. His breathing also weakened. Several men outside the door said with some regret at this time, "We're too cruel. This woman probably won't live for more than a few hours. It's all your fault. I told you to restrain yourselves. You still need to use it in the future, but you all act as if you have never touched a woman in your life. Tell me, how many times have you been in there? 3 times, 4 times, 2 times, 2 times, you see. Don't you think that this woman is an ordinary person? Can her delicate body allow you to play with her like this? Well, she's dead. Now think about how to deal with the body. Can't we just throw it out of the base secretly? How? There are people guarding the walls. If we go up, we will definitely be discovered." The men discussed how to deal with Shen Yuzhen inside, even though she was not completely dead yet. Although she was not completely dead, they already regarded her as a dead person. Wait, I have an idea. Doesn't the research institute need zombies? We can turn this woman into a zombie and then send it over. Suddenly, a man's mind flashed, and then his eyes lit up. The others looked at him in confusion and asked inexplicably, "Turn her into a zombie? How? Where do we go to find the zombie virus first?" The man who came up with the idea smiled slyly and said, "Don't worry about this, I can get the virus now. You just ruin her face and don't let people recognize her original appearance. Wait for me to come back." After saying that, he hurriedly turned around and left, leaving the others looking at each other in the same place. What a pity, we haven't had enough of this woman. Yes, but she's too weak. Hey, she's going to die anyway. Why don't we go in again while she's still alive? There won't be another chance like this if we miss this opportunity. I don't know when we will encounter such a wonderful thing again. Hey, that's a good idea. Let's go in. Then, they immediately turned around and entered the dark room. Then, they took turns to humiliate the motionless woman on the bed. On the other side, Chen Yuding had been restlessly waiting for Li Zhang's news with Wu Qingyue. After waiting for about half an hour, Xiao Liqing ran in and said, "Leader, Miss Lu is here." Wu Qingyue and Wu Yueling were watching her eat in the dining room. Hearing Xiao Liqing's report, they immediately nodded and said, "Let her in." On the other side, Chen Yuding immediately stood up from the sofa. Xiao Liqing turned around and left, and not long after, Lin Qiao walked in. "Tell me, what do you need my help with?" Her hoarse voice rang out. Wu Qingyue raised his head and looked at her. Before he could say anything, Wu Yueling, who was in front of him, suddenly threw her fork into the bowl. Then she slid down from the chair and ran happily towards Lin Qiao in her little slippers. "Hey, you haven't finished your breakfast yet." Wu Qingyue stared blankly at his own daughter happily running towards the zombie. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a gray shadow flash on the ground and jump towards Lin Qiao. This was a real jump, and it was a very high jump. Lin Qiao saw Xiao Budian running towards him so happily, and smiled as he bent over and picked her up. "Are you full?" While speaking, he walked over to the sofa and sat down. Tell me, what are you looking for me for? If it's a deal, I only need manpower. Chen Yuding immediately said to her, Miss Liu, can you help me find my wife? Lin Qiao looked at him, nodded and said, I already know about your wife. If you're looking for me just to find your wife, then give me another 50 people. Then give me another 50 people, if you can find them and bring them back. Add another 50. Chapter 326. Wu Qingyue and Meng Yu looked at Wu Yueling and the rabbit that jumped to Lin Qiao's side. They couldn't help but look at her strangely. Wasn't she a zombie? Why did small animals and children want to be close to her? Or did she have something on her body? Wu Qingyue had always been concerned about the fact that Lin Qiao had stolen his daughter's heart. Only 50 people. I thought you would have other conditions. He walked over and sat down on the sofa. Lin Qiao put Wu Yueling on her lap and turned to look at him. You should know that what we need the most right now is manpower. We don't lack anything else. Wu Qingyue nodded. Yes, that's true. Lin Qiao said, tell me, you want me to take you to find the person? Or should I bring the person back to you? 50 for the former and 100 for the latter. Wu Qingyue looked at Chen Yuding's impatient face and said, you can take us there directly. If it's manpower, I can give it to you. We can also take 10% less of your labor remuneration. How about it? Lin Qiao nodded. Okay. Then she turned to Chen Yuding and said, your wife is missing. Do you have anything on her? I want to confirm her smell. Chen Yuding looked at Wu Qingyue with some surprise, but he saw a faint smile on his face. Then he immediately took out a broken bracelet from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qiao. This is Xiaozhen's bracelet, but it fell in the place where she went missing yesterday. Lin Qiao took it and sniffed it before giving it to him. I got it. She carried Wu Yueling to the sofa and said, little one, sit here for a while. I'll be back soon. As she spoke, she picked up the gray furry ball that had jumped onto the sofa and placed it in her arms. Wu Yueling held the gray furry ball and looked at Lin Qiao and nodded obediently. Lin Qiao stood up and walked toward the door. Wu Qingyue and Chen Yuding also stood up and followed her out. Chen Yuding followed Lin Qiao closely. As a result, when he came out, he saw Lin Qiao suddenly bend his legs and jump to the top of Wu Qingyue's 3-story building. Then, he jumped from the top of the building to the top of a telephone pole next to him. Then, Lin Qiao quietly stood on top of the telephone pole, looking left and right. After Wu Qingyue came out, he said to Xiao Liqing, gather 30 people and prepare for action. Xiao Liqing immediately nodded, then turned around and left quickly. Wu Qingyue walked to Chen Yuding's side and looked up at Lin Qiao with him. Then, Lin Qiao jumped down again. He gently landed in front of them. The direction is that way. I have to remind you to move faster. Because... Lin Qiao pointed in the direction of Area F. Then, he paused and looked at Chen Yuding. Her breath is very weak. If we go any later, we might not be able to make it. Chen Yuding's expression changed, and his eyes widened slightly. Wu Qingyue's face darkened. He turned around and walked out. Let's go. Behind them, Xiao Liqing quickly drove an off-road vehicle out. Lin Qiao got into the passenger seat. Then, she pointed in the direction of Area F and said, it's over there. The smell is very mixed. Xiao Liqing looked at her and asked uncertainly, is it Area F? At this time, Wu Qingyue sat in the back seat and said, it's Area F, hurry up. Yes. Xiao Liqing immediately started the car and drove out. Lin Qiao, who was in the front, looked back at Wu Qingyue. She saw that the man was smiling, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking. As long as it was his little princess, he would have an unpredictable smile on his face. "You can understand me," Wu Qingyue said with a smile. "I'm just guessing." "Because we can guess the direction you are pointing in," Lin Chao said. "Then why are you so sure?" Wu Qingyue didn't answer. He just stared at her sunglasses with a smile. Lin Chao looked at him inexplicably and then ignored him. She couldn't understand the man's eyes at this time. Chapter 327. Bang! The door was kicked open with great force. Then a hoarse voice came from outside the door. "You'd better not move, or I'll cut off your feet." "Who is it?" The people inside were all shocked, jumping in fright. He shouted towards the outside with a face full of shock. Then they saw a strange person wearing a hat appear outside the door. Because of the hoarse voice, the people inside couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. Now that the person appeared, he was standing in a place with his back to the light. They could only see a silhouette, but not the tall chest in front of him. Seeing the person come in, they immediately knew that the other party didn't have good intentions. So they directly ignored Lin Chao's words. They all moved, preparing to use their special abilities. Lin Chao suddenly opened his claws and swung. Puff puff puff, ah, ah. After a few sounds of flesh being cut, there were shrill screams that spread far away. Then, these people fell to the ground. "Ah, my feet! My feet! Ah!" Lin Chao walked in slowly. There was an indescribable smell mixed with the strong smell of blood in the room. Because the door was wide open, the light in the room immediately became several times brighter. Everything could be seen clearly. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside, and then Chen Yuding was the first to come over. "Xiao Zhen! Xiao Zhen!" Little. But when he ran to the door and looked in again, he saw that the door was empty. Suddenly, his voice was choked in his throat, and he couldn't make a sound. He widened his eyes and looked at Shen Yuzhen, who was lying on the bed without a trace of life. At this time, Wu Qingyue came over with his men and saw the scene in the room. After seeing the scene in the room, the smile on his face faded, and he walked in expressionlessly. Chen Yuding walked step by step towards Shen Yuzhen on the bed in a daze. Wu Qingyue's expression was solemn as he followed behind him. "She still has a breath." Lin Chao's voice came. She walked to the bed, reached out and touched Shen Yuzhen on the bed, and then said, "But, she seems to be waiting to see you for the last time." Her words were like a bolt of lightning, striking Chen Yuding's mind. He lost all ability to react. As for those men who had their legs chopped off by Lin Chao, they were lying on the ground and about to faint. Xiao Liqing took the initiative to bring people in and tied up the men. Then he was dragged out. Lin Chao took off his coat and covered Shen Yuzhen's bruised body. She waved her hand and a glass of clear water appeared in her hand. As soon as Wu Qingyue saw her water, his eyes lit up. Then he stared at her closely. "This water came from you? Or did you get it from Yuan Tianqing?" Lin Chao pried open Shen Yuzhen's mouth and poured the water into her mouth. Hearing Wu Qingyue's words, he just replied faintly, "Why don't you guess?" Wu Qingyue watched her put away the empty cup, then looked at Shen Yuzhen. He then turned his head to look at Lin Chao, who was not wearing a jacket. He was wearing a military vest inside. Her white arms and slender waist appeared before his eyes. The last time he saw her in the West Lake District, she was dressed like this. She was wearing a loose camouflage uniform, which seemed to be for men. In addition, she was not short, so she really looked like a man after cutting her hair and wearing a hat. But as soon as the jacket was taken off, her hot figure was revealed. Lin Chao looked at Shen Yuzhen, her hands hugging her chest. She squeezed her chest, revealing the cleavage in front of her. She raised a hand and scratched her chin with her fingers. Just now, she did not say that this woman was infected with the virus because she did not use water to test whether the virus could be removed from an infected person. She only knew that the virus in zombies' bodies could be suppressed. So she wanted to give this woman a glass of water before Chen Yuding and Wu Qingyue knew the situation. Anyway, after drinking this water, it would be enough for her to hang on for a little longer. She felt Wu Qingyue's gaze on her body, so she looked down and glanced at her white chest. Fortunately, she found a suitable bra to wear a few days ago, otherwise, she really did not dare to take off her coat. If it were not for the two men looking at the naked body in the room without any self-awareness, she would not have taken off her coat. Lin Chao thought for a moment and decided to divert his gaze. Can I ask you a question? Wu Qingyue looked up at her. Ask me. Lin Chao nodded. Wu Qingyue looked at Chen Yuding, who was holding Shen Yuzhen at this time, and said, Can you save the question for later? She still needs help. Lin Chao was stunned and asked, Can she be saved like this? She did not know who else had the ability to save Shen Yuzhen in this state except for her lake water. Wu Qingyue said, There is one person who may be able to. Then he said to Chen Yuding, Let's go. Go back and find Dr. Liang. Chen Yuding picked up Shen Yuzhen's body and then followed Wu Qingyue out. Lin Chao was also interested in this Dr. Liang he mentioned, so she silently followed him out. She took Shen Yuzhen back to Chen Yuding's home quickly. Chen Yuding carefully put Shen Yuzhen on the bed and covered her with the quilt before returning the clothes to Lin Chao. Although his beloved woman had been ruined like this, he still said to Lin Chao sincerely, Thank you for helping me find Xiaozhen. Lin Chao took the clothes and waved at him carelessly, You're welcome. I didn't help for nothing. Then she glanced at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue knew what she meant and said, I see. I have asked Xiaocheng to take care of your people just now. There will be 50 more people in the afternoon. Don't worry. Lin Chao continued to ask him, Then can I ask you the question just now? Wu Qingyue looked at her curiously and said, As a condition for answering the question, can I see what you look like without your sunglasses? Lin Chao was speechless. After 3 seconds of silence, she raised her hand and took off her sunglasses without hesitation. She had a beautiful face, and then her eyelids opened. Chen Yuding, who was next to her, was shocked and jumped back. You, leader, she is. Chen Yuding pointed at Lin Chao's dark green eyes and looked at Wu Qingyue in panic. Wu Qingyue looked at Lin Chao's face and thought that she was quite beautiful when she recovered her appearance. However, he felt that he had seen her somewhere before. Have we met somewhere before? Lin Chao put her sunglasses back on calmly. She said, Answer my question first. Xiao Budian is not your biological daughter, right? As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Qingyue was silent. The smile on his face also disappeared. No one could tell what he was thinking at this time with his expressionless face. Chen Yuding, who was next to her, looked at her in surprise and then at Wu Qingyue. At this moment, footsteps were heard at the door. Meng Yu, who was holding Wu Yueling, appeared with Dr. Liang and Nemo Li. Chapter 328. As soon as he saw Dr. Liang, Chen Yuding immediately rushed to him. Dr. Liang, please save my wife. Please, you must save her. Liang Dashu said to him, Don't worry, let me see. As he spoke, he walked into the room and leaned against the bed. He bent down to check Shen Yuzhen's face and facial features. Then, he picked up her wrist and checked her pulse. After a while, Liang Dashu frowned slightly. Just as he was about to put her arm down, he suddenly saw a needle mark on her arm. He was stunned and his expression changed slightly. He carefully opened her eyes again and looked at her for a while. Then, he pressed on the area around the needle hole on her arm. When he put Chen Yuzhen's hand back on the bed, he stood up with a very heavy expression. He looked at Chen Yuding and sighed. Seeing him sigh, Chen Yuding only felt his scalp go numb and panic appeared in his eyes. She's on her last breath, but it's possible that she's relieved after she saw you. Under normal circumstances, she should be dead by now. However, I just checked and found that her body isn't completely dead. It's just that her consciousness has disappeared. In other words, her body is protected by some kind of energy, but her brain has stopped working. Liang Dashu looked at him and said. Then, he looked at Wu Qingyue and asked, "Did you guys give her the water that Yuan Tianqing gave Lingling?" Because that energy is the same as the energy in Lingling's body. Wu Qingyue turned to look at Chen Yuding. After hearing Liang Dashu's words, Chen Yuding was dumbfounded. Although he didn't quite understand what Liang Dashu meant, he only knew that his Xiaozhen wouldn't wake up. Because the doctor said that her consciousness had disappeared, Dr. Liang saw that Wu Qingyue didn't say anything and only looked at Lin Qiao. He knew he was right. But he didn't care about that and turned to Chen Yuding and said, "To put it nicely, she's now a vegetable. Only her body functions are still alive, and her brain has entered a state of suspended animation." After a pause, he looked at the others. Then he said, "There's one more thing. She was injected with the zombie virus not long ago. The virus has spread throughout her blood, so in her current state, the probability of her turning into a zombie is 100%. When he said that, everyone except Lin Qiao looked at him in shock. Meng Yu subconsciously carried Wu Yueling to the other side, far away from the bed. But soon, Meng Yu's gaze followed Wu Qingyue to look at Lin Qiao. Chen Yuding, who had been struck by several lightning bolts, suddenly woke up. He rushed to Lin Qiao's side, bent his knees and knelt in front of her. He lowered his head and said, "Miss Chen. Can you help me? Even if Xiaozhen turns into a zombie, I don't want her to forget me. You must have a way, right? Because you are." In the end, he raised his head and looked at Lin Qiao with pleading eyes. The others all looked at Lin Qiao. Some were confused, some were deep in thought, and some were expectant. Lin Qiao silently looked at Chen Yuding for more than 10 seconds before saying, "You love her very much. Even if she turns into a zombie." Although Chen Yuding wasn't very handsome, his character was upright. From the current situation, it could be seen that he cared about his lover very much. That kind of sadness and despair, Lin Qiao didn't need to touch him to clearly feel it. He was a sincere man. And looking at his pleading eyes, even if she gave him any conditions, he would probably do it. Even if she asked him to die, he might not hesitate. Lin Qiao nodded and said, "I can save her, but I don't know what the final result will be. Whether she will remember you, and whether she will retain her memory. If I can make her remember you again, then you have to promise me one thing." The blood red in Chen Yuding's eyes almost turned into liquid, but he nodded happily, "I promise you anything." Lin Qiao said, "If I can save her, you must bring her to our new base." Chen Yuding was stunned when he heard her condition, then looked at her blankly. "That's it? Nothing else?" He thought that this Miss Lu would ask him to do something for her. Even if he had to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, he would do it, but he didn't expect the other party's condition to be so simple. She just wanted him to move home. Chen Yuding couldn't believe his ears. Lin Qiao nodded indifferently and said, "Yes, no other requirements." Hearing this, Chen Yuding quickly nodded, "I'm willing. If you need manpower, I will bring a few brothers there." Lin Qiao looked at him and said, "Up to you." But she didn't ask him to bring this woman there because she was short of manpower. She was just afraid that this woman would eventually become a zombie. If she still had reason and memory, she could only stay in her base. Then she could only stay in her base. There was no way she could survive here. Wu Qingyue suddenly said, she is just worried that if your wife becomes a zombie, she can't survive here. But in her base, at least she can protect her. Right? Then he looked at Lin Qiao meaningfully. Lin Qiao, this man was really a leader, he could actually guess her thoughts. Only then did Qin Yuding's expression change. He was stunned. Then he immediately looked at Lin Qiao gratefully, thank you, thank you. Lin Qiao waved her hand and said, don't thank me, I haven't saved her yet. Besides, it's getting late. I'm going to take your wife into my space now. Remember to go to the square at noon. Go with everyone. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Yuding nodded. He stood up from the ground. Wu Qingyue looked at Lin Qiao and said, are you going to take my woman away like this? Lin Qiao looked at him and shrugged. It's his own choice, he said. At this time, Wu Yueling seemed to feel that Lin Qiao was about to leave, so she twisted and slid down from Meng Yu's arms. Meng Yu looked at her strangely, Lingling, where are you going? Then she ran to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao walked to the bed and touched Shen Yuzhen's neck. Then, he pulled her hands up and disappeared in a flash. Then, just as she was pulling Shen Yuzhen up, she suddenly felt a weight on her leg. Then, she, Shen Yuzhen, and Xiao Budian, who was suddenly hanging on her leg, disappeared into thin air. Looking at his daughter who was running with someone else, Wu Qingyue said, was he going to be abandoned? Although he wasn't my biological son, I've raised him since he was born. Ah! His little baby was going to abandon him. Chapter 329. Holding Shen Yuzhen naked in his arms, Lin Qiao looked at the little pendant on his leg with a strange expression. Your father will be sad, she said to the pendant, amused. Seeing Lin Qiao suddenly come in with a woman in his arms, Lu Jun and Qiu Lily looked at her curiously. Then he saw that there was a pendant on her leg, hugging her calf. Ew, little girl. Meng Mang was the most excited to see the little guy. She suddenly jumped out of the woods and ran towards Lin Qiao. The little guy immediately hid behind Lin Qiao's leg. Then, half of its head popped out and looked at Meng Mang with two sparkling eyes. Don't scare her, Lin Qiao told Meng Mang. Ah, how was he scaring her? Meng Mang was not annoyed that Wu Yueling was avoiding him. He only protested against what Lin Qiao had said. At this time, there was a sudden surge in the lake, and a few jade-white vines broke out of the water. He reached out to Lin Qiao. Little man woke up, but as soon as she appeared, Meng Meng, who had just arrived in front of Lin Qiao, ignored Wu Yueling. She abruptly turned her head to look at Little Man in the lake, then turned around and ran into the woods. Little Man, you're awake. Lin Qiao looked at Little Man's vine stretching over and stretched out a finger to catch her. Little Man said happily, Mama, Little Man is hungry. Is this person going to give Little Man food? With that said, Little Man's other rattan poked Shen Yuzhen in Lin Qiao's arms. Lin Qiao shook his head and said, don't worry. This man is no different from being dead. There's only a virus in my body. I can't let you eat it. Wait a moment, I'll go get the corpse core for you. Little Man said, then Little Man, let her come back to life mommy, just give me the energy core, I can use this person to filter the energy. Lin Qiao nodded and said, then take her away first, I'll go find you a corpse core. As she spoke, she handed Shen Yuzhen to Little Man, and then Little Man took it. Only then did he bend over to pick up Tiny Tot. Then, he turned around and walked towards space number 2. Lin Qiao remembered that in the space of the bold robber, there were still a lot of corpse cores left. Seeing Lin Qiao walking over with Tiny Tot in his arms, the zombie leaders in space number 2 all looked at Tiny Tot covetously. but they didn't dare to move. Lin Chao walked to the door and said to the zombies inside, "Number 4, take out the zombie core. You guys didn't eat it secretly, right?" The zombies who were suspected of stealing food shook their heads in unison. Number 4 quickly turned around and ran to the corner to search. Soon, he came back with a pile of corpse cores in his hands. Lin Chao took out all the level 5 and level 4 beasts and left the rest for them. 2. The zombies said. Ling said, Ling said. Chibing Ling said, Ling said. Ling said. Lin Chao carried Xiao Budian in one hand and grabbed a corpse core in the other. Pang. He said, Ling said penning, he said Ling, penning. He. Ling said, he, man, Ling said. He. And in, Ling Chao said, Lin Chao said, Ling Chao. She was dead, but someone injected zombie blood into her body. She was already dead, but someone injected zombie blood into her body. Why are you helping her? Chiu Lily asked. I'm not helping her. Her man loves her so much. Lin Chao said, I'm not trying to help her. I just saw that her man loves her so much. That man said he wouldn't give up on her even if she became a zombie. I want to see if it's true. After all, that man said that even if she becomes a zombie, he will not give up on her. I want to see if it is true. Lu Jun said, you really want to help her? Lin Chao spread his hands and said, no, I just casually did it. Even if I don't agree, that man will find a way to make me agree. Lu Jun and Chiu Lily looked at her strangely. That man. Is he the woman's lover? They thought Lin Chao was talking about the man, but Lin Chao shook her head. No, it's her father. She looked down at Tiny Tot. Lu Jun and Chiu Lily looked at her with confusion. Lin Chao didn't say anything to them. Okay, I'll take her out. I don't know how long it will take for this woman to complete her mutation. At this time, the people outside looked at each other. Meng Yu said, Brother Yu, it seems that it won't be long. Lingling doesn't care about her father anymore. Wu Qingyue looked at the gray rabbit who was running around the room looking for Lin Chao or Tiny Tot and nodded silently. Liang Dashu asked curiously, Leader, why did that strange woman ask you if Lingling is your daughter? Meng Yu also looked at Wu Qingyue. When they met Wu Qingyue, Wu Yueling was already by his side. He had always said that she was his daughter, but no one doubted whether she was his biological daughter or not. Wu Qingyue sighed and saw that there was no one in the room. In addition to Meng Yu, Qin Yuding, Liang Dashu, and Mo Li who had been silent, there were only himself and Miss Lu who had just disappeared. He said, Lingling is not my daughter. She's just the daughter of a very good friend of mine. When the child was born, the apocalypse happened. My friend turned into a zombie so that he wouldn't hurt the newborn child. His wife fought with him and jumped down from more than 10 stories high. Everyone quieted down and looked at him quietly. Wu Qingyue's smile had a trace of hidden sadness and he said, When I found him, the child was almost dead. So, after I rescued her, I kept her by my side and raised her like my own daughter. Lin Chao appeared and said, Is it because I feel that her blood is different from yours? She's not your biological daughter. She's your adopted daughter. Seeing Lin Chao come out, Qin Yuding immediately rushed to her and asked, How is it? Can little Zhen still wake up? Lin Chao put Tiny Tot on the ground and said to him, I don't know yet. We need to wait to know the situation. The others looked at Wu Qingyue in surprise and then looked at Wu Yueling who was put on the ground by Lin Chao and ran to Wu Qingyue. Meng Yu suddenly looked at Wu Yueling and asked Wu Qingyue, Does she know? Wu Qingyue nodded and said, She knows. I didn't hide it from her. Lin Chao said to Qin Yuding, remember to go with us in the afternoon." Then she turned around and walked out. Liang Dashu stared at Lin Qiao's back until she walked out of the room and went through the living room. Then he asked the others, "Does she really have a way to save people?" "Maybe." Wu Qingyue gave him an ambiguous answer and then shouted to Wu Yueling, who was holding the gray-haired Mian, "Lingling, let's go." Chapter 330. On the other side was a luxurious apartment building in Zone B. The facilities of this apartment building were very high-end. There were 7 solar energy storage devices installed on the roof, enough to supply the entire building with electricity. There was also a large pool on the roof where water ability users would go to replenish the water every day. Moreover, this apartment building was very new. At this time, in a luxurious apartment on the top floor, Yang Yan was angrily pacing back and forth in the living room. Her emotions were very unstable as she shouted at a man who looked to be in his 30s sitting on the sofa, "Big brother. Won't you help me? I don't care who they are or what their relationship is with Wu Qingyue. Anyway, they scared my Debao. I want them dead. Even if they don't die, I will break one of their arms or legs." The man sitting on the sofa looked to be in his 30s, but he was actually in his 40s. The man had a regular face, bright eyebrows, and a high nose bridge. He was a very attractive man no matter how one looked at him. His facial features were 40% similar to Yang Yan's, but Yang Yan's was a lot gentler. There was also a soft and beautiful young woman hanging beside the man. Brother Chow, why are you so worried about Wu Qingyue? You can ask the robber to cause trouble for them. If the matter is exposed, they will be killed. If the matter is exposed, can't you just push the blame to him? What are you worried about?" The beautiful woman used her soft body to rub against Yang Chao's arm. She said coquettishly. Yang Chao turned back to look at her, then turned back to look at his sister. He said solemnly, "Both of you, don't cause trouble at this time. If Wu Qingyue finds out about my plan because of the trouble you caused, I will deal with you first. But look at my Debao now. He has been hiding in the quilt since yesterday and pees his pants at the slightest provocation. He is also your nephew. Are you just going to leave him alone?" Yang Yan shouted at Yang Chao. Tisk. Yang Chao narrowed his eyes and said impatiently, "Then why did you let Debao provoke those people? He was even taught a lesson on the spot. Isn't that enough?" Yang Yan's expression froze, then she continued to say indignantly, "I just don't like that long-haired woman. It was her good fortune that second brother liked her, but she didn't know what was good for her. I just want Debao to teach her a lesson and help second brother vent his anger. What's wrong with that?" The beautiful woman beside Yang Chao watched Yang Yan finish speaking before turning to Yang Chao and saying, "Big sister Yan is also doing this for brother Huey's own good. There's nothing wrong with that." Seeing that the woman was speaking up for her, Yang Yan felt even more confident. Xiaoyun is right. Big brother, quickly think of a way to deal with those people. I don't care about the others, but I'm going to kill that succubus with sunglasses. It's best to chop off her hands and feet, then throw her into Area F and let those stinky and dirty refugees take turns on her until she dies. Yang Chao frowned and said, "Shut up. Who do you think she is? She dared to make a move in front of everyone in the hall. Was she that easy to deal with? Besides, I sent someone to check on them yesterday. The woman you mentioned came and went without a trace. My men couldn't find any clues about her at all. Moreover, Wu Qingyue is now cooperating with them. He can use this as an excuse to attack us first." Ah, bang! After hearing his words, Yang Yan screamed very violently. Then, she suddenly bent down and swept the teapot on the coffee table to the ground. "This won't do, that won't do. Then what do you want me to do? Watch my Debeo be scared like this for no reason. If the child has any sequelae in the future, who will I look for to reason with? Young Chow looked at her crazy appearance and covered his forehead with one hand. Okay. Calm down first. Your ability isn't stable to begin with, and if it erupts again, you'll be in trouble. If it erupts again, you'll be the one suffering. I'll deal with this matter. Go back and look after Debeo now. No. I'm not going back. Yang Yen blurted out in an unstable mood. Go back. Seeing that not only did she not calm down, but she was also being unreasonable, Young Chow could only shout at her. Yang Yen, who had been yelled at, was stunned. Then, she turned around unwillingly and walked out the door. At this time, Young Chow said to the woman beside him, "You should also go back." Oh. The woman was stunned. Then, she stood up obediently. After walking a few steps, she turned around and asked, "Then can I come back at night?" Young Chow said lightly, "I'll send someone to inform you." Okay then. The woman turned around unwillingly. Young Chow looked at the time and then stood up. He went to the kitchen and boiled a pot of water. Then, he took out the coffee powder, which was very luxurious in the apocalypse, and made a cup of instant coffee. After stirring it with a fork, he carried the coffee to the balcony and stood there. His eyes looked into the distance as he drank the freshly brewed coffee mouthful by mouthful. When he finished the cup of coffee, he turned around and entered the house. Just then, he heard someone knocking on the door. Then, a soldier opened the door and came in. "Leader, Mr. Tang is here." Yang Chow nodded. "Let him in." The soldier opened the door and saw a man walk in. After Tang he came in, he watched the soldier behind him close the door. Then, he walked to the sofa in the living room. "Sit first. I'll make the coffee," Young Chow said as he took the cup to the kitchen and made 2 more cups of coffee. Then, he walked out with it. Tang he looked at him and said, "Those people are going to set off today. Apart from Lin Feng, who has just reached rank 6, there are a few rank 5 ability users leading them. That Yuan Tianqing actually didn't go with them. Isn't he afraid that something will happen?" Young Chow pushed a cup of coffee to the coffee table in front of him and said, "No, you just didn't see that there are some experts hidden behind them." Tang he heard his words and asked curiously, "Experts? You mean there's someone behind him?" Young Chow nodded. "There's one person who doesn't seem to be simple. I sent someone to investigate yesterday, but they didn't find anything." Tang he said, "Then, according to what you said, that person might set off with the Lin family. You don't know his background. Will it affect me if I make a move here?" Young Chow shook his head and said, "No, the plan needs to be changed. You don't need to go with them. You just need to capture this woman in the base. I'll handle the rest." As he said that, he took out a photo and placed it on the table. Then, he pushed it toward him. The woman in the photo was Lin Wenwen's face and long black hair. Tang he looked at the woman in the photo. A light flashed in his eyes and he licked his lips. He stared at the photo and asked, "This woman is very hot. Who is she?" Young Chow said, "She's the youngest sister of the Lin family. You can do whatever you want with her after capturing her. But hide her for me. I have a plan for the next step." Chapter 331. When he heard Yang Chow say that he wanted to secretly capture this woman and then give her to him as a toy, he was shocked. Tang he looked at him in surprise. "Ha! You don't intend to keep such a graceful beauty for yourself. You gave it to me." Young Chow said, "I can give this one to you, but leave the one with the katana beside her to me." I need a change of taste. Tang He smirked and said, "Oh, so you like this type now? Alright then." Yang Chao indifferently glanced at him and said, "It won't be too late for you to make a move when Wu Qingyue leads the army out to pack up winter supplies. However, you can't kill this woman, but don't keep her for too long either. Because I want to put the zombie virus on her, and then let her become a zombie and go crazy in the base. This way, we can use the fact that they might be infected by the zombie virus to control them. At that time, even if Wu Qingyue wants to rush back, it will be too late." Tang He looked at him and said with a smile, "Your plan is too sinister, but I like it." Yang Chao drank a cup of coffee and continued confidently, "I've received intelligence that Wu Qingyue will be setting off in 2 days. So, you have to endure it for now." Tang He nodded and said, "All right. I'll wait for them to leave before making my move." On the other side of the square, Lin Qiao returned to the gathering place and looked at the time. It was already noon. Apart from Wu Qingyue's 350 men, everyone else was called over. Seeing Lin Qiao return, everyone looked at her curiously. Li Zheng asked, "How is it? Did you find him?" Lin Qiao nodded. "We found him, but his condition isn't good." "What's going on?" The woman's curiosity makes Mrs. Lin and Qing Wangxue come closer. Lin Qiao said, "It's no different from death." When it was almost 2:00 in the afternoon, Xiao Yunlong and Chen Yuding were seen driving an off-road vehicle, followed by several modified Jifang 141s, which were full of soldiers. The other one was empty. Seeing that the car had arrived, Lin Qiao said to Lin Feng, "The car is here. Let's do a head count and get on the car." Lin Feng turned his head knowingly and shouted to Li Zheng and the others, "Li Zheng, do a head count and get in the car. That one is empty." As he spoke, he pointed at the last empty car. Li Zheng and the others immediately gathered the 20 or so people behind them and got them into the car. Lin Qiao stood on the spot and casually glanced around. "There are quite a lot of spies, but I don't know which powers they are." After getting in the car drove towards the gate of the base. Xie Dong, who was in a corner of the square, silently watched Lin Qiao and the others leave before walking towards the mechanism building. Because Lin Wenwen stayed in the base, even though Long Qingying and Yuan Tianqing were there. However, it was hard to guarantee that no one would attack them from behind, so Lin Qiao kept Xie Dong here. As long as he didn't speak, no one would know what was wrong with him. His level was not high, but because his ability had been restored, he had risen to level 4. But he was a zombie, so he was very sensitive to the behavior of others. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem to secretly protect Lin Wenwen. Lin Qiao walked towards a corner that no one was paying attention to and then disappeared. No one could sense her movements, even Xiao Yunlong, Lin Feng and the others did not know her whereabouts. In any case, she would naturally appear when she felt like it was time for her to appear. Sure enough, after a few kilometers out of the base, Lin Qiao appeared on the roof of the last car. Anyway, the location of the map was given to Lin Feng who was in front, so Lin Qiao silently followed behind. At this time, in the lake in Lin Qiao's space, Lu Jun sat on the sofa and watched Tong Tong play with the grass plane that Lin Qiao made for him. Qiu Lily was still lazily lying on the other sofa, playing with her long hair. Suddenly, there was a wave on the lake, and then a woman slowly walked up from the lake. Her head was lowered, and her long hair was wet and covered her entire face. He limped over, completely naked. "She's up." Qiu Lily immediately sat up from the sofa, then stretched out her nose and sniffed. She turned into a zombie, but her breath is a bit strange. It's not like a normal zombie. Lu Jun thought for a moment and said, "It's the same as Xie Dong's." Qiu Lily's eyes immediately lit up. "Oh, yes. They are the same." At this time, a figure flashed by the lake. Lin Chao suddenly appeared, stood by the lake and watched the woman walk in. Lu Jun stood up, walked to Chiu Lily's big wardrobe, and found a set of clothes. Now, Chiu Lily's big wardrobe not only had the clothes that Chiu Lily had collected before, but also many kinds of clothes that Lin Chao had collected later. And even the wardrobe had a few more clothes. Lu Jun took the clothes and walked behind Lin Chao, watching the woman in the water walk up like a female ghost with disheveled hair. Lin Chao watched her stagger in front of him, and then stopped. Her hanging hair kept dripping water, and her body was lifeless. "Raise your head," Lin Chao said to her. Shen Yuzhen slowly raised her head, and a pair of empty eyes peeked out from the gap of her hair. She looked at Lin Chao blankly, and her eyes were very blank. Lin Chao felt the breath on her body, and it was completely the same as Xie Dong's. And it also carried an inexplicable connection with him, so when Shen Yuzhen walked out of the water, she directly came to him. It was probably this connection that made her walk over unconsciously. Hearing Lin Chao's question, Shen Yuzhen's blank eyes were stunned, and then she seemed to be thinking. Slowly, her eyes became clear, and hatred, anger, despair, love, shock, and other complex emotions intertwined in her eyes. In her eyes, they were still white. Like Xie Dong, her appearance didn't change much. She didn't have the dark eyes of a zombie, and no dark circles. Except for the pale skin, she was no different from a normal person. But Lin Chao knew that she probably couldn't speak. Sure enough, Shen Yuzhen opened her mouth. Just as she wanted to say something, she quickly stopped. Her eyes flashed with doubt. "Roar." Lin Chao nodded. "Okay, I got it. You still have your memory, that's all. At least I didn't break my promise to Qin Yuding." Shen Yuzhen heard him mention Qin Yuding, and her eyes flashed with tenderness. She nodded, thought for a moment, and then opened her mouth. "Roar roar." "Thank you." Lin Chao shook his head and said, "Don't thank me, I also have a condition. In the future, you and Qin Yuding can only leave Sea City Base and follow me." Lu Jun, who was on the side, took the clothes and handed them to Shen Yuzhen, and said to her, "Have you realized your current identity?" Shen Yuzhen took the clothes and saw Lu Jun's eyes. She was stunned for a moment, but didn't care much. After hearing Lu Jun's words, she stopped putting on the clothes. Then she nodded. Chapter 332. Shen Yuzhen remembered what had happened before, even though she was completely unconscious at the end. But after Qin Yuding and the others found her, she became sober again. She also heard some of Dr. Liang's words. She remembered that the doctor said that she was infected with the zombie virus. She couldn't speak and her hands and feet were stiff. She felt that she was no longer a living person. Shen Yuzhen raised a hand and covered the position of her heart. Just as she had expected, there was no pulsating sensation. Lin Chao said, "Put on your clothes first. Qin Yuding is outside. If you want to see him, I'll send you out." Shen Yuzhen suddenly shook her head violently, as if she didn't want to see Qin Yuding again. Lin Chao knew what she was thinking and said to her, "You haven't changed. You're no different from before. Don't you want to see him? And if he loves you, he shouldn't care about this." Shen Yuzhen lowered her head and silently put on her clothes. Lin Chao said, "Well, you can stay here if you don't want to. Get used to your current state and identity." Shen Yuzhen put on her clothes, then looked up at Lin Chao and Lu Jun. She turned her head and looked around. Suddenly, she raised her nose and sniffed in the direction of the sofa. Then her eyes were tightly glued to Tong Tong on the sofa. Lu Jun saw her slowly showing a hungry look and said to her, "That's my son. You can't do anything to him. If you're really hungry, go drink the water in the lake." It can suppress your hunger. Shen Yuzhen was stunned and then turned to look at the lake behind her in surprise. Lin Qiao saw that she had no other questions and turned to leave the space. Roar! Wait a minute. Feeling that Lin Qiao was about to leave, Shen Yuzhen suddenly called her. Lin Qiao looked back at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Roar! Can I go out? Shen Yuzhen looked at her and asked. Lin Qiao looked at her and said, "Are you going back to take revenge?" She crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised one hand to touch her chin and said to Shen Yuzhen, "Although I cut off one of those people's legs, they are not dead. But now they are all in the hands of Wu Qingyue. It seems that Wu Qingyue wants to use them to deal with Yang Chao. If you want to go back and kill them, Wu Qingyue probably won't let you do it now." Roar! It wasn't them. Shen Yuzhen shook her head and said to her. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed as he looked at her. "You mean, the mastermind? Could it not be Yang Chao's younger brother or his subordinate?" She knew that Yang Chao's younger brother, Yang Hui, and one of his deputy chiefs were the people she saw fighting with Qin Yuding that day. They all like to make a move on other people's women behind their backs and then destroy the corpses to get rid of the evidence. Shen Yuzhen lowered her head slightly, and her aura became a little irritable. Roar! I want to tear him apart with my own hands. Lin Qiao looked at her in silence for a moment. Lu Jun didn't know what happened to Shen Yuzhen, but he saw that her emotions were so unstable. He could roughly guess that she had encountered some sort of injustice or bad thing. Does she want to go back and take revenge? The enemy is a high-ranking official in High City. Lin Qiao nodded and said, "The relationship between her husband and Wu Qingyue is a bit sensitive." Therefore, Wu Qingyue's enemies started to attack her. Their main purpose should be to hurt her husband and Wu Qingyue. Thinking of a woman falling into the hands of those men with status in the base after the doomsday, Lu Jun thought. Lu Jun just silently looked at Shen Yuzhen. Lin Qiao thought for a moment and said to Shen Yuzhen, "Well, your current situation is not stable yet. And you haven't familiarized yourself with your body. Besides, even if you go out, you can't enter the base like this. I'll take you in the next time I go back. Don't worry, I won't let you wait too long." Shen Yuzhen saw that she promised to take her back, so she nodded. She didn't have any thoughts of protesting against the other zombies here. So when Lin Qiao said that she would take her back, she felt relieved. In the base, Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying stood by the window of the mission hall, watching Lin Qiao's motorcade leave. Long Qingying looked at her disapprovingly. "You should go with them, even if you have to stay to help the deputy chief. It's too dangerous for you to stay here and let your brother stay." Lin Wenwen shook her head and said, "I'm not afraid of danger. Brother Tianqing is here, he won't let anything happen to me." At this time, Lin Wenwen talked about Yuan Tianqing. There was a faint trace of love in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. But Long Qingying saw it and said to her, "You should know that the deputy chief has someone else in his heart. Do you think this is equivalent?" Lin Wenwen turned her head to look at Yuan Tianqing and the others in the distance, then looked back at her and smiled. "If one day he forgets my sister, then he might see me by his side. Even if I have to wait until death, it will be worth it." Long Qingying sighed and didn't say anything. Lin Wenwen liked Yuan Tianqing, but Yuan Tianqing liked her sister. She couldn't walk into his heart, but she didn't want to leave or give up. Now that Lin Qiao, the leader of Hell, was dead, maybe this was an opportunity. Although Lin Wenwen never thought that her sister would die. So now, as long as there was a chance, she wanted to get closer to Yuan Tianqing. On the other side of the base, in the small building of Wu Qingyue's house, Wu Yueling was chasing a gray-furred rabbit on the empty ground in the living room. She seemed to be having a good time. The gray-furred rabbit was like a big gray ball, jumping around on the ground. It didn't jump far away, but just around Wu Yueling. Xiao Liqing found a sealed box and said to Wu Qingyue, who was sitting on the sofa reading documents, "Found it." Wu Qingyue looked up and saw the box in his hand. He nodded and said, "Give it to Yuan Tianqing. We're going out tomorrow, and I don't think we can wait for her to come back. Just ask Yuan Tianqing to give it to her." Xiao Liqing nodded, then turned around and left. Soon, Xiao Liqing found Yuan Tianqing in the mission office. "Deputy Chief Yuan." He walked over and greeted Yuan Tianqing with a smile. Yuan Tianqing turned around and saw it was him. He smiled and said, "Little Qing, don't call me Deputy Chief anymore. I'm not that anymore. Just call me Mr. Yuan." Xiao Liqing nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, Mr. Yuan." He took out the box and handed it to him. "This is what our chief asked you to give to Miss Liu and the sunglasses. We'll have to trouble you to help." Yuan Tianqing, Lin Wenwen, and Long Qingying all looked curiously at the box that he handed over. "What's this?" Xiao Liqing said, "Contact lenses." As soon as he said that, the others immediately nodded. "Oh." Chapter 333. At 4 or 5:00 in the afternoon, Lin Qiao's motorcade entered the center of Hangzhou. Are we going to Hangzhou Zombie City? The workers who came here by themselves were a little panicked. Looking at the increasing number of zombies around them, these people showed fear in their eyes. Especially those who were ordinary people. We're not going. We're going back. You're all liars. Did you bring us here to use us as bait? Yes. We're not going. Although Qin Yuding's team members didn't shout, they were also panicking. Only a few of them seemed to be unafraid. "Hey, what are you panicking about? It's just a zombie. If one comes, we'll blow its head off. If two comes, we'll also blow its head off. It's better than going back without food." A buzzing voice sounded. Everyone looked and saw a big guy who was at least 1.9 meters tall. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a wide face, and a high nose. His hair was cut flat, but it was uneven. It seemed that it wasn't cut by a professional hairdresser. The others looked at him and said loudly, You're a psychic. Of course you're not afraid of zombies. You can get food from any mission in the base. How can you be hungry?" The big guy shook his head and said naively, "Oh, the food I get from the mission isn't enough for me, and I don't dare to go out alone. The others don't want to go out with me." At this time, a faint voice suddenly said, "Why are you so anxious? Look carefully, those zombies don't dare to come near us. Didn't you notice?" The others looked towards the voice and saw a young man wearing a very old square-frame glasses sitting on the side with his arms crossed. His eyes under the glasses were staring at the road outside of the car, observing something. Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Yu's team, who had been quiet, before moving his eyes away. When the others saw him, they seemed to be infected by his indifferent aura. Suddenly, they calmed down a little and looked outside as well. Then as they watched, they really saw the zombies on the road after discovering their team. They didn't crazily rush towards them. Instead, their movement seemed to freeze for a moment, then they turned around and ran away. What? Ah, it's true. They all ran away. What's going on? The tall man looked around in surprise. Quick, look over here. It looks like it too. No wonder it was so peaceful along the way. There were no zombies. Lin Qiao, who was sitting in front, turned his head to look at the people behind him, then turned his head back. Chen Yuding and Lin Feng, who were in front, followed the map given by Lin Qiao. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at the government complex in Uptown. It really took a long time to get in. because they had been blocking the way all the way. Their car was too big, and they could not go around small roads. He had no choice but to get down and push away the abandoned cars on the road before he could drive through. When they arrived at the government complex, it took them quite some time to get there. Fortunately, there were a lot of people in the carriage. If they couldn't get through, the soldiers would go down and open up a path. Or he could just use his special ability. But their destination wasn't here, but the Victoria Hotel on the other side. They were just passing by. When they were about to reach the hotel, Lin Chao suddenly stood up. Then, with a leap of his legs, he directly jumped onto the car in front of him and continued to jump forward. He directly jumped in front of Lin Fang's car. "Wait here for a moment." Lin Chao stopped their car on the road and said to the people in the car. She turned and walked toward the hotel on the side of the road. Xiao Yunlong poked his head out of the window. What is she going to do? Chen Yuding shook his head. Lin Feng said, well, clear the zombies. The others looked at him. Why did she have to go alone to clear the zombies? Wouldn't it be faster if there were more people? Lin Feng said, in fact, most of the zombies nearby have escaped. She is just going to find those who are still hiding in the hotel. Also, think about her identity. The moment she releases her aura, it won't be a problem. Once she releases her breath, she doesn't even need to do anything. Those zombies will run away by themselves. Xiao Yunlong nodded. Just now, after they had asked the question, they had already remembered the identity of this Miss Liu. Lin Chao walked into the hotel. The hotel wasn't high, but it was spacious and there were more than 200 rooms. And the decoration inside was very good. If the power supply could be connected to solar energy, it could be used as a residence. There was also a commercial square opposite and the location was very good. Originally, there were a lot of zombies in this area, but after sensing that Lin Chao was coming with the convoy, they all scrambled to escape. Lin Chao entered the hotel and then strolled around the hotel. Then the people outside saw a few zombies suddenly jump out of the window upstairs of the hotel. After waiting for another 10 minutes, they saw Lin Chao come out. She stood on the road in front of the hotel and waved to them. It's okay, come down. After Xiao Yunlong and the others drove the car over, the soldiers all got out of the car. Lin Chao said to Xiao Yunlong, Lin Feng and Chen Yuding who came in front of her, before the end of the work, we will stay in this hotel. There are more than 200 rooms here, which is enough. Do you have any objections? The three shook their heads at her. Anyway, she had the final say on the location. Even if they wanted to object, they couldn't find a reason. Because she was the existence that controlled absolute security. If they objected to her, what would they do if she directly turned around and left? If she left, the zombie horde not far from here was not a joke. There were thousands of them, and they could be exhausted to death. Seeing that they had no objections, Lin Chao nodded. Then she said, oh, that's right. Leave the room on the top floor for us. Don't let anyone go up there, you know. Lin Feng and the others looked at each other and nodded knowingly. Lin Chao turned around and suddenly jumped onto a tree on the side of the road, and then jumped from the tree to the roof of the hotel. She directly jumped up. Lin Feng and the other two immediately turned back and called out to their people. Then they gathered in the hotel lobby. Lin Chao stood on the roof and flashed into the space, ready to release Chiu Lily and the other two. But as soon as she went in, she was entangled by a few jade-white vines as soon as she stood firm. Little man seemed to be waiting for her. Mama, 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 little man wants to level up quickly, help little man find a big energy nucleus. Lin Chao looked at her in surprise. Hey, didn't I just give you a lot of level 4 or 5 corpse nuclei? Not enough. Little man said with a little dissatisfaction. Well, those are not even enough to fill the gap between Little Man's teeth, and they have already been transferred to the newcomer. As she spoke, Little Man pulled out a vine and pointed its tip in the direction of Shen Yuzhen. Lin Qiao looked at Shen Yuzhen and saw that she was sitting opposite Lu Jun and Qiu Lily. She looked a little reserved, as if she didn't dare to move. Maybe because she was too close to Qiu Lily, she was completely suppressed by her imposing manner. Chapter 334. Lin Qiao turned to Man Man and said, "Okay. Then I'll find a way to catch a big one for you, or find some energy cores of mutant plants for you." Man Man heard this and said happily, "Yes, yes mommy, level up for me." Man Man wants to go out. Lin Qiao asked her in surprise, "You want to go out?" Man Man shook her vines and said, "I want to go." Lin Qiao nodded. It seemed that this child was tired of staying here. "All right, wait for me to finish dealing with the matters here first. I'll take you to find the energy core." Man Man happily shook her vines. Okay. Lin Qiao let her let go of her hand and then walked to Qiu Lily. "We're here. Go out and arrange your work, and find a place you want to live." Qiu Lily and Lu Jun immediately stood up. Seeing that Lin Qiao was going to send them out, Meng Meng, who had been hiding in the forest, also ran out. Lin Qiao sent them out first, and then came in to send the zombies from the 1st to the 7th team out. Only Shen Yuzhen was left in the space. The zombies stood on the roof, and Lin Qiao said to everyone, "I told them that the roof and the floor below are all our territory. Everyone can pick their own rooms. As for the floors below, don't go down unless Lily and I give the order. Understand?" She said to the zombies 1 to 7, and then stared at Meng Meng, who had already slipped to the edge of the building and was looking down, and said, "And you, come back and listen to me." Meng Meng was curiously lying on the edge of the building, and when she was about to run to the other side, she was stopped by Lin Qiao. "Oh, got it." She walked over unwillingly. Lin Qiao said to Qiu Lily, "After I leave, Lily, you and Meng Meng can't leave here together. Someone with a higher level has to stay, got it?" Qiu Lily nodded and said, "Got it. Then I'll go down and choose a room." Then she turned around and went downstairs with her 2 long ponytails swinging behind her. Lu Jun also silently carried Tong Tong down. Anyway, there was nothing for her to do here. Lin Qiao said to the remaining 8 zombies, "Remember the aura of these people, then chase the surrounding zombies 2 kilometers away. Gather them and block all the entrances and exits. This is also your territory. You have to guard it yourselves, understand?" Roar, got it. All the zombie leaders responded in unison. Lin Qiao continued, "Kill all those above level 3 and give me their corpse cores. If you can't beat your opponent, remember to ask for help from the person next to you. You guys are together now, so you have to help each other, okay?" Roar, oh, the zombie leaders, who were used to acting alone, reluctantly responded. Lin Qiao waved at them and said, "Go." 5 zombie leaders and 2 mutant zombies ran off in 7 different directions, quickly disappearing from Lin Qiao's line of sight. Only Meng Meng remained where she was, looking left and right. "Let's go down and find your own room," Lin Qiao said as he led her down the stairs. Following Qiu Lily's scent, they found a room. After entering, they saw Qiu Lily standing in the middle, waving her hands and using her wind ability to roll the dust in the room into a ball. Lu Jun wasn't here, but Lin Qiao knew that she was next door with Tong Tong. After Qiu Lily rolled the dust out the window and blew it into the air, it was blown away by the wind. But when she turned around, she saw Meng Meng rolling around on the bed she was looking at. "Ah, that bed is mine. You're putting your scent on it. Get off." Qiu Lily saw Meng Meng's actions and immediately yelled. She swung her long hair and rushed over, sending Meng Meng flying with a kick. Meng Meng reacted quickly and rolled off the bed, then poked her head out and said, "Roar roar, I want to share a room with you." Chiu Lily wasn't having it. She stared at her and said, "Why do you want to share a room with me? There's only one bed here. Go to another room." Who knew that Meng Meng would just crawl under the bed? Roar roar, no. Lin Qiao looked at the two of them. It was obvious that Meng Meng wanted to stay by Chiu Lily's side. "I'll be leaving for Haiqing Base in a while. On the way, I'll find a crystal core for little man. You guys keep an eye on this place. Don't let any outsiders cause trouble," Lin Qiao said as she stood at the door and prepared to leave. Chiu Lily was bending over by the bed, trying to pull Meng Meng out. When she heard Lin Qiao's words, she straightened up. "Huh, is it for little man? Is she going to level up again?" Lin Qiao walked to the door and replied, "Yes, she seems to want to come out very much." With that, she walked out of the room. She turned around and went to Lu Jun's room next door. She saw that Lu Jun had Tong Tong stand on the empty ground by the door. Then, she cleaned up the dust and rubbish in the room. "I'm going to leave for Haiqing now. Take Tong Tong with you. If there's anything, ask Lily for help," Lin Qiao said to her. Lu Jun was flipping through the old quilt on the bed. Then, she straightened up and looked at Lin Qiao. "Is little man coming out? She's probably tired of staying inside." Lin Qiao leaned against the door and nodded. "Maybe." "Got it." Lu Jun nodded and suddenly thought of something. Then, she looked at her and asked, "By the way, why did you let Miss Wenwen stay in Haiqing? There are a lot of people there. What if she runs into trouble in the base? You're not there now." Lin Qiao said, "It's not that I want her to stay, it's that she wants to stay. If she doesn't want to go with me, can I still kidnap her? I respect her decision. And isn't Yuan Tianqing still in the base? He won't let anything happen to her." Recently, she had noticed the meaning behind the way Lin Wenwen looked at Yuan Tianqing. If the two of them were a couple, it wouldn't be a bad thing. If she handed her sister over to a former subordinate, at least she would know what he was like. This was much more reassuring than handing her over to other messy men in the apocalypse. Lu Jun shook his head and said with some worry, "Not necessarily. The situation in the base is starting to become unstable. If someone targets Miss Wenwen, I'm afraid even Deputy Leader Yuan will fall." Lin Qiao's eyes flashed. "Don't worry, as long as Wu Qingyue is still in the base these 2 days, those people won't dare to make a move. What's more, when I went out this time, I planned to immediately head back once I arrived here. It was only a 2-hour journey. Even if I went to find the energy core for little man on the way, I would return to Ocean City by tomorrow at the latest. They can't do anything in such a short period of time. Xiao Yunlong's car can be left behind." Lu Jun thought for a moment, nodded and said, "What you said is right. Just one night, I believe those people won't make a move so quickly." Chapter 335. After Lin Qiao came out of Lu Jun's room, she went downstairs. When she arrived at the hall, she saw that Lin Feng and the others had already cleaned up the sofa in the hall. Although it wasn't very clean, it was enough for people to sit on. In any case, people weren't so particular in the end of the world. Lin Qiao walked over and said to them, "You've already arranged it. I won't participate in the construction of the wall. We'll start after Yuan Tianqing comes. I'll go back to the base first. I have other things to do on the way, so I won't be going with you. Deputy Leader Xiao, you can walk slowly behind me." Lin Feng, Xiao Yunlong, and Qin Yuding all looked at her in surprise. "You're leaving so fast? Alone?" Lin Qiao stood in front of them with her hands in her pockets and nodded, "Don't worry, I've already released the zombie team to chase away the zombies. I've also strictly ordered them to guard the periphery. Chiu Lily and Lu Jun will stay here, and I'll leave alone. Hearing that Chiu Lily was staying, the three people on the sofa were slightly relieved. Okay then. Chen Yuding looked at her anxiously. Little Zhen's situation, Lin Chao said to him, she hasn't woken up yet. I'll return her to you when she wakes up. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Chen Yuding looked down with a little disappointment, then nodded gratefully, okay. Lin Chao turned and walked out of the hotel door. When she reached the road, she waved her hand. An unmodified off-road vehicle appeared on the road. She was now a mobile nouveau riche, getting whatever she wanted. Anyway, the things she collected in the space were not just furniture, clothes, and shoes. She also collected a lot of cars that could still be driven, big and small. She even picked up a few electric cars and fuel-efficient cars. Lin Chao sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove back the way she came. She respected Chen Yuzhen's wishes and didn't tell Chen Yuding about her situation. Lin Chao drove out of the upper city and headed back to Jiaxing. While sniffing in the car, she used her perception to pay attention to the movements along the way. It wasn't until she reached Nanhu that she sensed a very powerful level 5 zombie. It was almost at level 6, but it seemed to be a step away. Lin Chao immediately turned the car around, retracted his aura, and drove in that direction. Not long after, Lin Chao found herself in a botanical garden. That zombie was actually in the botanical garden. Lin Chao stopped the car by the roadside, got off, and stored the car into the space. She looked at the botanical garden that had grown into a barren mountain forest. She searched silently for a while before she found the entrance and entered it invisibly. The botanical garden was very large, and the path inside was almost completely covered by the plants that had doubled in size. As for those mutant plants, Lin Chao could not smell their scent. If the other party had concealed his aura, even Lin Chao would not have been able to sense it. Lin Chao could only follow the direction of the level 5 zombie, and at the same time, she carefully observed the surroundings. If he could find a mutated plant that had gained sentience, it might have an energy core. But just when Lin Chao thought that she would not be able to find the mutated plant so easily, she suddenly felt a huge movement in front of her. The trees here were all very tall. She couldn't find the tallest one. So he gave up the idea of climbing up the tree to scout the situation, and quickly sneaked in that direction on the ground. Roar! Suddenly, the roars of wild beasts came from the front. Hearing this, Lin Chao felt a little strange. The sound sounded like that of a wild beast, but it did not sound like a normal wild beast. When Lin Chao quietly approached, she saw the scene in front of her. She understood why the sound just now was like a wild beast, but also not like a wild beast. Because it was a zombie beast. Looking at its size, it was already as big as a male lion. The hair from its neck to its back was very long, and clumps of it stood up. The skin and flesh on its body were torn open, dripping with blood. Its pitch-black eyes were filled with an ominous glint, and its mouth was wide open, revealing a mouth full of sharp beast teeth. Roar! This was a giant zombie dog. Looking at the thick hair on its body, it had a terrifying dog head like the ghost mastiff. Its body was even stronger than a male lion, but its skin was bloody, and from time to time, there would be some thick black liquid dripping out of its wounds. It looked very horrifying. This was simply the incarnation of a hellhound. Lin Chao silently stared at the zombie dog, and suddenly a kind of desire arose in her heart. If she could train this thing into a military dog. But soon, Lin Chao was not in the mood to think about this, because she was attracted by the zombie dog's opponent. It was the thing that she had been looking for, a mutated demonic tree. The tree looked very strange, and its trunk was very thick, with a diameter of about 1.5 meters. There was no bark on the trunk, and it was a very smooth kind of tree bone. But the color was dark red, and there were black intersecting veins flowing on it. And at the place where it forked up, there was a groove in the middle. There was a stench coming from there, and Lin Qiao could smell it from far away. It was the smell of a rotting flesh. There was not a single leaf on the branches above, but there were countless branches dancing wildly on the branches. In fact, the whole tree was twisting and moving, and those thick branches turned into tentacles, like a group of demons dancing. Around the demonic tree, as long as it bent down to stretch its branches, the ground would be empty. This tree's aura was also very strong, even stronger than the vine that Lin Qiao encountered by the lake last time. But after looking for a while, Lin Qiao could not find the position of its energy core. Roar, the zombie dog stood at the edge of the open space, a place where the demonic tree could not reach. It lowered its limbs, raised its head, and roared at the demonic tree. Suddenly, it kicked its hind legs, turned into a black shadow, and rushed toward the demonic tree's trunk. It was very fast, like a flash of lightning. Lin Qiao felt that its speed was very fast, but the demonic tree's reaction was even faster than the zombie dog's. Before the zombie dog reached the demonic tree's trunk, all the branches of the demonic tree suddenly surrounded it. Layer by layer, it protected its trunk, and then separated a part of its strength to sweep towards the black shadow. When the zombie dog saw that its attack was ineffective, it quickly turned around and jumped to the side, dodging the demonic tree's extended branches. But the zombie dog did not give up, and it suddenly went around the demonic tree and suddenly jumped behind it. Then it continued to rush toward the demonic tree. But this time, the demonic tree did not shrink its branches back. Instead, it suddenly bent down, as if it wanted to increase the distance between it and the zombie dog. However, the zombie dog had already pounced on it. Not good. When Lin Qiao saw the situation, she knew that the zombie dog was going to suffer. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the demonic tree that was bent very low suddenly bounced back with a hoot sound. And so, the branches instantly closed up, turning into a sturdy broom, and slapped the zombie dog back. Roar, the zombie dog screamed, and then fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 336. But soon, the zombie dog stood up from the ground without any problems. It shook its fur and continued to roar at the demonic tree. Roar dash, then it suddenly opened its mouth at the demonic tree, revealing a mouthful of white sharp teeth. Lin Qiao felt a surge of energy in its body. After a while, a surge of energy rushed out of the zombie dog's mouth. Roar dash, it roared at the demonic tree. A purplish-red flame came out of its mouth and rushed towards the demonic tree. When it encountered the purplish-red flame, the demonic tree suddenly shrank. Moreover, it bent back with all its might, trying to avoid the attack of the flame. There was a surge of energy in the middle of the demonic tree, as if it was protecting itself from being eroded by the flame. Thus, Lin Qiao watched as a level 5 zombie dog breathed fire from its mouth to burn a bald tree trunk that had shrunk into a ball. The zombie dog was also very strong. The fire in its mouth continued to burn for 2 to 3 minutes before stopping. Lin Qiao could feel that the temperature of the flame was very high because although the surrounding plants were not burnt, they quickly withered. The zombie dog's flames were controlled to only burn the demonic tree's area of effect, so it wouldn't affect the surrounding trees. But even so, the temperature of its flames still dried up the surrounding plants. Lin Qiao unconsciously retreated a distance. There was no other way, it was too hot. If it was an ordinary tree, after being burned by the zombie dog's flame for 2 to 3 minutes, not even ashes would be left. However, the demonic tree was only tightly wrapped into a ball, like a giant black fist. No matter how the flame burned, it was not affected at all. The zombie dog saw that after burning for so long, there was no effect on the demonic tree, so it put away the flame. Then it bared its teeth and pounced at the demonic tree, using its front claws to claw at the demonic tree. Lin Qiao looked at the demonic tree in surprise. There was actually a wood that was not afraid of fire. How magical! Xiao dash, the zombie dog pounced forward with its equally sharp claws. It clawed at the demonic tree and then fell to the ground. Then it pounced again, using its claws to claw at the demonic tree. The flame was useless against the demonic tree, but the zombie dog's claws were particularly useful. Puff, 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 a few bare branches were immediately cut down by it. The demonic tree, which had its branches cut off by the zombie dog, seemed to shake violently. Then, he probably felt that the zombie dog might not be able to spit fire for a while, so he immediately let go of the tree fist. Countless branches spread out and immediately rolled towards the zombie dogs that pounced on them. The zombie dog's reaction wasn't fast enough, and its forelegs kicked the branches of the magic tree. When he bounced back, he was suddenly entangled by a tree branch that shot out fiercely. A whoop! The zombie dog cried out in panic, and then it was suddenly pulled down by the demonic tree. Without waiting for the zombie dog to react, the other branches of the devil tree quickly wrapped around its hind legs. Then, he started beating the zombie dog up and down. Bang! 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 Ayo! Woo! Looking at the zombie dog that looked like a dead dog, Lin Qiao silently shed a drop of sweat for it. Well, of course she didn't sweat. What a painful feeling. Listening to the zombie dog's screams as it was slapped to the ground, Lin Qiao felt that even if it was a zombie, its internal organs would have been smashed. Just when the zombie dog was feeling dizzy from the slaps, the center of the magic tree suddenly opened up, as if it had opened its mouth. Then, Lin Qiao saw all the branches of the magic tree wrap around the zombie dog, especially tightly wrapping around its mouth and head, as if to prevent it from spitting fire again. Then, it dragged the zombie dog and threw it into the center of the magic tree. At this moment, Lin Qiao suddenly moved. She fiercely rushed towards the center of the magic tree. Previously, no matter how badly the magic tree fought with the zombie dog, it would always wrap the center with branches. Therefore, Lin Qiao only silently watched the battle. She didn't expect that the level 5 zombie dog wouldn't last long in the hands of the mutated demonic tree, and it was quickly taken care of. Seeing that the zombie dog was about to be dragged into the middle of the magic tree, Lin Qiao guessed that the magic tree was about to eat. Because of the stench of rotting corpses coming from the middle of the magic tree, it should be where the magic tree ate. Therefore, when she saw the magic tree wrap the zombie dog into a ball and drag it there, Lin Qiao seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Her speed was very fast, and in an instant, she flashed above the zombie dog. Then, she stepped on the zombie dog's body and suddenly swung down with her claws. As soon as she waved her hand, she revealed herself. From the battle just now, Lin Qiao could see that the magic tree was immune to magic attacks, and only physical attacks were effective against it. Because the zombie dog's ability fire was useless against it, using her claws to cut off a few branches. Therefore, Lin Qiao immediately decided to use her claws to cut it. Sensing Lin Qiao's sudden appearance, the magic tree panicked. Because Lin Qiao's aura was too dangerous to the magic tree, and her position just happened to be where the magic tree's life gate was wide open. Moreover, as soon as Lin Qiao appeared, her attack also followed. But after her claws swung down, her figure immediately flashed and disappeared from the zombie dog's body. Puff puff puff, but as soon as she disappeared, a few strange sounds came from the magic tree's body. Then, the entire magic tree suddenly stopped moving. As for the zombie dog, when it was originally bound by the magic tree, it sensed danger and immediately became clear-headed. Therefore, when the magic tree sent it to the middle position, it kept struggling and twisting. Now that the magic tree was completely still, only the zombie dog was still moving. As a result, when it moved, it suddenly fell out of the branches. The branches that were originally wrapped around it seemed like a switch was turned off, and all of them loosened up. Then, it softly fell to the ground. Put-ong, the zombie dog fell to the ground and stood up from the ground in a daze. Then, it looked at the mutated magic tree inexplicably. But soon, its expression became vigilant again. It slightly lowered its front limbs and pressed down on its 2 ears. A pair of fierce zombie beast eyes stared at the surroundings. Lin Chao dodged, somersaulted in midair, and then steadily landed on the ground. Roar roar, the zombie dog immediately locked its gaze on her, and then it pressed its head down with its teeth. Kacha kacha, at this time, the magic tree suddenly made a cracking sound, and then it really split open from the middle. Rumble rumble rumble, the magic tree that had split open a few branches loudly fell to the ground. From the place where the thick tree trunk had split open, a strong stench assaulted their nostrils. Moreover, as the trunk split open, the trunk was hollow, and there were some bones and thick liquid flowing out. The source of the stench was probably the liquid formed from the bones and flesh. Lin Chao couldn't stand it anymore, and she covered her nose and walked towards the magic tree that had fallen to the ground. After cutting open the tree, she sensed the location of the energy core. At this time, Lin Chao didn't need to shout at the lake. A few thick jade-white vines had already emerged from the lake. He reached out towards her. To be precise, they were coming towards the piece of wood in her hand. Lin Chao directly waved her hand and threw the wood towards her. Little Man immediately caught it accurately, then curled it up and shrunk into the water. But she still stretched out a long vine and wrapped it around Lin Chao's hand. Mama mama mama, this is good, this energy smells so good. Lin Chao thought of the bones and dirty water outside and the pungent stench. She really didn't know what smelled good. Do you know what level the energy core of this tree is? Little Man said. Level 4. Lin Chao nodded and pointed to the dog lying on the ground beside her and said, no wonder this thing is already level 5, but still can't beat a tree. Mutated plants or animals have always been stronger than zombies or psychics. Because their oddities are different from the normal rules, they are considered an anomaly. It is hard to imagine whether their energy or skills are strong or weak. They are very strong when they are strong, but they are also very weak when they are weak. But it is reasonable to say that zombie dogs are generally more aggressive than normal zombies. And this is a level 5 zombie dog. Its attack power and reaction speed are quite close to a level 6 zombie king. It can't even kill a tree. How did the zombie dog become so weak? Lin Chao thought and suddenly stared at the zombie dog curiously. Little Man, who was wrapped around her hand, sensed her thoughts and said to her, Ma 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 ma, this zombie dog only has claws that can attack this kind of mutated tree. Its fire ability is useless against this kind of mutated tree that can absorb energy. Lin Chao turned her head to look at Little Man in surprise. How do you know this dog's ability is fire? And you also know the characteristics of the tree. Little Man said with a bit of pride, as long as I enter this space, Little Man can distinguish all the types of abilities. Lin Chao understood and said, so that's how it is. Little Man said, Mama mama, this time Little Man may take a bit longer to absorb. Mama must be prepared. After Little Man finishes absorbing, then I will repair your stomach. Lin Chao subconsciously touched her stomach. She was also very curious about what it looked like inside. But she didn't dare to cut open her stomach. What if she ruined Little Man's previous recovery? She nodded and said, okay, I will wait for you. Little Man said happily, with this mutated tree's energy core, Mama and Little Man will become different. Wait for Little Man's good news. Lin Chao heard what she said. It seemed that after she finished absorbing, there would be a very different change. Okay, I will wait for your good news. Little man let go of her and then shrunk back into the lake. Lin Chao watched little man disappear into the lake, then turned her head to look at the zombie dog that has been curled up on the ground since little man came out. She stared at the zombie dog left and right. So ugly. So disgusting. Chapter 338. The zombie dog's appearance was really ugly. The fur all over its body was cracked, and there was a lot of dirty black blood on it, so it looked like a bunch of puffs. The skin on the corner of its mouth was also cracked, and flesh could be seen inside. Its white teeth were sharp and long, very scary. Lin Chao squatted beside it and said to it, "Look at you, so ugly. Even if I take you in, it's not good to take you out to see people. What if you scare the children?" Roar dash, the zombie dog turned its head and roared at her, but it didn't dare to really rush at Lin Chao. Instead, it was timid, crawling back. At this moment, a long object was suddenly thrown out of the lake. Lin Chao reached out and caught it. It was a vine as thick as a thumb, about 4 to 5 meters long, and it was jade white. As soon as she caught the vine, Lin Chao immediately understood little man's intention. It was for her to use as a dog leash. "Come here." Looking at the zombie dog that was moving back a few meters, Lin Chao shouted to it. Roar dash, the zombie dog protested and refused to go over. Instead, it was ready to turn around and run. "If you dare run, I'll throw you into the lake when I catch you. I'm telling you." Lin Chao scolded it. A wood dash, the zombie dog that had just run 2 steps suddenly stopped. Lin Chao tightened the rattan in his hand and said to it, "Where do you think you can run in here?" "Ha!" Roar dash, the zombie dog turned back and roared at her, then ran towards the direction of the forest. Lin Chao threw the vine in her hand on the ground like a whip. Then her figure flashed, and she chased after the zombie dog. Lin Chao could clearly sense where the zombie dog was and where it was running towards. So Lin Chao took a shortcut from the side and went in front of it to intercept it. Because of the actions of Lin Chao and the zombie dog, Shen Yuzhen, who was originally sitting on the sofa, hid behind the sofa. She looked in the direction of the forest with a frightened face. She was already a little afraid of Lin Chao's aura, but now the zombie dog's aura was even more frightening. Because Lin Chao's other people's auras were all hidden, this zombie dog's aura was completely released. Moreover, it carried a savage wildness, like a ferocious predator. On the other side, when the zombie dog rushed into the forest, it suddenly saw Lin Chao jump down from the tree in front of it. Then, the white rattan in her hand wrapped around him. Lin Chao tied a loop at the front of the rattan and jumped down when the zombie dog ran to her side of the tree. She put the loop on the zombie dog's head. By the time the zombie dog reacted, it had already been strangled. Roar, Lin Chao jumped down from above and pulled the other end of the rope tightly. Then he tied the rope to a nearby tree. "Stay still, or I'll really throw you into the lake." Roar, 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 the zombie dog was tied to the tree by her. It pulled on the vines of the small vine while roaring and struggling. After Lin Chao said that, he turned around and walked out. She left the zombie dog to struggle on its own. After leaving the forest, she saw Shen Yuzhen and stopped to ask, "Do you want to go out with me now? I'm already on the way back to Haiqing, there's still more than an hour's drive." Shen Yuzhen looked worriedly in the direction of the forest and then shook her head at Lin Chao. She lowered her head with a lonely expression, not knowing what to think. Lin Chao looked at her and didn't force it. She just nodded and said, "Okay." After leaving the space, Lin Chao looked at the time. It was almost dark. She let the car out and continued to drive to Haiqing. At this time, in Haiqing, Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying were still staying in their original house. Yuan Tianqing and the others were still opposite them. Li Zheng's team had already followed Lin Feng to Hangzhou. Only Du Yuanqing, Lu Junjie, and a few other soldiers with no abilities were left here. Long Qingying turned around and rolled her eyes. How am I talking nonsense? What do you guys think? As she said that, she looked at Du Yuanqing and the others. Cough, that, actually, Qingqing is right. Deputy leader, you can also consider our Miss Wenwen. Du Yuanqing's eyes turned and suddenly said. Lu Junjie and the others just looked at Yuan Tianqing silently and held their bowls at the same time and nodded. Yuan Tianqing glanced at them. Wenwen is single now, you guys also have a chance. As soon as he said that, the others immediately shut up. They all buried their heads in eating. Chapter 339. On the other side of Wu Qingyue's house, Meng Yu was sitting at the table, eating the rice in her bowl. Her expression was slightly hesitant, then she suddenly raised her eyes and looked at Wu Qingyue, who was watching Wu Yueling eat. You. Why did you ask someone to find a pair of cosmetic lenses for that zombie? Wu Qingyue heard her words and looked back at her. What's wrong? I just see her wearing sunglasses every day, it's too suspicious. Why don't you ask someone to find a pair of cosmetic lenses for her? Meng Yu's expression froze for a moment, an inexplicable light flashed in her eyes. She slightly closed her eyes, and moved the chopsticks in her hand. Is it because she helped Ling Ling through the awakening? Wu Qingyue nodded and said, yes, that's right. Although I think giving her this as a thank you gift might be a little too light. But I think she will like it. Meng Yu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, yes, it's indeed too light. It's not the first time she saved Ling Ling, but you don't seem to have repaid her. Why don't you marry her? Her last sentence sounded like a joke, so Wu Qingyue just smiled and looked at her. Do you want me to feed the zombies? Then Wu Qingyue looked at Wu Yueling, who was eating the chopsticks, and said, besides, I also want to find a mother for her. But I'm afraid that I will make a mistake and hurt her. Wu Yueling was still not very good with the chopsticks, but she could already eat by herself. Her movements were very clumsy, but she looked very cute. She didn't pay much attention to the conversation between the two adults, but after hearing Wu Qingyue say that he wanted to find a mother for her, she suddenly stopped. Then a light flashed in her big eyes. But she quickly lowered her head and continued to eat, but the light in her eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Meng Yu heard Wu Qingyue's words and felt relieved. She looked at Wu Qingyue and said, actually, if Ling Ling is not your biological daughter, you can have another one. Wu Qingyue shook his head and said, what does this have to do with whether she is biological or not? Even if Ling Ling doesn't have my blood, I still love her. She also loves me as a father. Meng Yu looked at him in silence. Wu Yueling finished the food in her bowl, put down her chopsticks, and looked up at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue smiled at her and said, are you full? When you're full, wipe your mouth first, understand? Wu Yueling picked up the napkin on the table and wiped her mouth. Then, she jumped off the chair. He trotted towards the living room. You can't run so fast after eating. You'll get a stomachache. Wu Qingyue shouted at her. Wu Yueling immediately stopped and looked back at him. Only then did he walk over. She walked to the sofa and picked up the gray rabbit that had curled up into a ball. She placed it on her short legs and used her small hands to stroke the soft fur on its back. The gray rabbit curled up on her leg and didn't move. It seemed to be enjoying being petted by her. Wu Yueling looked at Wu Qingyue while stroking the gray rabbit, thinking about what he had just said. Was Daddy going to find her a mother? But Lingling didn't want anyone else to be Lingling's mother. Lingling only wanted her father. What the hell is a mother? Is it edible? But if I can get the zombie sister to be with Daddy, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. He didn't know if Little Man would agree or not. I really want to play with Little Man. When will the zombie sister come to see Lingling? Wu Yueling's brain had already turned a few corners. On the other side, Wu Qingyue still didn't know that his words had attracted the attention of a child. Seeing that Wu Yueling had run to the sofa to play with the rabbit, Wu Qingyue began to eat. After eating, Wu Qingyue and Meng Youth sat on the sofa and talked business. You have to keep an eye on Yang Chao. Also, remind Big Tree and Emoli to pay attention to the movements of the research institute. Meng Yu nodded and said, we still haven't found the whereabouts of the robber who secretly cooperated with Yang Chao. Do you think he has already infiltrated the base? Wu Qingyue nodded in agreement and said, it's possible. His original target was Lin Feng and the others, but Lin Feng and the others arrived at our base safely. I think the robber definitely won't give up. It's possible that Yang Chao let him in. And we don't know if he is still in the base, or if he followed Lin Feng and the others out today. Speaking up to this point, he paused and said, but there's that female zombie. Even if the robber is a level 7 psychic, he shouldn't be able to get away with it. Meng Yu asked curiously, why? Could it be that this Miss Lu is already above level 6? But I don't feel that her power is that strong. Wu Qingyue shook his head and said, it's not her. It's the other people with her. Or other zombies. He didn't say the last sentence. Ever since the last time this Miss Lu took off her sunglasses and let him see her eyes, Wu Qingyue always felt that the exquisite face seemed a little familiar. Where did he see it before? But in this post-apocalyptic world, women were already rare. Such a beautiful woman, even if he had seen her before, he wouldn't forget her. And on that beautiful face, there was a pair of dark eyes without any white. If he hadn't interacted with her before, perhaps he would feel that her appearance was very strange and scary. But Wu Qingyue didn't know why, but he felt that it was very novel. After he saw that pair of eyes that day, he seemed to see green pupils in them. It didn't look beautiful at all, but it gave people a feeling that they wanted to see it again. Meng Yu asked curiously, there's something else? Or are you talking about zombies? Wu Qingyue looked at her, didn't shake his head or nod. He said, I just feel that there's an even more powerful energy in her body. Meng Yu nodded and said, I also feel that it's indeed different from Miss Lu's own energy. Wu Qingyue said, Yunlong should be back tonight. Tomorrow, you stay in the base with him. I'll lead the team out alone. His words made Meng Yu stunned. You want to go out alone? Why? Aren't we all together? In the past, almost every time he went out of the base, he would take her with him. Why did he leave her behind this time? Wu Qingyue said, recently, Yang Chao's hands and feet have been a little restless. I want you two to stay here to look after the base. Zhou Shihui doesn't care, and I'm afraid that Yang Chao will take action when I'm not in the base. Meng Yu looked up at him and opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Wu Qingyue interrupted her. Yu, this is an order. Wu Qingyue looked at her with a faint smile and said, Yu, this is an order. His eyes were still smiling as usual, but there was a bit more sternness and irresistible in them. Meng Yu felt an inexplicable grievance in her heart, but she still nodded. This man had never put her on the same level as him. Chapter 340. When Lin Qiao arrived near the base, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. She stopped the car at a distance where the base guards couldn't hear the sound of the car. Then she put the car into the space. Then she walked towards the base. The gate of the base was closed at night. Lin Chao clawed at the wall with her claws and climbed up stealthily. Then she climbed to the top of the wall and jumped down into the base. There were many dark places in the base at night, and no light could reach them. Only in the inner area would there be street lights. The lights in the outer area were concentrated in the residential buildings, and the electricity in other places was cut off. Therefore, people living in the base would not go out at night if there was nothing important. Lin Chao walked along the dark road and headed for Area D. When she was 1 kilometer away from Lin Wenwen's community, she smelled several scents. These unusual smells stopped her in her tracks. Lin Chao found a dark corner and released Shen Yuzhen. She pointed in a direction and said, "The person you're looking for is over there." Right now, your night vision is no different from your daytime vision. You also have to learn to analyze the smell of each person. Control your hunger and don't hurt innocent people. Shen Yuzhen nodded and looked in the direction Lin Chao pointed. She suddenly sniffed with her nose and there was a familiar and disgusting smell of smoke drifting from afar. Her eyes immediately widened, and her lips began to crack, revealing her teeth. Lin Chao said, "Go. Be careful not to expose yourself. You'll be fine as long as you don't talk." Shen Yuzhen nodded and turned to leave. Lin Chao followed her invisibly because she told Shen Yuzhen to go. She also went in the direction of Lin Wenwen's community. She didn't follow very closely. She looked at the surrounding buildings. Then, like a monkey, he climbed up the wall in a few steps. Standing on the roof, she watched Shen Yuzhen walk through the dark alley next to her, or hide when she found someone passing by in advance. When the person left, she continued to come out and quietly walked forward. At this time, outside the community where Lin Wenwen lived, 2 groups of people met at an intersection. Deputy Leader Pu. Why are you here so late at night? Lu Tianyi stood on one side of the road and asked Pu Xuezang, who was standing across from him. Beside him were Kong Qingming, Huang Shou, Lu Jing, and a few others. On the other hand, Pu Xuezang, who was standing opposite them, had his hands in his pockets as he sized up Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming from head to toe. He smiled and said, "Yo, aren't these the 2 chrysanthemums from Leader Zhou's side? I also want to ask you, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Could it be that there was something shameful? Is that why you came here in the dark?" Both his tone and the smile on his face carried a hint of malicious sarcasm. There were even some evil desires surging within. Pure chrysanthemums, of course, referred to the 2 of them who were virtuous chrysanthemums. Because the men in the base who coveted their androgynous beauty gave them this name after they couldn't get their hands on them. Lu Tianyi just smiled faintly. His smile was very elegant, and he didn't look angry. "Deputy Leader Park, if there's nothing else, please go back. This is the guest area of Special A, and it's not good for you, a deputy leader of Area B, to appear in someone else's territory." Kong Qingming, who was standing next to him, also had a smile on his face. However, Kong Qingming's smile had always been a little evil, and when matched with his beautiful face, it had a strong and seductive charm. They didn't react to the way Pu Xuezang addressed them. They maintained their original expressions as if they hadn't heard it. However, Huang Bao and the others behind them had already changed their expressions. They stared at Pu Xuezang and the others with gloomy faces. Pu Xuezang just smiled faintly at Lu Tianyi's words and said, "I'd like to ask you, what qualifications do you have to talk about me here? Even if I'm not your direct superior, I'm still a deputy leader. Before you speak, watch your tone." Lu Tianyi didn't care about his warning at all. He smiled faintly and said, "This is Area D. Neither you nor I have the qualifications. I was just advising you out of goodwill. You, a deputy leader of Area B, came to the guest area of Special A at night for no reason. I don't know if you've gotten Leader Wu's permission. If he knows you're here, he might misunderstand something. Besides, I'm here with Leader Zhou's order and Leader Wu's permission. We came here on the orders of our Leader Zhou, and with the approval of Leader Wu. He looked at him coldly and said, "It's none of your business that I'm here. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Suddenly, footsteps came from the side of the road, and then a figure appeared. Because the light in the residential area couldn't reach this side, the people present could only see the silhouette of a woman. Suddenly, they picked up the flashlights they brought with them and shone them over. They saw a woman with long hair walking slowly toward them. They picked up the flashlights they brought with them and shone them over. They saw a long-haired woman slowly walking towards them. Lu Tianyi and the others looked at the woman strangely. It was already late at night, and normal people rarely came out to exercise. Not to mention a woman who came out alone. This was too unreasonable. When Pu Xuezong saw the woman's face clearly, his expression changed. He suddenly tilted his head and asked the person next to him in a low voice, "Why is she here? Wasn't this woman locked in the room in Area F?" The expressions of the people behind him also became solemn as they stared at the woman walking toward them. Shen Yuzhen walked over slowly. Her face under her disheveled hair stared at Pu Xuezong expressionlessly. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take her away." Seeing that Shen Yuzhen was less than 3 meters away from them, Pu Xuezong shouted at the person next to him. His subordinates immediately walked out and were about to surround Shen Yuzhen and capture her. "Wait a minute. What do you want?" Lu Tianyi suddenly shouted at Pu Xuezong. He immediately took a few steps forward and stood between them and Shen Yuzhen, stopping them from moving. "Who are you? Why are you still out so late at night? Hurry up and go back." Kong Qingming also came over, then turned his head and said to Shen Yuzhen. Shen Yuzhen smelled the fragrance of Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming, and the hunger in her stomach began to churn. She hurriedly took 2 steps back and slightly distanced herself from them. She shook her head, then raised her hand and pointed at Pu Xuezong. A strong hatred flashed in her eyes. Kong Qingming sensed the surging aura on her body. Of course, he could also see her hatred for Pu Xuezong from her eyes. Suddenly, he somewhat understood what this woman was here for. He turned his head and said to Pu Xuezong, "Did you do something to her?" Chapter 341. You must have done something to her. She's obviously here to make trouble for you. Kong Qingming turned around and said to Pu Xuezong. Lu Tianyi looked at Shen Yuzhen and then turned back to stare at Pu Xuezong. The smile on his face had disappeared, and he said to Pu Xuezong with a stern expression, "Deputy Leader Pu, you'll run into ghosts if you walk too much at night. Have you ever thought that one day someone will come to take revenge on you for what you've done behind the scenes?" They all knew that Pu Xuezong was not a good person to begin with. He especially liked to play with other people's women behind the scenes, and it was a compulsive act. After playing with those women, he could never find them again. Many people suspected and hated him. But there was nothing they could do about him. That was because he only picked ordinary people or ability users with low status. If they were found out later, he would send people to kill them and so on. Now, a woman was standing in front of him, staring at him with hatred. He must have done something to her. And just now, Pu Xuezong wanted to arrest her in front of him. Hearing Lu Tianyi's words, Pu Xuezong's eyes flashed with a faint killing intent. He suddenly laughed and said, "Minister Lu, I don't understand what you're talking about. This woman is a dangerous person. To prevent her from harming other people in the base, you'd better hand her over to me." Saying that, he raised his hand and crooked his finger at his men behind him. The few people who had been stopped by Lu Tianyi immediately leaned towards Shen Yuzhen again. Lu Tianyi saw that Pu Zhizang dared to brazenly arrest people as if they didn't exist. His face darkened. Just as he was about to speak, a hand suddenly stopped him from behind. Lu Tianyi looked back and saw Shen Yuzhen shaking her head at him with gratitude. Then, she walked past him toward Pu Zhizang. "Don't go over there. It's dangerous." "What do you want?" Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming both shouted at her. But because of Shen Yuzhen's current attitude, they didn't stop her again. First, they respected her. Second, they were curious about what this woman would do to Pu Zhizang. Moreover, they would be watching closely from the side, ready to make a move. Even if he couldn't defeat the level 6 Pu Xuezang, he couldn't just watch as he was taken away. Seeing that Shen Yuzhen didn't run away in fear when she saw him and even ran directly to him, Pu Zhizang felt a little strange. Now, seeing that she insisted on walking toward him, out of curiosity, Pu Rukang suddenly raised his hand and gestured for his subordinates to stop. Then, he waited for Shen Yuzhen to walk up to him. Shen Yuzhen walked in front of him, and several people shone their flashlights directly into her eyes. However, she stared at Pu Quokang without blinking. "What do you want? Although I don't know how you ran out, I didn't expect you to not return to your home, but to come to me like an idiot. I really don't know what's going on in your head." Roar, just as Pu Zhizang was about to say something to Shen Yuzhen, before he could finish his sentence. All of a sudden, Shen Yuzhen roared at him with a ferocious look on her face. At the same time, she pounced at Pu Zhizang and bit him. However, Pu Rukang was still a rank 6 ability user, so his reaction was still very agile. However, when Shen Yuzhen pounced at him, he was too close to her. It was already too late for him to dodge, so he subconsciously raised his arm and swung it at Shen Yuzhen's wide-open mouth. Roar, when Shen Yuzhen was swung away, she bit off a piece of flesh from his arm. Then, she fell to the side and got up with a mouth full of blood. Munch, munch, Shen Yuzhen chewed on the piece of flesh in her mouth while her mouth was full of blood. Then, she spat out the cloth in her mouth. After being pounced on and bitten by her, she still looked like she was eating human flesh. The others were stunned for a moment. "What are you still looking at? Blow her head off." Pu Zhizang, who had been bitten off and was in so much pain that his entire face twitched, roared angrily. Only then did his subordinates suddenly react. They subconsciously took out their guns and started shooting at Shen Yuzhen. Bang, 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 a series of gunshots immediately rang out in the dark night. The sudden gunshots immediately attracted the attention of the people in the community. The sudden sound of gunfire immediately attracted the attention of the people in the community. Roar, when they started shooting, Shen Yuzhen suddenly dodged and rushed into the flower bed at the side. Roar, when they started fighting, Shen Yuzhen suddenly dodged and rushed into the flower bed at the side. It moved very fast, like an animal hunting in the night. Don't let her escape. She has become a zombie. We can't let her run around in the base. Pu Zhizang covered his arm with a pained expression. After saying this, he suddenly noticed the wound on his hand. Pu Qiakang covered his arm with a pained expression. After he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed the wound on his arm. You're right. He didn't expect that this woman had become a zombie. The way this woman pounced on him and her twisted face were no different from a zombie. The way this woman pounced on him and her twisted face were no different from a zombie. Pu Zhizang originally only wanted to inquire about the two women from the Netherworld King's base. He didn't expect to meet Zhou Shihui's people before he even reached the place. Moreover, the woman he had caught 2 days ago to torture ran out. Now, this woman seemed to have become a zombie. She actually went crazy and bit him. Now, the wound on his hand must have been infected by the zombie virus. No, he had to go to the hospital. No. He had to go to the research institute. Those useless people in the hospital had no way to deal with the zombie virus. Only the research institute had a way. At this time, Pu Chitsang was already frightened by the fact that he was infected with the zombie virus. Now, all he could think of was how to prevent himself from becoming a zombie. Seeing that his subordinates were chasing after the woman, he quickly turned around and ran to the research institute. Thus, Lu Tianyi, Kong Qingming, and the others were left behind. Fuck. What happened just now? Huang Shou looked like he had seen a ghost. Who knows? The others also looked like they had seen a ghost. They actually saw a zombie in the base. What did this mean? It meant that zombies had sneaked in. It meant that the base might not be safe from now on. Why didn't she attack us? And her target seems to be only the one surnamed Pu. Lu Tianyi suddenly murmured. When the others heard his question, they were immediately stunned. Because she's only here for revenge. She won't harm people. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded from the side. Lu Tianyi and the others were shocked and immediately looked in the direction of the voice. At the same time, the flashlights in their hands shone over. It was a woman wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap in the middle of the night. She stood there with a suspicious look, looking at them with the corner of her mouth. Ha! It's your sister. Kong Qingming immediately turned his head and said to Lu Tianyi in surprise when he saw the woman. Chapter 342. A hint of joy flashed through Lu Tianyi's eyes, but he didn't show it. He turned to Kong Qingming and said, "Don't talk nonsense in the base." After all, if her identity was exposed in the base, it would be troublesome. Kong Qingming rolled his eyes. Yes. Got it. Lu Tianyi turned his head and looked at Lin Qiao. It's really you. I thought Leader Wu had found someone else. Lin Qiao glanced at him and asked, "Why are you here? Why are you here so late?" Lu Tianyi said, "Our leader received news that Yang Chao would do something to the people in the Netherworld King's base, and then push the blame to Leader Wu. We are here to inform the people of the Netherworld King's base." Lin Qiao turned his head to look in the direction that Xin Yuzhen had escaped and sensed the situation on her side. Under the cover of the night, she seemed to be in no danger. She turned around and said to Lu Tianyi, "You go up and find them first. I'll leave first. There's still one problem we haven't solved." As she spoke, she raised her head and glanced in the direction of Yuan Tianqing's neighborhood. Suddenly, she disappeared in front of them. Lu Tianyi, Kong Qingming, and the others looked at each other. What other troubles are there? Kong Qingming shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. Let's go look for him first. It's getting late. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we can go back." As he spoke, he suddenly looked at Lu Tianyi with disdain and said, "You were the one who asked me to secretly pay attention to the situation here, but you actually pushed all the blame to our leader. Aren't you ashamed?" Lu Tianyi glanced at him with a smile, then turned his head to look around and nodded. As he walked towards the neighborhood, he said, "If I don't push the blame onto the leader, wouldn't my motives be a little suspicious? Could it be that she had brought that woman in? It seems like he really turned into a zombie. I wonder what will happen to him." Kong Qingming shrugged and said, "Who knows? If he turns into a zombie, that would be even better. Just blow his head off." At this time, Huang Shou asked, that female zombie staying in the base, isn't that bad? Does she bite?" Lu Tianyi didn't care and said, "No, if she brought in zombies. I don't think it will bite anyone. You saw it just now. We are in front of her, she is like a normal person. He was only targeting Pu. It will be fun if that park guy turns into a zombie." Huang Shou asked, don't we need to follow that park guy to check on him? Kong Qingming smiled and said, there's no need. Anyway, the direction he left just now must be to the research institute. That's their territory. It's more fun to let them mess up. Don't worry, said Lu Tianyi. I don't think he can escape even if he goes to the research institute. There are also Leader Wu's men over there. This will give Leader Wu a reason, right? Huang Shou and the others looked at each other and said, so this has nothing to do with us. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming nodded. After Lin Qiao entered the residential area, he turned around and walked toward a residential building at the edge. Then, he climbed up from the balcony and other places until he reached the top of the building. She stood at the edge of the corner of the building and looked at a figure standing on the roof of the stairwell. This person actually managed to sneak in. Sure enough, Yang Chao's actions weren't considered slow. It was just that he didn't know who this bandit leader was going to target by coming here to keep an eye on them. Lin Qiao didn't know who Tang He's target was. At this time, Tang He also didn't know that someone was already watching him from behind. He looked at the place where Pu Xuezhang and Lu Tianyi and the others were just now, his face gloomy. That trash. Tang He frowned and cursed. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave. But as soon as he turned around, his expression suddenly froze. Then, he stared around and scanned. He didn't find anything suspicious, so he wondered if he was thinking too much just now. Tang He turned around and directly jumped down from the building. A transparent figure also jumped down with him. Before Lin Qiao jumped down, she turned her head and looked in the direction of Lin Wenwen's house. Suddenly, she was glad that she had come back in time. It was really great. Something almost happened here. And, she glanced at Lu Tianyi and the others. Did this guy think she didn't know what he was thinking? On the other side, Lu Tianyi and the others entered Yuan Tianqing's residential area. After climbing up the stairs, they walked to the door of Yuan Tianqing's house. Lu Tianyi and Kong Qingming knocked on the door on both sides. As soon as Long Qingying opened the door, she saw a gorgeous. She glanced down from the other person's face and then confirmed that it wasn't a woman. Well, a gorgeous man. What's the matter? Kong Qingming, whose gender was confirmed by a woman with sharp eyes by looking at his chest, was speechless. There was a little naughty smile on his face, and it hung a little stiffly on his face. But soon, his unnaturalness disappeared. Maintaining his smile, he asked, is Miss Lin Wenwen here? Long Qingying glanced at the others outside the door without moving. Then, she continued to stare at him and asked, who are you? Why are you looking for Wenwen? Kong Qingming felt uncomfortable being stared at by her laser-like eyes. Suddenly, he took 2 steps back and raised his hand behind him. He pulled Lu Tianyi, who had just knocked on the opposite door, over. Well, you come over here. Lu Tianyi, who was suddenly pulled over, had a puzzled look on his face. He looked at Long Qingying in confusion, then turned his head to look at Kong Qingming, who was smiling a little strangely. Then, he looked at the others and asked them with his eyes. What was going on? Huang Shou and the other 2 shrugged and shook their heads at the same time. Kong Qingming stood in front of Yuan Tianqing's door and looked back at Long Qingying. Then, he turned his head away, showing the back of his head to the others. Coincidentally, Yuan Tianqing's door opened at this time, and Du Yuanqing stuck his head out. In the end, they saw a few strangers standing outside the door. Not only did the door open on their side. Not only did the door to Lin Wenwen's room open too. What's wrong? What's the matter? You are. Long Qingying saw that these people were behaving strangely, and she immediately wanted to close the door with a cold expression. Hey, please wait. We came with news about you guys, and we want to tell you. Of course, if you don't want to hear it, then we can leave now. Then we can leave now. Lu Tianyi reacted quickly and stopped Long Qingying in time. About us. Lin Wenwen's voice came from inside. She walked behind Long Qingying and looked outside curiously. Just then, she heard Lu Tianyi say this. Long Qingying looked back at her, then looked at Lu Tianyi and the others suspiciously. At this time, Yuan Tianqing walked out from behind to Yuanqing, looked at Lu Tianyi and the others, and asked, "You are?" "I'm Lu Tianyi, the head of the 3rd Department of Agriculture in this base. This is my ID. Don't worry, we're not here to cause trouble." Lu Tianyi took out his work ID and showed it to Yuan Tianqing. Chapter 343. Yuan Tianqing looked at them, then invited them into his room and said, "Please come in and sit down." After opening the door for Lu Tianyi and the others to go in, Yuan Tianqing shouted to Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying, "You two come and see what's going on." "Oh." Lin Wenwen looked at Yuan Tianqing and nodded. Then she looked at Long Qingying and said, "Let's go." When it came to Yuan Tianqing's side, Kong Qingming and Lu Tianyi sat on the sofa. Yuan Tianqing and Lin Wenwen, the two girls, were also sitting. Only the others found a place to stand or leaned against the wall. "What's the news you're talking about?" Yuan Tianqing looked at Lu Tianyi and Long Qingying and asked. Lu Tianyi said, "In fact, we met some people outside the community, but they left because of us or some other reason. But I'm sure they're here for the two girls." Yuan Tianqing and the others looked at each other. Only Long Qingying asked coldly, "You've been here for a long time. What exactly do you want to say? Can you get to the point?" Lin Wenwen nodded and said, "You said those people just came for us. Who are they? Why are they coming for us? Did we offend them? Or do they have other intentions?" Lu Tianyi looked at her and said, "Leader Wu asked us to bring the news. Because he wants to destroy the cooperation between you and Leader Wu. Yang Chao secretly wants to send people to take you two girls away, and Yang Chao's people took action tonight. Leader Wu doesn't have enough people now, so we came here to do something. So we brought the news for him." Kong Qingming said, "As for whether you offended Yang Chao or not, I don't know. But you offended his sister, Yang Yan, and many people should know about this. I heard that Yang Chao wanted to secretly take you away, but in fact, his final goal was to inject the zombie virus into you. That way, he can push the blame to Leader Wu. With his current relationship with you, if there's a zombie riot, he definitely can't escape." Yuan Tianqing looked at them, and his expression darkened. "Is your information true?" Lu Tianyi said, "You heard the gunshots just now. We just met Yang Chao's deputy leader, Pu Zhizang. This man is lustful and likes to force women. I believe that his appearance here is related to these two." After saying that, he looked at Lin Wenwen and said in a disapproving tone, "Why don't you leave with them? You two girls staying here will only add to the troubles of others. What does it have to do with you?" Long Qingying glared at him coldly when she was suddenly criticized by an outsider. Lin Wenwen fell silent, his eyes flashing. Seeing that Long Qingying was about to lose her temper, she hurriedly stopped her. "All right, Qing. He was right. If we stayed, we would only cause trouble for Brother Tianqing. When they come back this time, we'll leave with them. Anyway, Brother Tianqing would leave this place by then." Long Qingying glanced at her, then turned around and faced the other side. The smile on Lu Tianyi's face faded after hearing Long Qingying's words. Why did he feel like his good intentions had been struck by lightning? "Indeed, it's none of my business, but if you bring trouble to our base and Leader Wu, then it's all our business. Please leave as soon as possible, we don't welcome you here." After saying that, Lu Tianyi stood up and said to Yuan Tianqing, "We've brought the news we should." We helped you tonight. But there will definitely be a second and third time. Do as you see fit. If some people go missing, I'll take care of them. If some people go missing, don't beg our leader, go find Yang Chao yourself. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the door. Kong Qingming also stood up and looked at Long Qingying with a smile. My kindness hasn't been repaid yet. Now this doomsday woman is even more unreasonable. Then, he followed Lu Tianyi out. Yuan Tianqing leaned against the back of the sofa with his hands crossed in front of his chest. His eyes looked serious, as if he was thinking about something. Qing, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? I meant well. Lin Wenwen looked at Long Qingying with a strange expression, not understanding her attitude. Long Qingying snorted and said, "It's nothing, I just don't like their attitude. It's our business to say that we will bring trouble to others. Why do we need them to come here and meddle in our business?" All right, they've said it. Leader Wu asked them to come. Maybe they didn't want to come. In the end, they still have to go back with their faces full of dust. Besides, if what they said is true, if someone is targeting us, we really shouldn't stay in someone else's base. Lin Wenwen said softly to her. Long Qingying turned around and stared at her. Now that you say that, who said they wanted to stay this morning? Me. Lin Wenwen immediately smiled apologetically. It's me. I was wrong, okay. I was stubborn. I knew it was dangerous, but I still wanted you to stay with me. I was wrong. Don't be angry. Long Qingying snorted at her. It's good that you know it yourself. You've chosen your own path. You chose the path yourself. Lin Wenwen said with a bitter face, I know. I won't be so stubborn in the future, okay? When did you two get so close? Yuan Tianqing suddenly said. The two of them turned around and saw that the others were looking at them with curious expressions. Their eyes seemed to be saying, don't tell me these two are already in a relationship. Lesbians. What's with that look? Aren't good friends like this? We're just two girls, and you guys are suspicious of us. Aren't you thinking too much? Lin Wenwen looked at the others speechlessly. Yuan Tianqing retracted his gaze and said, but if this Lu Tianyi is right, then we do have to be careful. I didn't expect the other leader of this base to see us as a thorn in their side. This is going to be troublesome. Du Yuanqing said, did they really cause the gunshots? Yuan Tianqing shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but we can't rule out this possibility. Let's take it that way and stay vigilant. Lin Wenwen said, if that's the case, then it's not safe for just the two of us to stay in that house. Long Qingying glanced at her and said, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Yuan Tianqing shook his head and said, Wenwen's right. If Clear Shadow is by yourself, you won't be able to deal with it. If you're alone, then we won't be able to arrive in time if you and Wenwen are in danger. Du Yuanqing said in agreement, that's right. So Deputy Leader, you go live in their house and protect them. You don't have to worry about us guys. After saying that, he winked at the others. Yuan Tianqing, was this guy here to mess with him? Chapter 344. Kong Qingming, who was walking downstairs, said to Lu Tianyi in front of him, look, you're being doubted even though you're kind. How dare you meddle in other people's business? Lu Tianyi turned around and rolled his eyes at him. He said angrily as he walked, am I here to meddle in her business? I'm just here to confirm if the Miss Lu in your information is really her. I can't be bothered with these people. He just wanted to see her. Kong Qingming said, oh, I can't be bothered. You dragged us here to inform her in the middle of the night, but she didn't appreciate it. Lu Tianyi said, I just don't want those two women to cause her trouble. Kong Qingming shrugged and said, well, whatever you say. By the way, Big Sister was in such a hurry to solve another problem. What does that mean? Lu Tianyi thought for a moment and said, I guess she must have found someone suspicious. Her perception is much stronger than ours. She may have found something we haven't found yet. Besides, Yang Chao couldn't have sent a brainless person like Pu Rukang. Kong Qingming said in surprise, it's not Pu Rukang. But he did come for Lin Wenwen and the two women, didn't he? Lu Tianyi said, maybe Pu Rukang wasn't sent by Yang Chao, but he wanted to come. Kong Qingming looked at him and was silent for a moment. He thought it was possible. On the other side, Lin Chao quietly left with Tang He. It didn't take long for him to see him heading for the research institute. At this time, of course, the people in the research institute had already gotten off work, and there was no one inside. But the door was opened, and the lock seemed to have been melted by the high temperature. Tang He glanced at the deformed lock that had fallen to the ground and then walked in. Lin Chao followed him and quietly walked in. As he walked, he saw Tang He walk in front of an isolation room. It was dark inside, and the door was open. But standing outside the isolation glass, he could see a staircase on the ground inside. There was a faint light and the sound of someone talking at the bottom of the stairs. Tang He looked around. It was quiet and there was no one around. He walked in and walked down the stairs. Lin Chao did not continue to follow him. Instead, he looked at the surrounding equipment in the isolation room. Those glass jars were filled with many organs or human limbs that had been separated, floating in the water. After a few more glances, she walked down the stairs from where Tang He had gone down. After Lin Chao walked out, there was a spiral staircase. He discovered that it was an underground research lab. The area was very large, and there were a few energy-saving lights on. There were also rows of huge glass boxes, all of which were sealed. Lin Chao glanced at the glass box and saw the zombie that was tied up with chains. Its mouth was stuffed with braces, and its eyes were covered. She knew that these zombies were not dead. But looking at their appearance, their entire bodies seemed to have dried up. Who knew how much of the corpse's blood had been extracted for experiments? Lin Chao didn't look at the boxes anymore. She turned her head to look at a glass laboratory on the other side. The situation inside wasn't too good. She walked over. In addition to Tang He, who had just come down, there was also Pu Zhizang, whose face had turned pale, eyes sunken, and lips purple. There were two other people in the laboratory. Lin Chao had seen them before. One of them seemed to be a doctor with a big beard. The other woman seemed to be his assistant. She looked back at Pu Zhizang with a cold face. Her eyes were like ice knives as she desperately threw them at Pu Zhizang, who was grabbing her neck. Liang. Hey. I know you have already developed a serum to control the zombie virus. Give it to me. Give it to me. Otherwise, I will kill this woman. Pu Zhizang wrapped one arm around Mo Li's neck tightly and shouted at Liang Dashu with the other hand. Liang Dashu looked at him calmly and said, Deputy Leader Pu, do you know what your face looks like now? It's as pale as paper, your eyes are dark and sunken, and your lips are purple. The virus in your body is about to infect your brain. Do you know that? Hearing his description of his appearance, Pu Zhizang glared at him with a pair of scary eyes. He shouted angrily and anxiously, Stop talking nonsense. I want the antidote. I want the antidote. Give me the antidote. His voice was trembling uncontrollably, and it was intermittent. Liang Dashu looked at him and didn't say anything. Suddenly, Mo Li, who was being strangled by Pu Zhizang, spoke first, There is no antidote here. Dr. Liang didn't develop any antidote at all. The more anxious you are, the faster the virus will spread. Pu Zhizang tightened his grip and looked down at her. Shut up. You bitch. Don't think that I will believe you. Cough cough. Emily, who was tightly strangled, suddenly couldn't breathe. She couldn't help but open her mouth and cough. At this moment, Tang He, who had been quietly hiding outside the door, suddenly walked in. I don't know if there is an antidote or not, but I do know that all of you are going to die. He didn't believe that the bearded researcher could really come up with an antidote. But he only knew that Pu Zhizang was going to become a zombie. In that case, the two people who knew about this couldn't be left alive either. Who is it? Liang Dashu immediately stared at him and shouted cautiously. You. Why are you here? It's not like this. I can still be saved. After seeing Tang He, Pu Zhizang's expression changed drastically. He shook his head in panic and denied it again and again. Tang He walked in and looked at him. He's right. You look no different from a zombie now. Don't you feel that your limbs are stiff and your whole body is cold? Don't you have the urge to drink blood and eat meat? After he said that, Pu Zhizang suddenly looked down at the blood vessel on the side of Mo Li's neck. His eyes revealed a hungry desire. At this moment, Liang Dashu, who had kept his hands in the sleeves of his research uniform, suddenly swung his hand. 3 syringes shot toward Pu Zhizang. At the same time, his other hand reached behind him. A gun appeared in his hand, and he raised it and aimed at Tang He. But Liang Dashu still underestimated him. He saw Pu Zhizang suddenly raise his head, and the hand that was originally reaching toward him grabbed the 3 syringes. Then, he grabbed the 3 syringes in his hand. On the other side, when Liang Dashu was about to shoot, the gun in his hand suddenly disintegrated. When Liang Dashu saw this, he secretly cursed in his heart. Then, he swung his hand, but the disintegrated gun didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it floated in the air in front of him and quickly changed shape. At this moment, Emily suddenly slipped and turned around. She grabbed Pu Zhizang's arm, who was on her neck, with both hands. Then, she bent down and violently threw Pu Zhizang, who had just caught the syringes, away. Bang! Pu Zhizang was thrown to the ground by her. He lay on the ground with a confused look on his face. He didn't know what had happened, but he was thrown to the ground. Chapter 345. After Emily flung Pu Quokang away, she immediately turned around and flashed to Liang Dashu's side. Then, she turned around and protected him behind her. We haven't developed an antidote yet. If you want to kill us, we can't. If you want to kill us, we can't give you the antidote. Even though she knew that Tang He's ability level was much higher than hers, Emily still stared at them fearlessly. Pu Quokang staggered up from the ground and shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. There must be. You're lying to me." I know you have. At this time, Tang He suddenly waved his hand. Liang Dashu's gun, which had been suspended in mid-air and had already transformed into a long, sharp metal awl, suddenly turned around and shot toward Pu Shuozang's head. Puff! Pu Luozang's eyes widened in shock. The metal awl had been nailed straight into his forehead. The sharp end of the awl had sunk deep into his head. A stream of dark red blood flowed out and slid down the bridge of his nose. Plop! His body quickly fell to the ground. Tang He said indifferently, "I hope you're not mistaken. I'm not interested in the antidote you're talking about. It's impossible for anyone in this world to research that kind of thing. Otherwise, why would 5 years have passed? Why wouldn't there be a suppressant for the zombie virus? Not to mention the antidote." Emily didn't say anything. Liang Dashu calmly asked, then what do you want? Kill us. Tang He sneered, do you think I'll let you go out and say that I killed the deputy leader? Mo Li took a step back and tightly protected Liang Dashu. Both of them knew that they were doomed tonight. Mo Li's ability was spiritual, and she was only at the 5th rank. She stared into Tang He's eyes, but Tang He didn't react at all. The other party's ability was at or above the 6th rank, and he could instantly kill Pu Kuokang, who was also at the 6th rank. If they guessed correctly, this strange man was either a 6th rank Esper who was about to enter the 7th rank, or he was already a 7th rank Esper. The level gap was too big. Mo Li's ability was completely ineffective against him. Needless to say, Liang Dashu's Esper was a healer. His combat power was equal to 0, even if he had a gun, or if his marksmanship was good. However, his opponent's ability was of the metal attribute, which was enough to restrain him. Not to mention that he was a level 6 or 7 metal element warrior. It wouldn't take much effort to crush the two of them. Is that so? Hee, since you said so, then we don't want to die too easily. At this time, Liang Dashu raised his hand, holding a hand grenade with the pin removed. His other hand pressed on Mo Li's shoulder and pushed her to the side. After saying that, he threw the grenade at Tang He and then pressed Mo Li under his body to protect her. The moment Tang He saw him take out the grenade, he had a bad feeling. He immediately reacted quickly and retreated. The body of this grenade was not made of metal, so even if Tang He reacted extremely quickly, there was no way to suppress the explosion of the body with his special ability. Therefore, he could only retreat in time to avoid it. Lin Qiao, who was watching from the outside, had already retreated far away when Liang Dashu took out the grenade. Boom dash, the entire underground laboratory was shaken by the explosion. Then, the entire laboratory where Liang Dashu and the others were in was blown up, especially the glass at the entrance. All the equipment on the table near that side of the room was smashed into pieces, and the equipment on the other side that was further away was shaken and fell to the ground. There was a foul atmosphere. Doctor. Mo Li, who was protected under Liang Dashu, only felt her whole body shake. The power of the bomb was completely blocked by Liang Dashu. Remember to give this. Liang Dashu lay on her back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he weakly handed a USB flash drive to her hand, then opened his mouth and said while vomiting blood. But before he finished speaking, his head tilted to the side. Then, there was no more movement from his body. Doctor. Mo Li quickly climbed up and supported Liang Dashu with a panicked face. But Liang Dashu didn't give her any more reaction. Mo Li trembled as she felt the pulse on the side of his neck and checked his breath. When she realized that Liang Dashu was indeed dead, she was dumbfounded. Don't be in a daze, leave quickly. Yang Chao's men are here. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came over, telling her to leave quickly. Who? Mo Li was shocked and turned her head to look, but she didn't see anyone. But she couldn't ignore what the other party said. Holding the USB flash drive in her hand, Mo Li looked at Liang Dashu in her arms and could only force herself to calm down. Soon, there was a series of footsteps outside. Mo Li immediately became alert. She turned her head to look, then lowered her head to look at Liang Dashu for the last time before putting him down on the ground. Then, she stood up and quickly turned to walk out of the messy laboratory. She didn't immediately head towards the direction of the stairs, but turned and quickly left in the other direction. She couldn't let the thing that Liang Dashu just gave to her fall into the hands of Yang Chao's men. So she had to leave now to find Wu Qingyue. A few seconds after she left, a group of armed soldiers rushed in. They held rifles in their hands and quickly came to the destroyed laboratory. Other than 2 corpses, there was only a pile of debris. Quickly look for the information. He must be hiding here, a man who looked like the leader shouted with a cold face. At the same time, he was also looking around, as if he was looking for something. The others immediately came in and began to rummage through the pile of debris. After searching for a few minutes, they turned the entire place upside down but found nothing. "Boss, I've looked everywhere, but I can't see it." "Not here either." "Could it be that he didn't put it here? He has a female assistant who always follows him. If she isn't here, she might have already taken the thing and run away," one of the soldiers suddenly said to the leader. The leader looked around and decisively turned around and said, "Go find that woman. Keep an eye on Wu Qingyue and prevent her from getting close to him. Bring some people to the exit of the base and keep an eye on her. Don't let her run out of the base." "Yes." On the other side, Lin Xiao quickly left with Tang He and saw that Tang He was secretly heading towards the direction of Area B. Was he going to find Yang Chao? The bearded doctor seemed to have given something to that woman before he died. It should be very important. He just didn't know if Yang Chao already knew about the thing she took away. Lin Xiao thought about it as she followed behind Tang He and headed towards Area B. Chapter 346. Shen Yuzhen relied on her keen senses and nimble movements. Taking advantage of the darkness of the night, he managed to shake off the level 3 and level 4 psychic pursuers. She hid quietly in a tree and tried to restrain her aura. Gone. He might have run over there. Let's split up and continue looking. Okay. Seeing the people chasing after her, they quickly split up and left. Shen Yuzhen waited until they were far away before jumping down from the tree. Then, she sniffed Pu Xuezong's scent and quietly looked in his direction. So, in the broken laboratory, not long after the soldiers left, Shen Yuzhen appeared. Shen Yuzhen appeared. She walked to the front of a dilapidated laboratory and looked at the 2 corpses that had not been cleaned up in time. She walked to the side of Pu Xuezong, who was blown beyond recognition, and looked at the metal drill that penetrated deep into his head. Then, she squatted down, grabbed the metal drill with her hand, and forcefully broke it. Crack! Pu Xuezong's skull was directly torn off, revealing the red and white brain inside. The smell of the infected brain was not pleasant to Shen Yuzhen's nose, but it was not unpleasant either. In any case, it was no longer attractive to her. If it was Liang Dashu's brain, then it would be attractive. But she was not going to do anything to Liang Dashu. She just casually stirred the irregularly shaped metal drill in Pu Xuezong's brain. Very quickly, she stirred and a crystal core fell out. A level 6 crystal core already had a very obvious radiance. Shen Yuzhen took the crystal core and quickly stood up. Then, she turned and left. On the other side, Tang He did not know that he had been followed all the way to the inner district. He avoided all the eyes and quietly found Yang Chao's high-class apartment building and sneaked in while no one was watching. At this time, other than Yang Chao himself, Yang Hui was sitting on the sofa. "Brother, did you really send an expert to capture him?" Yang Hui sat on the sofa and looked at Yang Chao, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window. Yang Chao looked out of the window and replied without turning his head, "I did. Just wait. If you want to play, wait until he takes him away. Then you can go find him." Yang Hui took a deep breath excitedly and nodded in anticipation. "All right, I'll be waiting." At this time, someone knocked on the door. The guard outside opened the door and said to Yang Chao, "Chief, Mr. Tang is here." Yang Chao turned his head in surprise. So fast. Then, Tang He walked in from outside. No one inside or outside the house noticed that when the guard opened the door and spoke, a figure had flashed in without a trace. Lin Chao quietly walked to the corner and stood there with his hands folded in front of his chest. He was ready to listen to the rest of their conversation. After the guard closed the door, young Chao looked at Tang He curiously and asked, "How is it? Did you catch him?" Tang He walked over and sat on the empty seat on the sofa. He glanced at Yang Hui. He then turned to Yang Chao and replied, "No, I was alerted by one of your useless subordinates." As soon as he said this, the two Yang brothers were stunned. She looked at him in confusion. Yang Chao also walked over and sat on the sofa. He asked in confusion, "Who alerted the enemy?" Tang He said with a face full of dissatisfaction, "Your deputy leader." "Or what kind of name is that?" He suddenly ran to the neighborhood and met Zhou Shihui's people. The two sides had some arguments, and then a female zombie suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now, after being bitten by that female zombie, he ran to your research institute and blew up the lab. I reckon that someone will report this to you soon. Yang Chao and Yang Hui looked at each other. Pu Luotsang. Why would he go there? That's Wu Qingyue's territory. Isn't he going there to look for suspicion? That idiot. As he said this, his face darkened. Yang Hui said at this time, he seemed to have taken a fancy to the other woman beside Lin Wenwen, but I didn't expect him to be so impatient that he ran over himself. Was he discovered by the people from Pluto's base? Tang He shook his head and said, he hasn't entered the neighborhood yet. I guess Pluto's people don't know what's going on. But Zhou Shihui's people went in, and I don't know what they're doing. Yang Chao asked with a gloomy face, you just said that the lab blew up. What's going on? Tell me what happened there first. Is Pu Luotsang dead? Tang He's face didn't look good either. He nodded. Yes. He's about to become a zombie, and he still ran to that bearded man for some antidote. Then the bearded man killed himself with a grenade. What did you say? Liang Dashu is also dead. But when he heard the last sentence, Yang Chao's face changed. Tang He looked at him with some doubt. Yes, he's dead. What's wrong? Yang Chao suddenly stood up from the sofa and asked anxiously, he's dead. Did he say anything before he died, or did he hide anything? Tang He was a little confused by his reaction. Suddenly, something flashed in his mind. He thought of the purpose of Pu Luotsang running to the lab, and then his face changed slightly. He looked at Yang Chao with some doubt. You mean, he really developed an antidote for the zombie virus? Yang Chao said, don't worry about this. Did you see what he hid? Or did he say anything? Tang He's eyes flashed and then he said, no. But the woman beside him is not dead, if you think he has something to hide. Then he must have given it to that woman. Yang Chao abruptly turned around and quickly walked to the door to open it. Then, he said a few words to the guard outside the door, and the guard quickly left. Only then did he close the door and return. He glanced at Yang Hui before saying to the other two, that's right. That Liang Dashu really did have some amazing breakthrough in his experiments. I suspect that it should be related to the zombie virus. He has been focusing on this aspect, so I believe him. His results must be related to alleviating the zombie virus. Then he looked at Tang He and said, but now he's dead. If he didn't hide the results of his research, then it's on the woman beside him. Yang Hui and Tang He's faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at him in shock. Tang He reacted quickly. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and catch that woman. Yang Chao said, didn't you see that I just sent someone? Yang Hui suddenly asked hesitantly, then. Should we catch that Lin Wenwen? Yang Chao said lightly, catch. Why not? We've alerted the enemy this time, so we'll wait for the next time. Anyway, they won't leave the base so soon. Even if they want to leave, I'll find a way to make them stay. And I'm going to turn her into a zombie to make trouble for Wu Qingyue." After saying that, a gloomy and calculating expression flashed across his mature and charming face. Chapter 347. Lin Qiao's face was also gloomy, a cold light flashed through her slightly closed eyes. If she didn't control it, the killing intent in her body would have overflowed and rushed towards the three men. These three men dared to target her family's Wenwen. Fortunately, she came back and followed them to investigate the situation. Otherwise, she didn't know how the three men would continue to attack Lin Wenwen behind her back. Even if Yang Hui didn't say anything, Lin Qiao could clearly see the strong desire for violence in his eyes. Not only did he want to rape and humiliate her, but he also wanted to turn her into a zombie to deal with Wu Qingyue. Lin Qiao slowly turned around and walked towards the floor-to-ceiling glass window. The glass door was open and led to the balcony outside. Very good, Yang Qiao dared to stare at her sister. Did he forget that he also had a sister? She calmly walked out of the balcony, nimbly climbed onto the railing, and then flipped up. She directly went to the roof. The three people in the room still didn't know that there was an extra zombie in the room they were in and heard their conversation. After Lin Qiao went to the roof, she changed her position and then flipped down from the roof. She directly flipped to another balcony. She stood outside the balcony, looking at Yang Yan and the two kids in the room, seemingly making something delicious for them. There was a man next to her, holding a tablet and playing some kind of standalone game. Lin Qiao stared at the people in the room, then turned to look at the armed man standing next to her. One on the balcony, one in the room, and two at the door. A total of 4 level 5 paranormals were protecting the family. At this time, the man on the balcony was playing with the rifle in his hand, disassembling it, reassembling it. "Come here, Debeo, look. Isn't this your favorite onion pancake? Mom asked someone to make it for you, come eat." Yang Yan put a plate of delicious pancakes on the table. A woman who looked like a servant stood cautiously at the side, looking at Yang Yan with worry and fear. She was afraid, if this pancake couldn't get Yang Yan's son to like it. In the next second, this pancake along with the plate would fly towards her face. At this time, there were already 2 or 3 bruises on the servant's face, and there were some broken porcelain plates on the ground by her feet. The trash can was also filled with some baked but uneaten pancakes. She secretly glanced at the pancake in the trash can with her drooling eyes, but she didn't dare to touch it. This family did not have to worry about food or clothing. The mistress didn't know how to cook, so she asked her to be a servant, but she gave her 2 steamed buns as a reward every day. However, apart from these 2 steamed buns, she was not allowed to take anything else, even if it was to be poured into the trash can. The servants hated these people. They had the support of big figures behind them, but they could waste food like this. The pancakes that were poured into the trash can were enough to feed 3 or 4 adults outside. Lin Qiao looked at Yang Yan with a cold glint in his eyes. At this time, Yang Yan was holding a small bowl in her hand and using chopsticks to pick up a piece of pancake. Then she reached out to the little boy who was huddled up on the sofa. "Come, Debeo. Smell it and see if it smells good. Do you want to eat it?" Yang Yan coaxed the little boy. The little boy was wrapped in a sheet and curled up on the sofa. Seeing Yang Yan stretch out the pancake, he sniffed it. Suddenly, with a look of disgust, he swung his hand and directly knocked the chopsticks and pancake out of Yang Yan's hand. "I don't want it. It's not tasty, not tasty," the little boy shouted after hitting it and then covered his head with the blanket again. His whole body was wrapped in the blanket and he didn't come out. Seeing him like this, Yang Yan wasn't annoyed. But as soon as she turned around, she reached out to pick up the whole plate of pancakes on the table and then swung her hand hard, smashing it at the servant who had been cowering on the side. Make it again. If you can't make something that my son likes to eat today, you're not allowed to leave. She screamed at the servant with an angry face. Seeing the plate coming at her, the servant was already prepared in her heart. She hurriedly raised her 2 arms to protect her head and face. Clang! The plate hit her arm. After being hit by the plate, the servant didn't dare to talk back. Instead, she immediately knelt on the ground, picked up the plate and pancake that had fallen, and said timidly, "Yes. Yes. Yes. I will make it again, again. Hurry up and go, why are you still kneeling there?" Yang Yan shouted at her angrily. She couldn't get rid of the anger in her heart. Seeing her son like this now, she wanted to chop those women into pieces and feed them to the dogs. If it weren't for them, her son wouldn't have been so scared, her son wouldn't even be able to eat. He would vomit as soon as he ate, and could only drink water. As a last resort, she thought of asking someone to make some delicious pancakes to see if her son would eat them. The result was still the same. And her brother had promised to help her deal with those people. But now, he was still living well, and nothing had happened to him. This made the anger in Yang Yan's heart uncomfortable, but she had nowhere to vent it. That was why she kept hitting the servant to vent her anger. The man who was playing a game in the room turned a deaf ear to her scolding and calmly played his game. Lin Qiao slowly walked toward Yang Yan and stood coldly behind her. Then, he reached out and grabbed her hair. Yang Yan's whole body suddenly flashed and disappeared. But the moment she disappeared, no one noticed. Because the man in the room didn't face Yang Yan at all. The man on the balcony only cared about playing with his gun. The little boy on the sofa was also wrapped in the quilt. The 5-year-old girl looked up at the place where Yang Yan disappeared in a daze. "Mom! Mom! Mom!" Hearing the little girl's cry, the man in the room thought it was just a bored child's cry. He didn't care, so he didn't look back. But the man on the balcony looked back because of the little girl's voice, but he didn't see Yang Yan. His first reaction was that Yang Yan might have gone to the room or the kitchen, so he didn't care and looked away. And at this moment, Yang Yan only felt that her hair was pulled, and the sofa under her but suddenly disappeared. Then, she fell to the ground. But as soon as she sat down, she was shocked. When she looked up, the scene in front of her had changed. Her living room was gone, and the 2 children who were in front of her just now were also gone. In front of him was an unfamiliar forest. It was dark and eerie. What was more terrifying was that she was in her own house. Why did she suddenly appear here? Yang Yan turned her head to look around in panic, but when she turned her head, she was in despair. A badly mutilated zombie dog stood 1 meter behind her. Woo! A low growl came from the zombie dog's throat. This was the sound of a dog preparing to attack. Chapter 348. Tear her apart. Just as Yang Yan looked at the drooling zombie dog in horror, a hoarse and cold voice suddenly came. Roar! The zombie dog seemed to have received an order and suddenly threw Yang Yan under its paws. It opened its bloody mouth and began to bite. Ah, puff! Yang Yan screamed, and her head was crushed by the zombie dog's big mouth. Baji baji! The zombie dog bit off half of her head and directly chewed it in its mouth. Even the skull, skin, brain, and hair were chewed into pieces. Yang Yan's head above the nose was bitten off. Lin Qiao walked over and pulled it. I told you to tear her apart, not eat her. Okay, stop eating. Be careful not to eat this kind of person's stomach. She pulled the zombie dog away and wanted to get Yang Yan's body out. Baji baji. The zombie dog saw that Lin Qiao wanted to steal its food, so it chewed and made a low growl from its throat. Its paws tightly grabbed Yang Yan's body. Lin Qiao pulled a few times, but found that it refused to let go. Let go of me, you've bitten off her face. She didn't know if her family could recognize her. It wouldn't be fun if they couldn't. Let go of your paws. Lin Qiao pulled the rattan rope around its neck and dragged it back. Roar, roar, ayo. The zombie dog didn't dare to attack Lin Qiao, seeing that the food under its paws was about to be taken away. It fiercely swallowed the food in its mouth and instantly bit Yang Yan's shoulder. It directly tore off half of the arm and dragged it to the other side. It dragged the food in its mouth far away from Lin Qiao. Then it lay on the ground, pressed its paws on the arm and began to gnaw on it. Lin Qiao looked at Yang Yan, who had lost half of her head and an arm. Then, she glanced at the zombie dog that was chewing on the meat and staring at her vigilantly. She bent down and picked up Yang Yan's body, then flashed out of the space. It was still the same outside the house. No one noticed that Yang Yan was missing. Plop, a bloody corpse without half a head and an arm suddenly fell onto the coffee table in front of the sofa. At this moment, the little boy peeked out from under the blanket and saw this scene. Ha! What are you shouting for? The man in the room was so scared that he almost dropped the tablet in his hand. He turned his head and was about to curse. When he turned around, he immediately saw a naked corpse lying in front of him. When the child screamed, several ability users on the balcony, the roof, and outside the door immediately rushed in. However, when they saw the corpse lying on the coffee table, they fell silent. At the same time, they felt that they were going to be in big trouble. The little girl stared blankly at the corpse without any reaction. Soon, the door to Yang Chao's house was also opened. Yang Chao and Yang Hui rushed over. Who is this? Yang Chao stared at Yang Yan's corpse. Yang Hui looked at the familiar clothes on Yang Yan and murmured, could this be Little Yan? Yang Chao immediately looked up at the other people in the house and said with a cold voice, what happened? Who did this? Jian Feng, tell me. After saying that, he turned his head and stared at the man who had been playing games. Jian Feng shook his head and waved his hands in panic. I don't know. I don't know anything. She was sitting here just now. How did she suddenly? I don't know what happened either. Yang Hui hurriedly walked over and picked up the little girl. He turned the child's head behind him, not letting her look in the direction of the corpse. At the same time, he shouted at Jian Feng, what are you waiting for? Go and pull Debao away. Hearing his words, Jian Feng scrambled to his feet as if he had been granted amnesty. He ran to the little boy who had shrunk back into the blanket and picked him up along with the blanket. Then, he walked far away. Yang Chao looked at the few metahumans he had sent to protect the family and asked in a low voice, what do you have to say? They all looked at each other, and the man who had been standing on the balcony said in a panic, We didn't feel anything, and we didn't notice any signs of anyone coming. The others nodded, but they didn't continue to speak. Now that the person had died under their protection, death was death. They had already failed in their duty, and there was no point in trying to defend themselves to Yang Chao. The other party only cared about the fact that they didn't protect the master well. In fact, in their hearts, they were already waiting for death. They deserved to die for not protecting the family of the leader. Moreover, Yang Chao wasn't a soft-hearted person. On the contrary, he was a ruthless person. Sure enough, after they nodded, Yang Chao suddenly waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, the few level 5 metahumans were swept away by a small tornado. They directly rushed out of the balcony. A series of screams rang out. The 4 metahumans were trapped in his wind, and then there were constantly wind blades spinning around and cutting them. Bright red blood rain fell from the balcony of Yang Yan's house. Lin Qiao stood on the roof of the opposite building and watched their reaction. Then, she turned around and directly jumped down from the building there. She went to where Lin Wenwen and the others lived. On the other side, after Shen Yuzhen left, she sniffed in the direction of Lin Qiao's scent. In the end, she found that she was in the inner area. There were many advanced metahumans in the inner area, so she didn't dare to go there. So, she could only turn around and sneak back to the neighborhood where she had attacked Pu Xuezang. Miss Lu had said that if she had nowhere else to go, she might go there and wait for her. When she reached the intersection of the neighborhood, she hid in a dark corner and waited. Not long after, someone suddenly appeared beside her. Lin Qiao had sensed Shen Yuzhen's scent from afar, so she only showed up when she was beside her. Go in. You can't appear in the base now. Hide for a while. Shen Yuzhen knew what she meant. She had already been discovered. If she stayed in the base, it would be easy for her to get into trouble, and she might even implicate others. She nodded, indicating that she was willing to go into the space with her. Lin Qiao reached out to take her. Shen Yuzhen dodged, then took out an energy core in her hand. From the energy inside, it could be seen that it was a level 6 energy core. She handed the core to Lin Qiao. Is it from the man just now? Lin Qiao smelled the core. It was the same as the man Shen Yuzhen had bitten. Shen Yuzhen nodded, and then extended the core in her hand to her. For me. Lin Qiao looked at her with some surprise. Although Shen Yuzhen couldn't absorb this level 6 energy core for now, she could save it for later when the zombies' levels were higher. Shen Yuzhen nodded again, and then looked up at Lin Qiao with gratitude. Do you want to repay me with this? Forget it. I want a level 6 energy core, and I have the ability to get it now. You can keep this for yourself. Lin Qiao knew her intention and refused with a smile.